Chapter 951, Wanted Man. Before she betrayed the Light faction and went with Jiang Fei, she would never have agreed to draw the map for Jiang Fei. Fortunately, Jiang Fei had spent a considerable amount of time cultivating her emotions, be it of his choice or being forced by 0541. Among the girls that he had been trying to cultivate, Nina, Hua Mulan, and Sylphie were the top 3 women, next only to Ariel and Isabella. Hence, Jiang Fei had developed a similar kind of emotion that he had for Ariel, but not as strong as the one he had for Isabella. Due to the reputation system of the game and the amount of time Jiang Fei had spent with the girls, Nina had opened up herself to Jiang Fei completely. One could even say that the girl had fallen in love with Jiang Fei. That was why, even though she knew what sort of disaster that the map would bring to the Light faction, she still agreed to draw it out for Jiang Fei. "I will. This I promise you," said Jiang Fei. His vengeance was directly solely for the boss NPCs, not the civilians of the Light faction. With the map in hand, Jiang Fei bid farewell to the girls and left. If Nina, Hua Mulan, and Sylphie were to accompany Jiang Fei to infiltrate the Light faction, the mission to construct the teleportation circle would be a breeze. The one thing that Jiang Fei knew that might be a hindrance was the fact that all 3 of them were once people of the Light faction. Nina, especially, would be troublesome since she was once the Saint of the Light. Although she would do what pains her to do, the people of the Light faction, the Luminous Church, would not hesitate to end her life right there and then. Knowing that his enemies were the Luminous Church, Jiang Fei did not want to force the girls to fight the people that they were once part of. The best thing that they could do was to draft the map for him. After getting out of the Demon Dragon Fortress, Jiang Fei flew into the sky with the sky-gliding dragon and continued to soar until the system automatically banned him from flying any higher. There, at the highest point where he could fly, Jiang Fei flew straight towards the Light faction. The reason he flew that high was to avoid being detected by the system, registering him being inside the Light faction territory, which would trigger the reporting system to announce his position. With the minimap, an unrealistic GPS system, Jiang Fei would not be afraid of getting lost. No matter how high he flew or how small the Earth became, Jiang Fei would still be able to tell where he was because of the minimap. Just as he entered the Light faction, the system blared. Ding! Verger Glider has entered the territory of Light faction. He is currently at XXX. Anyone who kills him would be entitled to a grand reward. It appeared that the system still has not forgotten about Jiang Fei and reported his position to all Light faction players and NPCs. Even with the information laying out there, players with flying mount would not do anything since there were so few of them. At this point, the hopes of chasing after Jiang Fei was close to zero. Jiang Fei's flying mount was special as it received a blessing from the dragon god himself, granting him an evolution status which made it fly at the fastest speed no other flying mount could match. While players would not do anything about Jiang Fei, NPCs would not rest until they had their revenge. Overlord tier NPCs did not need to fly as they had teleportation ability would enable them to chase after Jiang Fei, no matter how fast he flew. If he was on the ground, he would not need to be afraid of Overlord tier NPCs, with his newfound strength gained from the Vitality and Spirit Cauldron. The problem was that the sky-gliding dragon was vulnerable. Either he activates his morphing skill to gain flight ability or die after the sky-gliding dragon dies and drops to the ground. At that height, the fall damage would kill him even if he had 1 billion health points. Even if he somehow managed to survive after the fall, Jiang Fei would not want to continue with the quest. Once the Light faction NPCs were on his tail, he would have had to do something about them since they would not rest until either one was dead. Akit Series, please help me be on the lookout for any Overlord tier boss, said Jiang Fei to Akit Series as he entered the Light faction territory. While that was happening, players in the Light faction were rattled. Verger Glider is in here, should we chase after him? Said one of the guild members to their leader. Concurrently, many of them were engaged in battle in the front line of the war. However, the reward prepared by the divine light god that was waiting for him was tempting. Chase after him? Be my guest. He could fly. Can you fly? The guildmaster retorted. He knew better since chasing after Verger Glider would literally be a suicide mission. He would rather continue farming experience points via quests in the front lines than wasting his time chasing after a godlike player. Heh, you speak as if the only thing that is stopping you now is having a flying mount. Do you really think you could fight him even if he was right next to you? Said another guild master who overheard the conversation. Verger Glider might not be a player of the light faction, but his name was prominent enough that every player in the game knew about it. His strength was on a whole other level. Back when Tutu was engaged in a war with him, he managed to trap Jiang Fei, but he still failed to kill him. Even if the entire light faction were mobilized to hunt him down, killing Jiang Fei would still be a pipe dream. Right now, players were more focused on defending the fortress instead of leaving. However, just as they thought the NPCs would do the same, the higher-ranking knights left abruptly, leaving players to fend for themselves. What the hell? Why are they running away when we had in the middle of defending the fortress? Players were stumped. They were already being overwhelmed by the sheer number of players attacking from the Shadow faction. Having the NPCs on their side could still balance the table. Now that the NPCs themselves were leaving, the table had turned against them. Even the strongest NPCs had left the front lines. Should we just abandon this fortress? The thought of just giving up started to make sense. However, one thing that the players of the Light faction were wrong about was the NPCs were not running away. They were merely leaving their post to hunt for Jiang Fei. These church knights were sent to the front lines to help the guards to defend the fortress. However, they were men of church before they were soldiers for war. Their duty lies with the church. Right now, the church demanded Jiang Fei's head. Hence, even though they were right in the middle of a defensive war, the NPCs left their post immediately when Jiang Fei made his appearance. The crime that Jiang Fei committed, kidnapping the Saint of the Light, was an offense so grave that the divine light god himself had descended into the human realm to deliver his judgment. The knights of the church had deemed Jiang Fei's life as more important than defending the fortress. There were many light faction fortresses, but there was only one Jiang Fei. Furthermore, the divine light god himself had placed a bounty of Jiang Fei's head. Once the strongest NPCs left, the players started to feel overwhelmed. Billy Boy and 7-Star Warrior immediately took the chance and charged into the gates while their enemies' morale was dropping, and started to attack with the intention of taking down the fortress. The knights rushed over to the coordinates provided by the system, but they were all grounded and could not chase after Jiang Fei, who was in the air. However, the problem was not over, as there were still many others who wanted Jiang Fei's head. Chapter 952, To Strike First, Master. The church is here, cried Akatsiris. All right. Jiang Fei acknowledged and quickly sped up to lose the incoming Overlord tier NPCs. Even though the system had announced Jiang Fei's position, those there were grounded could not make a move on him. They were the weaker NPCs. The ones that were in the air, chasing after Jiang Fei, were unmistakably the Overlord tier bosses. They had the ability to detect living beings within a certain proximity. If Akatsiris could detect them, then they could do the same. Naturally, they would be able to detect Jiang Fei's presence above all. Unfortunately for Jiang Fei, even though he had gained a boss status, he did not gain the perception ability. Hence, he had Akatsiris with him. An intermediate Overlord tier boss would undeniably have the ability. According to Akatsiris' report, Jiang Fei was able to roughly estimate the position of the incoming threats. Based on their general direction, Jiang Fei proceeded to move away from it. Even though they were able to teleport, these bosses could not properly teleport next to Jiang Fei without proper sight or a mental image of the place. We can't outrun them like this. We will be caught sooner or later. Jiang Fei snarled. He had overestimated the sky-gliding dragon's flying speed. He had genuinely thought that he would have the advantage, but the enemies could teleport faster than he could get away from them. In no time at all, the distance between them was closing in. How many are they? Jiang Fei asked. I can only sense 4, said Akatsiris as she closed her eyes to increase her perception. Right now, the Nephilim and the Celestials were at war, but even if they were not at each other's throats, the two races would not let each other go without first killing them. At this point, Akatsiris knew that if she were to be caught, there would not be an escape route for the two of them. Jiang Fei was a player. If he died, he would lose his equipment and be done with it. Akit series was different. As a special NPC of the game, her death would be permanent. That was why the fear of death was great at that moment. Only 4, Jiang Fei started to squeeze his brains to calculate the risk and method to get out of there. In just 2 seconds, Jiang Fei gritted his teeth and snarled, "So be it. Let's find a place and settle everything there." Jiang Fei had never faced off with 4 Overlord tier bosses at the same time. Even so, if he did not deal with the problem now, there would be more NPCs coming out of the faction territory just to kill him. Jiang Fei studied the map that Nina had given him and quickly selected a place to become the battleground. Akit series. Hold tight. I'm going to speed things up a bit. Jiang Fei exclaimed and violently pulled the reins of the sky-gliding dragon. As a response, the dragon roared deafeningly before making a 90-degree turn downward and dive vertically. "Kaya!" she shrieked. Even though Jiang Fei had warned her to hold on, the sudden burst of speed had almost knocked her off the seat. She quickly grabbed onto Jiang Fei's waist tightly and would not let go. Match him, Jiang Fei felt it all. The perfect, soft, perky yet bouncy peaks of Akit series pressing against his back. Jiang Fei knew that Akit series was not doing it on purpose. It was merely an involuntary response for the sudden plunge. That was why he did not say anything about it. To be perfectly honest, Jiang Fei was enjoying it. Unfortunately for him, the moment of bliss lasted for only a few seconds as the dragon reached their destination and quickly pulled up and hovered around 5 meters above the ground. "Jump!" Jiang Fei cried before unsummoning the dragon and landing on the ground safely. As soon as his feet touched the ground, 4 pillars of light came shining down from the heavens and in front of Jiang Fei. Before they could materialize themselves, Jiang Fei turned to Akit series and said, "Find the weakest one and use whatever skills you have to bind him. Leave the rest to me." Akit series might be an intermediate overlord tier, but she was no fighter. Her skills and attack patterns were mostly supportive, hence rendering her attacks weak. "Very well," Akit series answered. The woman was frightened to the core as she had never encountered 4 overlord tier bosses at the same time. As soon as she got ready, the 4 pillars of light subsided, revealing the 4 NPCs that were chasing after Jiang Fei. These 4 were high church officials that were in charge of their own respective churches. Because of the divine revelation, or system announcement, these 4 NPCs headed out to answer the call and chase after Jiang Fei. The leading NPC raised his sword and glared at Jiang Fei. "Demon, it is time for you to repent your sins and die. Bring it!" Jiang Fei roared. Jiang Fei was seen as the worst kind of demon in the eyes of the church. To them, the very air that he breathed was so toxic that his existence was not tolerated and must be purified. The sword wielder made a simple slash, but the result of the slash was unbelievable. A large pillar of white light came down from the sky, aiming for Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei saw the attack coming, yet he stood his ground, planning to take the attack without defending. Shurring! Minus 78,542. 1,247,854 reduced. The light attack dealt not more than 80,000 damage, which was only a tiny dent to Jiang Fei's almost 15 million health points. As soon as he could even see the emptied section of his health bar, the crazy effect of the spirit cauldron kicked in and restored his health back to 100%. The attack was powerful to begin with, and it was exceptionally strong when used against demon race. It was, after all, an ultimate move. However, Jiang Fei's health points and defenses were too strong that he was able to resist 95% of all incoming magic attacks. That was why the boss attack did not feel like an ultimate move. "Kill the demon," the leader roared. The other 3 NPCs leaped into action and started unleashing their attacks on Jiang Fei. One after another, powerful and flashy attacks were being hurled at Jiang Fei. Even though the effect was spectacular, it was nothing but loud noises and flashy lights. Jiang Fei was receiving attacks from 4 bosses at the same time, and yet, they were barely able to leave a dent on Jiang Fei's armor. Just when Jiang Fei had lost 1% of his total health points, the insane recovery effect kicked in and restored Jiang Fei back to full health. "Had enough," said Jiang Fei when the attack stopped. "My turn." Jiang Fei unsheathed the Destroyer of Kingdoms, the Sword of Abraham, and charged towards the NPCs. The Holy Tier two-handed sword was a gigantic sword. From afar, one would think that Jiang Fei was holding a large piece of iron plank. The sword was so broad that it was thicker than Jiang Fei's entire body. Whoosh! The sword made a loud whooshing sound every time Jiang Fei swung it. From one point of view, one would doubt that Jiang Fei was making a sword slash. It looked more like swinging a cricket bat. Divine Barrier. Before the sword could land on the shield user, the magician standing behind quickly cast a protective spell on him. The target that Jiang Fei was aiming first had a shield on his right and a short sword on his left. Clearly, the NPC was a tank-class character. Even with the barrier in place, the NPC gripped his shield tight and lifted up to intercept Jiang Fei's attack. From the looks of the shield's glowing luster, Jiang Fei appraised it to be a strong shield with a powerful defense stat. He could block the attack, but could he do it continuously? Chapter 953, and blood was spilled. The huge sword descended from the sky, like a giant log, hammering it against the boss shield. Wham! The NPC grunted as he flexed his muscles to harden the armor around his biceps that were about to burst open. Even though he could physically withstand the attack, the man was literally pushed into the ground. Jiang Fei pushed his sword a little harder, and the next thing he knew, the NPC's shield broke in two. What? Was it even possible? Jiang Fei gasped. Clearly, he did not know about weapons or armors breaking in the game. Durability aside, there were other hidden mechanics in the game that other players in the game knew about. When a powerful weapon, be it of level or tier, hits a lower grade armor, there is a chance of the armor breaking or being destroyed. The greater the gap, the higher the chance. Jiang Fei's Sword of Abraham, the Destroyer of Kingdoms, could be considered as the best amongst all holy tier items. It was made from a broken horn of the primordial Demon King. How could a mirror shield withstand that hit? The shield was broken, but the surprising turn of events did not stop there. With no shield or any guard blocking Jiang Fei's attack, Jiang Fei's sword went straight through the boss' hands and into his face. Minus 1,524,035. The boss might have high defensive stats, but since Jiang Fei had gained the Overlord tier status, the damage reduction in play was not too obvious. 1 million damage in a single hit was strong, but not strong enough to be a threat to an Overlord tier boss. However, Jiang Fei's attack speed was blazing fast. The moment the first hit landed, Ruthless Barrage activated, as well as the Intimidate effect of the Dragon Tooth Charm. Because their levels were the same, the resistance of Jiang Fei's skill on the boss was not very effective. Jiang Fei's attack-induced intimidation effect was very short, so short that it could not be considered as a reliable disabling effect. However, with Jiang Fei's attack speed, the effect would manifest itself 3 to 4 times in just one mere second. As a result, the boss was rendered stationary, not moving or attacking. "Victor! What have you done, you evil demon?" cried the magician NPC before continuing their attack. Angel of Revenge. Jiang Fei activated the ring skill, granting him a short double damage effect for 30 seconds as well as an immunity to all negative buffs. A few seconds later, Jiang Fei's attack power rose to over 5 million, thanks to the effect of Ruthless Barrage. Coupled with the Angel of Revenge effect, Jiang Fei's attack was breaching the 10 million mark. Although his current weapon had rendered Jiang Fei's attack speed slower than when he was using the Heaven's Breaker Twilight Bow, Jiang Fei could still dish out 4 attacks in 1 second. Even with a healer providing support to the tank, Jiang Fei's attack speed and power were too much for the tank to last long. The NPCs were already having a hard time dealing with Jiang Fei's absurd level of defense, and when Jiang Fei started to fight back, things got out of hand almost instantly. Without any way of countering his power, the bosses started to kite Jiang Fei around. Unfortunately, kiting was ineffective against Jiang Fei since they were unable to cast any slowing spell on Jiang Fei. due to his immunity to debuffs, as well as his insane movement speed gained from having so many lovers contract. "Oh, glorious divine light god, why hast thou forsaken me?" cried the tank as he fell to the ground, dead. 10 seconds was all it took for Jiang Fei to end his life. A mere 10 seconds. Once the tank was down, the rest of the NPC party would not have much to live for. Beside the magician boss that had teleported away at the very last minute, the priest and the warrior bosses were killed on the spot in less than a few seconds. "How, my master?" Akatsiri gasped. She was extremely worried at the beginning, and her worries had only gotten worse when the 4 pillars of light appeared. She was genuinely afraid that her master would perish and in turn her. However, she never would have realized that her master was so strong that she didn't even need to move a finger. All 4 overlord bosses were beaten like a poor puppy, even though one managed to escape. What just happened? Why are they so weak? Jiang Fei purposely mocked them. To be fair, Jiang Fei had never gotten into a fight after he had equipped the huge gigantic sword. That weapon had unquestionably increased Jiang Fei's attack power by several times. Paired with the insane defense the Cauldron of Vitality had granted him, Jiang Fei was more than just a strong player. "Master," Akatsiri moaned as she gazed at Jiang Fei. Her father might have sold her off to him, but from where she stood, it was considered a good change of environment. Ever since the day she was with Jiang Fei, there had never been a situation where she would be troubled. "All right then, let's leave," Jiang Fei huffed and puffed. He took off into the skies on the sky-gliding dragon and carried on with his original mission. Even though he was genuinely excited about his newfound strength, he would not forget that there would always be someone stronger than him. Even though he had dealt with 4 NPC bosses in less than a minute, he did not dare to stay in the same place for too long. Right now, Jiang Fei's fear of the Chich's NPC bosses were nullified. The only thing that scared him was the Divine Light God. However strong he may be, there was no telling what the Divine Light God could do to him. While there was still a mission for him to do, Jiang Fei took his time to examine the equipment dropped by the bosses. These were the loot of 3 Overlord tier bosses. How could he not be excited? Furthermore, the experience points granted after their death was so much that it was enough to fill his experience points gauge. Such a waste. "I should have chased after that 4th magician and have his head," said Jiang Fei, disgruntled at him escaping. "Master, do not fret. There will be another chance," said Akatsiri, advising him from being too bloodthirsty. "Mincham. There will be more blood to spill." The war of light and shadow was coming to a close. With his ability and strength, he should be able to end the war quickly by participating in the fight, killing all the stronger NPC bosses and leaving the weaker ones to the other players. The one last magician that had escaped was the reason why Jiang Fei did not level up. If he had killed him, Jiang Fei would have gained a level. Although he was frustrated, he focused on something else. The 3 bosses had dropped many items, and each one of them had dropped at least 1 ancient inheritance tier equipment. This fight was better than the one he had with the dragons. Jiang Fei was currently holding the exact same shield that the tank boss had dropped. The shield was of ancient tier and had powerful health points and physical attributes. However, there was a catch. The shield had a powerful physical defense attribute but a negative defense against magic. Not only did it not have any magic defense, the shield actually amplified incoming magic attacks. If one were to use the shield against a boss that mainly used physical attacks, they would be taking hits as if they were a gentle pat in the back. If they were facing a boss that uses magic attacks, they would be beaten down faster than a fly being swat. Even though the shield was akin to a double-edged sword, it was still a good shield when used properly. In most cases, if one were to anticipate a fight, they would need to check on the boss before equipping the shield. Chapter 954, Second Potion Trial. Besides the shield, the other 2 ancient tier equipment were magic-based. As they were worthless to Jiang Fei, he would put everything into the guild storage and let the others have it. The Sword of Abraham, the Destroyer of Kingdoms, was all he needed. The further he went, the more enemies he met. They were just NPC bosses and a few players that had been living in a cave to not know who Jiang Fei was. Fortunately, with the power of the cauldrons, no one could harm Jiang Fei. Inversely, all that dared to face Jiang Fei would be met with fire and fury. By the time the server shut down, Jiang Fei had reached the outskirts of the Celestials' territory. Like the Abyss to the Nephilim race, Celestials had their own territory which they dubbed as the Heaven. The place had nothing to do with its name as it was just a territory. The real heaven was amongst the cloud, where the high humans lived and thrived. I'm almost there. I guess tomorrow is the day I can set up the teleportation circle, said Jiang Fei to himself. There was hardly enough time left for him to do anything. Tomorrow, he shall install the teleportation circle and inform the elite army to strike. After waking up, Jiang Fei received Yang's sister's notification about the second potion trial. The Alliance had agreed to send out their disciples to test the new batch of potions. Those elders in the Alliance had not changed their mindset even when they saw how dangerous it was to take the potion. No level 2 disciples were able to survive the potion's effect while level 3 and level 4 martial artists survived and grew stronger. Those that survived the extreme pain were able to gain powerful strength. Take Ding Tianqing as an example. The man was able to reach the pinnacle stage of level 4. Other disciples that were once level 3 had reached level 4. With Ding Tianqing now a fighter at the pinnacle stage of level 4. Green Willow Heights had risen from being a nobody to becoming a second-rated sect in the Alliance. They were still considered to be only a second-rated sect since they could not possibly be compared to those top-rated sections. One of the undisclosed rules of being a top-rated sect was having a level 5 master in the section. If the sect did not have any level 5 masters in their ranks, they could never hope to be a top-rated section. Be it as it may, Green Willow Heights became a role model because of Ding Tianqing's daredevil attitude to try the new potion. As a result of him becoming stronger, the other sects decided to try their luck with it. Hence, ever since that day, when Jiang Fei came over to test the first batch of potions, many elders had chosen to remain in the Hidden Dragon Village instead of returning to their respective sections. The second trail of potions had not only garnered the interest of all other second-rated sections. Many other top-rated sects like Aquamoon Heavenly Palace would not let this opportunity to slip past too. Even the Snow Mountain sect, the Rainbow Longsword sect were also coming in from afar just to join. For one, Bai Wanli of the Snow Mountain sect did not only stayed at the Hidden Dragon Village, he had also sent word to the sect and requested many level 4 fighters to come to the village to join him. Bai Wanli himself was already at the pinnacle stage of level 4 and could not gain any benefit from the potion. The aim was not for him to take the potion but to let his other disciples take them. Having a few more fighters at the pinnacle stage of level 4 would greatly boost the entire sect's strength. Level 5 masters are not something that one could just find. Time, talent, and chance were the three things that one must have to achieve level 5. Besides having a level 5 master, another aspect to look for in a strong sect was the number of fighters at the pinnacle stage of level 4. Even without a level 5 master, the sect could still be strong if they have more level 4 pinnacle stage fighters. The Soaring Clouds sect was able to maintain its position as the strongest sect in the entire alliance, not just because they had a level 5 master in their ranks but also a large number of level 4 pinnacle stage fighters. Right now, Jiang Fei's potion could help the fighters to find their place in the alliance. No one would pass the opportunity to give up on having a potion that could raise one's level. Even if there was a risk, it was a bet that they were willing to throw their chips in. The heads of these sects were not stupid. They know that there was no such thing as a free lunch, not to mention the demands that Jiang Fei had requested before during his previous pills distribution. Right now, they were merely testing the effects of the potion and would not ask for any demands. When the potion was perfected, Jiang Fei would surely be asking a high price for one potion. Skills or martial art was extremely important for a sect, be it a small one or a prominent one. If it was possible, they would not want to give away their martial skills just for the sake of a potion. That was one of the other reasons why everyone would want to throw everything they can into testing the potion. "Let's go now," said Jiang Fei when he was already at their house. He had nothing better to do then, hence it was better to quickly get over the matter about the potion. The second batch of potions was tweaked and completed much earlier. Jiang Fei had asked 0542 to make 3 potions. The reason Jiang Fei had decreased the number of potions produced was to prevent the sects from reaching the result they wanted and leave Jiang Fei be. Jiang Fei would not have anyone to turn to anymore for strong martial arts. Han Tianyu's insights had rubbed off on Jiang Fei, granting him better insights when it came to making important decisions. A potion that could increase one's power level was overwhelmingly strong that Jiang Fei could not just mass produce and distribute it just for the sake of it. Firstly, the materials needed to make the potion was the flesh of the level 5 alien beast. Even though the beast was kept in an isolated area, safe and sound, he would need so much flesh from the beast if he wanted to mass produce the potions to cater to everyone in the alliance. Moreover, reviving Isabella and other bio-human girls used the same materials. The amount of flesh needed was so much that the beast would rather be dead than to serve Jiang Fei as a cattle for slaughter. All he needed to do now was to create a very low supply of potion in order to increase the demand and, in turn, the price. Jiang Fei followed the 2 Yang sisters into the hidden dragon village. Because Ariel was by Jiang Fei's side, Yang Pe and especially Yang Qing were behaving themselves. When Jiang Fei arrived, Bai Wanli and the other elders were already at the gates, forming a welcome party for Jiang Fei. "Brother Jiang Fei, we heard you wanted to come. We had been here since morning," said Bai Wanli with a cheerful smile. The man did not forget to express his friendliness as well as making Jiang Fei to stand on the higher ground. Unlike the previous attempt at testing the potion, Bai Wanli would want to make sure that this time, he would be able to make a few of his disciples climb the ladder of success. "The heavens had done me mercy for allowing me to be here to greet Brother Jiang Fei," said Ganyang Zhiren. Like Bai Wanli, the man would not be ashamed of resort of butt kissing to make sure he gets the miracle potions for his disciples. "Mr. Jiang Fei, we have waited eagerly for your arrival, Mr. Jiang Fei." Besides Bai Wanli and Ganyang Zhiren, the other elders were also trying their best to be at Jiang Fei's good side. All the praises and wishful words inadvertently made Jiang Fei feel a little overwhelmed. The smaller sects knew that when Jiang Fei had perfected the potion, it would be close to impossible for them to get their hands on the potion. They knew that the potion were hard to make, and when the larger, stronger sects could not get enough, the smaller sects would be able to acquire it then. Hence, they understood that their chances of having 1 or even 2 potions were to test them out during the testing period. Chapter 955, Yang Qing's Purpose. After the merry little welcoming party was over, Jiang Fei was brought into a large hall where all the elders were gathered together. "I'm going straight to the point. Here are the new and improved potions," said Jiang Fei, placing 3 bottles of potions on the ground. The entire room went silent as all eyes were locked onto the bottles. "Brother Jiang Fei, are there only 3? Said Bai Wanli. His tone suggests great disappointment, which Jiang Fei immediately picked up. "These potions took too long to make. Not to mention the ingredients were hard to procure, even for my master," said Jiang Fei. "What sort of ingredient are we talking about? Perhaps we could help you gather them." Ganyang Zhiren was the first to offer help. The rest of the elders started to express their offer to help. These martial artists of the older generation had been in the alliance for some time and knew their way around many rare ingredients. Be it the 1,000-year ginseng or even the 100-year lingji, they would be willing to offer them up if it meant they would have Jiang Fei make potions for them. "My master has all the ingredients in the world at his disposal. The only ingredient that he lacks is the flesh of a level 5 alien beast," said Jiang Fei truthfully. "What? It can't be." Everyone panicked when Jiang Fei told the truth about the potion. No ordinary martial artists had seen but only heard of the almighty level 5 beast. There was no superior beast in existence before the crash of Braveheart on Earth. A few alien beasts were able to escape their enclosure when Braveheart crash landed on Earth, and even fewer were able to survive once they were exposed to an alien environment. So far, there were only 2 level 5 alien beasts that were alive. When other metahumans in the world had never seen an alien beast in their life, these martial artists that had secluded themselves from the outside world might have never heard of it before. The two alien beasts that survived the crash were still roaming around the world. Jiang Fei had encountered the Void Manta, the result of the pure alien-blooded Void Manta crossbreeding with Earth's own manta rays. That alien beast was only at the intermediate stage of level 4, yet Jiang Fei was almost killed when he fought it. Unfortunately, the parent or the pure alien-blooded Void Manta was still at large. Its existence could only be speculated for now since Jiang Fei himself did not bother to seek it out. The other alien beast that was alive was being bred for its flesh. The other beast was completely different from any animal on Earth, hence rendering it unable to produce any offspring. No one dared to ask or offer anything when they knew the main ingredient to make the level-up potion was level 5 alien beast's flesh. They did not even know what an alien beast was, but they knew exactly what was level 5. "Alright, let's not waste Brother Jiang Fei's time," said Bai Wanli. Both Bai Wanli and Gan Yangzhenren exchanged a look, nodded at each other, and quickly reached a silent agreement. The two of them would take one bottle each and leave one bottle to the others. They knew that no one would dare to object since the two of them were the strongest amongst them all. Knowing how important the potion was, the others could not help but try to force their way through the others. Everyone could see the quiet, subtle movement between Bai Wanli and Gan Yangzhenren and knew that there would only be one bottle left for the rest of them. "Brother Jiang Fei, may we try these potions?" Just when everyone was tensed up, not wanting to show off as greedy, Yang Qing crawled towards Jiang Fei nonchalantly and requested 2 bottles for her and her sister. When she did that, Granny Jinghua immediately smiled. Even though the Aquamoon Heavenly Palace sect was considered to be a top-rated sect, they were not as prominent as Soaring Cloud sect or the Snow Mountain sect. To be honest, Granny Jinghua had practically given up on obtaining a bottle since she was facing Bai Wanli and Gan Yangzhenren. While Granny Jinghua was smiling happily, Bai Wanli and Gan Yangzhenren frowned. Following protocol, Yang Qing or Yang Po would never be allowed to talk in this sort of high-profile meeting. Not even if they were the successor of the Aquamoon Heavenly Palace. Again, if following protocol, there would be mediators holding Yang Qing back, and they might even expel the Aquamoon Heavenly Palace sect out of the meeting. However, Granny Jianghua had laid out the foundation well. She had long declared that Yang Pa and Yang Qing belonged to Jiang Fei. Hence, technically speaking, the Yang sisters were under Jiang Fei. No one could deny their position otherwise, or they would be facing Jiang Fei himself. "Little Qing?" Yang Pa gasped as Yang Qing's sudden demand. She had never informed Yang Pa about doing anything then. "Shoo! You've promised to help me," Yang Qing whispered quietly. Yang Qing sighed heavily and recalled about Yang Qing's plan to reel in Jiang Fei. Both Yang Qing and Yang Pa were strong. They were both at the point where with a little bit of push, they would break past the level 3 barrier and enter the realm of level 4. It was likely safe for them to test the potion. The second modification to the potion was made so the pain inflicted after consumption would not damage the human mind. Having to witness the effect of the first batch of potion, Jiang Fei had to make changes to the potion since it made one disciple mad. The first batch of potion would result in 2 results: success in gaining power or failure, which would result in either death or the loss of the human psyche. The first result would be highly sought after, no doubt. As for the second result, there was nothing that could be done for those that had sacrificed themselves. Based on Yang Qing's understanding of Jiang Fei, the man disliked confrontations but would face it nonetheless if it was inevitable. Putting to her advantage, she would want to test out the potion, and if something went wrong, Jiang Fei would go all out to take care of her. That was the method. The purpose was to have Jiang Fei open to the girls since their possible injuries would be his responsibility. It was the only way for them to have Jiang Fei be nice to them since the boy already developed a negative impression of them. Trying the traditional way of treating him nicer would not cut it. There had always been a perfectionist in the house of Yang, and they wanted the best for the twins. If possible, they wanted Jiang Fei to respect the two, and possible even more. That made Yang Qing resorted to the worst-case scenario that they could inflict on themselves to gain Jiang Fei's affection. Things changed when Yang Qing and Yang Po were introduced to Jiang Fei's fellow seniors and juniors. Before the appearance of Jiang Fei's army of beauties, Yang Qing and Yang Po were seen as the most desirable twins in the alliance. Like the sun and the moon, the girls were the target of want for many boys and even men in the alliance. When 0541 made the biohuman girls, it did not go all the way to make them individually unique. Sure, they had the best looks and even the golden ratio bodies that every woman wanted. Most of them looked just the same. There were triplets and even quadruplets. Hence, from Yang Qing's vantage point, all she could see was her position as being the most desirable was dethroned. The plan, if worked out well, lies with the potion failing to grant them power and would cause serious injuries to the girls. Jiang Fei would then feel guilty about it and would be with the girls in order to make up for his mistake. Give it time and the feeling of guilt could be developed ever so positive to change into like. That was how Yang Qing wanted to let her sister and herself to get out of the vicious demands of their elders. Chapter 956, The Means, You Want It, said Jiang Fei, slightly thrown. To be honest, Jiang Fei did not care for whoever wanted to try the potion. Even though this created a small tension between members of the alliance, Jiang Fei was clearly fine with it. All in all, he only did it to know about the potion's effectiveness on martial artists so that he could give it to Shang Guanqi. Having a few goons of the alliance to reach their maximum potential was just the cherry on the side. Jiang Fei was slightly thrown back because he knew that the potion was not perfect. Even though 0542 had gone ahead and made a few adjustments to it, there was still an unknown risk. Jiang Fei had to admit that he did not harbor any special emotion towards the Yang sisters, but they were still people that he knew. The thought that he was having was all too similar to how he felt when Ding Tianqing tried the potion. Then again, Ding Tianqing might be better since he would not continuously harass him. Brother Jiang, please grant us this privilege, said Yang Po when she noticed the doubt that was building up inside him. She did promise her sister to help her, and even if Yang Qing did not say anything, Yang Po honestly thought that it was indeed a good chance for the girls to build a bridge to mend the relationship. Fine, said Jiang Fei after lamenting shortly about it. It all came down to his decision to not care for anyone. He did, however, had somewhat of a positive impression on Yang Po since Yang Qing was the only one that had been bothering him. From his point of view, Yang Qing was the happy-go-lucky girl with a perpetual smile on her face. However, what lies behind that cheerful appearance was something deep that was filled with malice. He could not help it since the girl's behavior was too suspicious. On the other hand, Yang Po, the Ice Queen, was never talkative around anyone. The best part that Jiang Fei had immensely appreciated was the fact that Yang Po never clung onto Jiang Fei. She knew her boundaries and the respect of another. In fact, Jiang Fei could describe her as being voluntarily isolated like a thorny rose. He also felt that Yang Po was a trustworthy person that would accomplish whatever task that was given to her without complaints a go-getter. That was why Jiang Fei felt annoyed and shocked when Yang Qing opened her mouth and nonchalantly asked him about taking the potion. He was going to reject that notion but quickly changed his mind when Yang Po pleaded. Yang Po must have thought it through deeply before asking. When Jiang Fei agreed to let Yang Po and Yang Qing take the potions, Jiang Fei could hear many disgruntled sighs around the room. The loudest being by Wanli and Gan Yangzhenren. The potion was priceless, and since Jiang Fei was somewhat being the mediator, no one dared to say anything against Yang Po and Yang Qing from taking the potions. While everyone in the room was sighing disappointingly, Granny Jinghua was the only one then trying to stifle her smile. Both Bai Wanli and Gan Yangzhenren saw that, but instead of feeling angry to resent the old woman, the two felt nothing but admiration for her. When Soaring Cloud's sect was taking charge, Aquamoon Heavenly Palace was just at the bottom of the top-rated section. In fact, no one would say anything if someone accidentally compared them to any second-rated section. Granny Jinghua had succeeded in bringing up her own status quo by sacrificing the honor of her two greatest disciples to Jiang Fei. Even though the Soaring Clouds sect collapsed after the war in Japan, no one was accepting the fact the Aquamoon Heavenly Palace was any better. Before that moment, the sect was still the same as all other sects that joined the war in Japan. Many knew that Yang Qing and Yang Po were given to Jiang Fei, but they knew better. Jiang Fei was not the kind of person that would give in to his lust just because two beautiful lamps were laid before him. He had his woman, and nothing in the world was going to change his feelings about her. The problems lie not with Jiang Fei, but with the other elders. While Jiang Fei did not share the same culture as the martial artists, the others would still think the same. The situation goes like this: I may not like the woman and I do not wish to elope with her. However, anyone knows that this woman belongs to me, and if someone were to lay their hands on her, I would be aggravated even if I do not have any romantic feelings for her. That was the culture, and precisely because of that, no one would harbor any resentment towards Jiang Fei nor the two girls. Even when they know that it was all planned by the old vixen, they would still be fine with it and let it be water under the bridge. 2 out of 3 bottles were claimed by the Aquamoon Heavenly Palace. With one remaining, all the martial artists were exchanging looks with one another, trying their best to send eye signals to let it go. When everyone reached an impasse, both Bai Wanli and Gan Yangzhenren exchanged a look and nodded. Please decide someone to take the potion and have him or her to step up, said Bai Wanli. With Soaring Clouds sect dethroned, the Snow Mountain sect and the Rainbow Longsword sect had taken up the spot as the strongest sects in the alliance. The difference in their collective strength was almost non-existent, hence if one of the sects had taken the potion, they would have created a new pinnacle stage of level 4 fighter, throwing off the balance between the two sections. No one wanted that, hence the both of them gave the potion up and let the other sects have it. The other sects' elders were relieved when Bai Wanli and Gan Yangzhenren had given them permission to have one last hope to have the potion. However, there was only one potion left on the table and so many mouths to feed. The tension was high, but it had always been that way before Jiang Fei had announced there was a potion to increase one's power. At the very last, after offers and offers of martial arts, Zhu Tianfei emerged victorious. Xiankong Island sect was only a small, second-rated sect that was considered the best amongst the other second-rated sections. However, they had wagered and lost too many of their disciples. Their situation was almost similar to the Green Willow Heights section. If Zhu Tianfei did not get someone to reach the pinnacle stage of level 4 soon, the entire sect would be disbanded. Jiang Fei had clearly stated that if there was a chance for him to produce the perfect potion, he would put it up for trade and ask for martial skills in exchange. Xiankong Island did not have powerful skills to offer, hence, having a chance of obtaining the potion would be during the testing period. If this attempt failed at producing a positive outcome, there would surely be a third trial. But, what if all the potions were tested well? That would put an end to any more free potions. Second-rated sects like the Xiankong Island sect would never have another chance to get that potion. Not that anyone felt that, but if anyone felt that Jiang Fei was being a greedy salesperson, they would be incredibly wrong, since one of the potion's ingredients was the flesh of a level 5 alien beast. No one in the alliance had ever heard of an alien beast, not to mention a level 5 alien beast. Hence, having to trade their priceless martial arts that were passed down from generation to generation was all but worth it. All 3 of you, please step up and take the potion, said Jiang Fei once all 3 potions had an owner. We thank you from the bottom of our hearts, said Yang Po, politely, before picking up one potion. Yeah. Thank you, big brother Jiang Fei, said Yang Qing happily. The girl giggled happily before winking suggestively. That was the first step of her plan. The next step was all left for chance. Whether or not she and her sister would be disabled for life or become stronger. Brother Jiang Fei, I thank you for granting me this old man a last chance to redeem himself, said Zhu Tianfei before clasping his hand and bowing respectfully to Jiang Fei. Chapter 957, Personality Change. All 3 took their potions and left the building. Yang Pa and Yang Qing were taken away by Granny Jinghua. Unlike guys, it was inappropriate to let girls be seen writhing in pain. Zhu Tianfei did not need to leave the room, but he felt that it was only a means of precaution. Hence, he went out of the building and into the courtyard. There, on the empty stone-laid floor, he knelt down and drank the potion. He quietly meditated, but as soon the potion entered his bloodstream, the man flinched wildly. The pain was intense, so much so that even he, Zhu Tianfei, famed for being a brute, could not hold back the pain and started to struggle. Even though everyone was familiar as to how the potion reacted to the human body, everyone could not help but tense up at the scene. As much as they wanted to have the potion, they could not help but feel afraid of what it would do to them. Given the chance, they would still take the potion without hesitation. It was worth it. Compared to training for years, all they had to do was to endure the excruciating pain for 2 to 3 hours, and they could gain what years of training could offer. Who would want to deny a shortcut? Jiang Fei had grown bored after a few minutes and decided to rest and sip tea with Bai Wanli and the other older elders. Since everyone else was preoccupied with witnessing how Zhu Tianfei struggling with pain, Bai Wanli and Ganyang Zhenren took the chance to talk about the potion with Jiang Fei. Although they do not know how much would Jiang Fei price the potion, they wanted to know how many could he produce. They understood that the test potions were merely experimental products, but since one of the potion's ingredients was the flesh of a level 5 alien beast, the hopes of mass producing it would be low. Jiang Fei had grown mature and wise after socializing with other martial artists. Naturally, he could see what their true intentions were. Every time they started to ask about the quantity of potions Jiang Fei could bring in, he would simply just brush it off or just shakes his head. At best, he would simply say, "Not much." Not only did Jiang Fei refuse to reveal how many potions he had, he blatantly tried to dig out each sect's treasures. The man had steeled his decision to dry out their wallets. After 3 hours of writhing in pain, the entire ordeal was over. Zhu Tianfei struggled to move, but he managed to get up to his feet and sat down on a stone bench. He was originally at the advanced stage of level 4, stronger than the Yang sisters. That was why he could still walk and talk after enduring the trial. "Old Zhu, my friend, how do you feel?" Bai Wanli was the first to ask. If you would, Mr. Jiang Fei," said Zhu Tianfei. Albeit being able to walk and talk, he was still too disoriented to focus on his powers. He had to rely on Jiang Fei to judge his powers. "It would be my honor," said Jiang Fei. He then helped Zhu Tianfei to sit and pretended to take his pulse. Like how martial artists in movies do, he pressed his index finger and middle finger at the base of Zhu Tianfei's palm. Subject's vitals are normal and his energy reading has indeed reached the pinnacle stage of level 4. "There seems to be no signs of side effects," said 0541. The results given by 0541 had deemed positive. Although there were no negative symptoms or any kind at that moment, they would have to wait until Zhu Tianfei recovered and test his strength. "Mr. Jiang?" Zhu Tianfei asked, panting for breath. "Congratulations. You have indeed become stronger," said Jiang Fei. Zhu Tianfei immediately caught his breath when Jiang Fei had delivered the good news, and when Jiang Fei had confirmed that Zhu Tianfei's body was fine and showed no signs of any side effect, the man smiled brighter than the sun. "No side effects?" Bai Wanli gasped with delight, but at the same time, he frowned worriedly. If the potion showed no side effects, the potion would be deemed perfected and there would not be any more potion trials. Indeed. However, we still need to put Mr. Zhu under observations for the time being to see if there's any symptoms manifest, said Jiang Fei. "If all goes well, there won't be another potion trial, right?" Ganyang Zhenren asked nervously. "I can't give you a solid answer right now. Elder Zhu might be an advanced stage of level 4 fighter, but he had gone through much hardship compared to the others. His physique and mental constitution are stronger than anyone else. That could contribute to how well he was adapting to the potion's effect. Let's see how the Yang sisters do. If they could survive the potion as well as Elder Zhu, then I could say that potion should be perfected," said Jiang Fei. Half an hour later, Granny Jinghua returned to the room with a nervous expression. "Little Jiang, please see to my disciples," she cried. Jiang Fei nodded and got up to his feet in a flash. He followed Granny Jinghua speedily and headed into the room where the girls were kept. The others followed along. The sisters were quiet but looked extremely exhausted. They were already sitting on a long chair and was tended by the other disciples of the same section. Despite being tended to, their complexions were bad and their hair was in a mess. No matter how one tried to hide it, there was no way one could hide the fact that they had just been through a tough ordeal. It was obvious that Granny Jinghua had ordered the other disciples to clean the two before having Jiang Fei over. 0542, how are they? Jiang Fei pretended again, checking their pulse albeit having no knowledge on how to do it. Yang Qing was fine, but Yang Pa's face was flushed red. The girl was breathing raggedly when Jiang Fei approached her. She was not used to having physical touch with anyone, including females. The only person that she allowed skinship with was her younger sister. Sir, the two subjects had successfully reached the advanced stage of level 4. 0542 reported. They were originally at the pinnacle stage of level 3, and by reaching the advanced stage of level 4, they broke the record of having the best result. Is there anything wrong with them? Jiang Fei asked. He did not care about how strong they became, but what had gone wrong. One other aspect that he cared for was the well-being of the two sisters. Although he would not admit it, the man could not help but worry for them since he had known the two for a good amount of time. Secondly, and most importantly, he wanted to know if the potion was really safe for Shang Guanqi to consume. It is unlikely, said 0542. Jiang Fei was shocked. That was the first time 0542 ever gave a vague answer. Specifics. I want details, said Jiang Fei mentally. If Jiang Fei was not surrounded by so many other prospects of the potion, he would have already started panicking. All vital signs, normal. Brainwave readings are slightly different from before, 0542 explained. Human language, please, I am communicating in the language humans are using. In layman's term, the two are fine, but due to the intense pain from the potion's effect, their psyche had changed. However, what had changed in their personality is unknown, 0542 explained again. Are you telling me that they were not the same person? Said Jiang Fei. They are the same person, but with a minuscule change. The potion they had taken were the same that Zhu Tianfei had taken. However, compared to the old man, the two young girls grew up differently. The elder was the youngest amongst all elders in the alliance, and he was already in his 40s. With so many years of hardship and the fatal experience that he had to go through during the war in Japan, the man had gained willpower much greater than the two sisters. 0542 had already modified the potion to inflict the lowest amount of pain. Unfortunately, the potion could not be made without inflicting pain. To gain power, one must need an equal amount of willpower to control it, or else they would not be able to hold their newfound power and perish in the most flamboyant way possible. Chapter 958, Devious Laugh. How are they? Granny Jinghua asked worriedly. They are fine. They are now at advanced stage of level 4. Fortunately, I do not detect any negative symptoms, said Jiang Fei after hesitating for a brief moment about the news that 0542 had reported. A minor change in personality. How could he explain what was wrong when he could not even put a finger on it himself? How does one explain something abstract and cannot be quantified? That was the aspect of the human psyche. Physically, she's fine, but mentally. As long as no one mentioned or talked about it, the subject would not realize that there was a difference in themselves. On the other hand, if they keep talking about, the subject would eventually critically evaluate themselves to the point where the placebo effect could kick in. So, it's done then. The potion tests have ended, an elder asked. He did not want the girls and Zhu Tianfei to be harmed, but he did not want the potion trials to end that fast. If Jiang Fei deemed that the potion trials had ended, there would not be a new batch of potions for the other sex. Yes. The test is done and the potion has been perfected, said Jiang Fei. He had no intention to let 0542 to continue making alterations to the potion. Even though there were changes in Yang Qing and Yang Pa, it was minute enough that it would not gravely affect them. Sadly, their willpower was not strong enough even when 0542 had already reduced the potion's mental assault degree to the lowest. It cannot be lowered anymore as mental and physical torture was critical to build one's willpower in order to subdue the power that the potion could grant. There were two reasons as to why Jiang Fei wanted to make the potion. The first was Shang Guanqi. He wanted the girl to further increase her powers. The poor lassie started killing other humans at the early age of 6. Even though she was more than half of Zhu Tianfei's age, the girl had suffered through a fate worse than hell. Hence, a small torture would not affect her at all. The second reason was to use the potion as a currency to trade martial skills from the Alliance. If the potion proved to be incredibly effective, albeit having side effects that were so minor that no one could detect it, everyone would be willing to give their treasured skills for it. When Jiang Fei declared that the potion trials were over, most of the second-rated sect leaders sighed. Those were the sects that were worse off than second-rated sections. Without strong martial skills, they could not hope to trade the potions. Granny Jinghua was the only one that was cheering delightfully. Jiang Fei's potion worked and her 2 disciples had gained immense power. There was a great contrast between Yang Pa, Yang Qing, and Granny Jinghua. Yang Qing knew that she was supposed to be happy since she was still alive and well, not to mention, stronger. She was disappointed because the potion did not inflict any damage to her, rendering her plans to have Jiang Fei open up to her and her sisters moot. Yang Pa, on the other hand, was not overjoyed nor discouraged. She knew that there was only one positive outcome from taking the potion. If the potion failed, the girls would be damaged and Jiang Fei would have to take care of them. If the potion succeeded, the girls would be stronger. Now that the potion had been confirmed as perfect, I want all of you to discuss amongst yourself. Remember, I only want the best martial arts. I will offer up 2 or even 3 bottles for skills that I deemed extraordinary, while normal skills will earn only 1 bottle. Please decide when the trade will be and contact me when you are ready, said Jiang Fei before leaving the martial artists to stare at each other. Isn't he a little too greedy? Said a random disciple when Jiang Fei left Hidden Dragon Village. Many had accepted the fact that it was fair to use martial skills to trade for the potions. However, they could not accept wholeheartedly that Jiang Fei would judge the skills himself. The boy would never know the power of a martial art just by simply reading the skill book. He could mistakenly grade a powerful skill as only ordinary. No use in complaining about it. He is the only man that could make the potion. We have the need and he has the supply. Would you give up the chance to have a bottle of the potion? Said another disciple. Everyone heard the petty quarrel but did nothing to stop them. There were some truths in their words. Everyone left the village with one intention in mind. They could not just decide on which skills to trade for the potion and needed to consult the other elders in their respective sections. Jiang Fei left the village without a single thought about the others. His mission was completed. The potion was now safe for consumption. Trading potions for martial skills was not considered as a huge deal for him. In fact, one could say that it was just a side job. Even without those martial skills, 0542 could just compute a new martial skill for Jiang Fei. It was just a matter of time. Once Jiang Fei reached home, he had 0542 make a new bottle and let Shang Guanqi drink it. In just one night, the girl successfully became a fighter at the pinnacle stage of level 4. There was no side effect nor visible trauma. She did not even writhe, merely wriggle around, silently. Jiang Fei could not help but feel pity for the girl. It was obvious that the girl had been through worse treatment to mold her willpower as strong as steel. It was a training that Shang Guanqi had never wanted to have, nor would she be grateful for the rest of her life. A miracle, said Shang Guanqi. Even though she was tired, she was still happy and was still able to smile. In just a few hours, she was able to reach the pinnacle stage of level 4. Shang Guanqi could not help but feel curious about the great master that was supporting Jiang Fei. Rest. Letting train alone tomorrow. I doubt that you could move a muscle until a few days later, said Jiang Fei, helping Shang Guanqi up to her feet. The stronger she was, the safer his parents would be. Jiang Fei had to do it. He understood his situation well. To find the parts of Braveheart, he would have to be around the world. While he was away, his parents' well-being would be in Shang Guanqi's hands. That was the main reason why he wanted Shang Guanqi to be at her best. Now that she had reached the limit of her potential, a portion of the burden that was on Jiang Fei's shoulder was slightly lifted. With a happy mind and a positive attitude, Jiang Fei logged into the game. When Jiang Fei logged out the previous night, he was still on the outskirts of the Celestials' territory. Supposedly, he was almost at the heart of the enemy's camp. However, because of the fight he had with 4 Overlord-tier NPC boss, no Light faction NPC dared to hunt him down. The Divine Light God was enraged when he heard the news. Unfortunately, even if he wanted to do something about it, he had no choice but to hold back. The Divine Light God and the Moon God was being under tight observation by the Nephilim King and Queen. If the Divine Light God himself decided to hunt him, the Nephilim King and Queen would surely move out and intervene. Hence, he had to think of an alternative to deal with Verger Glider. As such, he had placed a bounty of Jiang Fei's head. Such actions were unfortunate for Jiang Fei but were accepted by the Shadow faction. No one's around. I should start building the teleportation circle, said Jiang Fei. He then had Akatsuris to help him to start unpacking the materials. Jiang Fei was at the base of a small canyon. The trenches were deep and were well covered behind 3 large mountains and only one exit. Even though the place could be attacked by Overlord-tier bosses that could teleport to anywhere they wanted, they would need an army to destroy the teleportation circle and could not do so by teleporting. In the end, they would need to enter the canyon through that small entrance. All in all, the canyon was well hidden and the teleportation circle could not be easily detected. All the conditions to fit a guerrilla attack by the demon army. Just when Jiang Fei was starting to build the teleportation circle, the wind felt cold. Silence came and it became even eerier when even the ambient noise was muted. All he could hear was his own heartbeat. And that was when it happened. The sound of something laughing. It was not the usual sound of laughter that one would hear. It was the laughter of a woman. The first time it went unnoticed, but when Jiang Fei stopped for a moment, he could hear it again. This time, even creepier. As if the person who was laughing was just next to him. Hoo, Chapter 959, The Forgetful Divine Light God, Who Goes There? Jiang Fei roared. Goosebumps rose all over his body. It was the first time he felt scared. But a second after that, Jiang Fei grew impatient. Fear was drowned by annoyance. Before Jiang Fei started the construction of the teleportation circle, he made sure that there was no one around the canyon. Akatsuris was by his side at all times and not even she could detect anyone. If there was anyone, she would be the first to notice. Not even a sneaky, stealthy assassin could sneak past her detection, especially at that close proximity. However, as keen as her senses could be, both Jiang Fei and Akatsuris did not realize the presence. Not after when the laughter rang in their ears. Jiang Fei turned his head around so fast that if he had done it in the real world, he would have snapped his head and died. There was a tree behind him and behind it was a person. As she realized that she was spotted, she gave up trying to hide and strode away from the tree and into the open. Jiang Fei had spent a considerable amount of time scouting for places that suited his needs. Additionally, he had spent another good amount of time to construct the teleportation circle. All of this started since the beginning of the day, hence, it was already nightfall, 8 p.m. The moon was already high up in the sky. Jiang Fei was incredibly shocked seeing a person coming out from behind the tree. If it was in the real world, Jiang Fei would have already delivered a destructive blow to whoever or whatever that was doing that. A normal human would have already ran away, thinking it was a ghost. Art thou pales to the moonlight shine, what purpose thou possess that weary one's mind, words of a poem were sung, ever so soft and kind. When the clouds that hid the moon slowly drifted away and shined its light across the canyon, Jiang Fei and his unknown guest were illuminated. At that moment, all sense of fear was gone, replaced with admiration. The woman haunting Jiang Fei was a beautiful woman. A woman so beautiful that Akatsuris could not even be compared to. Nina, Sylphie, or Hua Mulan possessed an aura of beauty unique to them, all but regal and dignified. Somehow, this woman who was standing in front of the tree eclipsed the beauty of Nina, Sylphie, and Hua Mulan. If Akatsiri's, the succubus, was considered to be alluring, the woman of the tree was even more so. A beauty that triumphed even the likes of a succubus. When the woman trotted closer and closer, Jiang Fei gulped down a mouthful of saliva. When she was close enough, Jiang Fei was momentarily distracted by her name. Thanks to the ring, Jiang Fei was able to read her status. Sherez, Flame Dancer, Lower Celestial, Level 101, Health Points 100%, Mana Points 100%. Note, the eldest daughter of Ulysses the Demon King. Fiancée of the Divine Light God. F***ck me. A celestial boss. Jiang Fei gasped in horror. Jiang Fei was surprised, not of her level, but of her identity. First of all, this woman was the eldest daughter of Ulysses, the Demon King, which was also the sister of Dakasorin, the boss that Jiang Fei had blasted to the afterworld. The worst part was the sword that Jiang Fei was carrying behind his back. Abraham, the destroyer of kingdoms. That was a holy item of the demon race. Technically speaking, every demon would want to kill Jiang Fei just for having the sword. Another surprising note was her marital status. How was she betrothed to the Divine Light God? There was no such information posted on the official site. It seemed that the Divine Light God had run out of options, having to seek out his only ally left, the demons, to fight the Nephilim. Demons and Nephilims were different from each other, and the Celestial despised both of them. However, when the Nephilims were considered as the one true enemy, the Celestial did not consider the demon race as hostile, merely undesirable. They were a race that possessed a minimal amount of intelligence and had a tendency to kill, even if they were one of their own. Even so, the Draconian race was being snuffed out. The Nephilims and the Sea Folks had formed an alliance to fight the Light faction. With no options left, he had formed an alliance with the race that he had considered as barbaric and as intelligent as monkeys. The demon race considered themselves as part of the Chaos faction. They do not care for allies nor enemies. Killing and being killed was part of their daily routine. However, there were exceptions such as Ulysses. Although he harbored the same bloodlust as other demons, he possessed intelligence, the same as any other bosses. Hence, when he realized that the Nephilims and the Sea Folks were forming an alliance, there would be changes made to the lifestyle of all demons. That was when the Divine Light God came in with a proposal. He agreed immediately and even gave away his own daughter to the Divine Light God as a token of peace. Unfortunately, the Divine Light God's status was lowered when he agreed to marry Ulysses' daughter. Even so, he realized that there was no other route to take. Fortunately, Sherez was strong. So much so that the Celestial had gained a powerful Celestial tier ally in their ranks. Hence, even though the Divine Light God had become the son-in-law of Ulysses, it was worth the humiliation. Sherez's mission was to find and kill the person named Virgin Glider. However, since the Divine Light God and the Moon God were being eyed by the Nephilim King and Queen, no one would touch Virgin Glider lest they feel the wrath of the Nephilim King. Sherez had ultimately become the best person in the entire realm to kill Virgin Glider, since no one besides the Light faction knew about the Celestial being united with the demons. However, even with such meticulous planning, the Divine Light God had failed to realize that Jiang Fei was a lady killer. The demon that was so consumed in bloodlust was immediately tamed when she approached Jiang Fei, triggering the effect of Romeo. All hostility was gone and replaced with friendly. When Sherez got even closer to Jiang Fei, the effect Blessing of the Dragon God activated, adding 5,000 reputation points to Sherez. Her reputation points with Jiang Fei immediately rose to respect. Additionally, Jiang Fei had the title Romeo, and no matter which angle Sherez looked at Jiang Fei, he was nothing but handsome and attractive. She was clearly trying to seduce Jiang Fei when she had delivered a poem, singing at that. It was obvious what Jiang Fei was going to do. Not only did Jiang Fei rob Nina from the Divine Light God, but he was also going to do the same with Sherez. When Sherez winked a few times to get Jiang Fei's attention, his heart beat faster. He could not help it. The woman was at an entirely different league compared to the other girls that were surrounding him at all times. To be fair, Flame Dancer was a title, a special designation given to those that were able to seduce with just a flick of one's finger. Even though Jiang Fei was not like other men, he was still a healthy, growing, youthful man with thoughts any healthy, growing, youth man would have. Biologically speaking, Jiang Fei was never going to be immune to that sort of tactic. Calm down! Calm down! I am the master of my own mind. This is just AF * king game, goddammit. That girl should just be covered with mosaic. Jiang Fei scolded himself. Do you? I mean. Can I help you? Said Jiang Fei, stumbling on his words. What a cute little man. There's no need to hide your intention with pretense. That sword behind your back. I'm sure you did not pick that off the ground somewhere, said Sherez, practically moaning to Jiang Fei. Ugh, Jiang Fei was lost. He had the habit of storing the sword in his ring inventory so that no one would realize its whereabouts. However, ever since the day he had equipped it and killed the 3 Overlord tier bosses with it, he no longer kept it in his inventory. Now, he was caught red-handed by a demon, a celestial tier demon at that. The elder sister of the person he had murdered. If Jiang Fei were to face Sherez without the Romeo title in effect, Jiang Fei would have been killed 1,000,000 times over. There's no need for you to be scared. I don't have any intention to have my way with you. However, I must say, I don't mind having it your way. As long as you cooperate with me, you foo-foo, said Sherez whilst chuckling at the most erotic way possible. Chapter 960, Key Individual, What the heck? Jiang Fei was shocked still by Sherez's flirty stare. Although Jiang Fei was surrounded by many beautiful women, all of them were righteous individuals. In the game, there were Nina and Sylphie. One of them was the previous saint of the light, while the other was a disciple of the moon god. Both of them emanated a holy aura. In the real world, Jiang Fei was also surrounded by females of similar stature. Although the Yang sisters were somewhat sly, they were both from a proper section. Sitang was the only girl who came from a lowly background. Despite that, she was still very much untainted. Therefore, Jiang Fei had never experienced such an alluring gaze. Although Jiang Fei was mesmerized by the beautiful woman before him, he was still very much conscious. He suddenly remembered something 0541 had told him. 0541 had explained that there was one particular lady in the game who would play an important role during a major event. In fact, 0541 had been permanently locked away for revealing such information. Could the lady be her? Jiang Fei wondered to himself. Sherez did seem to tick the boxes. Although Jiang Fei did not know for sure what the major event was, he believed that if it was related to the game, it would probably be the war between the light and dark factions or the war of the heavens. Jiang Fei really could not think of anything more important in the game. If it were either of those two events, Sherez would definitely be a key individual. If 0541 had actually meant the war between the light and dark factions, the alliance between the divine light god and the demon race would definitely change the situation drastically. Although the demon race was not included as one of the 4 main races, they were still very powerful. As the demon race's members were mostly unintelligent, except for a few high-tier demons, they were treated by the 4 main races as beasts of nature and a low-tier race. However, the demon race undoubtedly had very strong capabilities. Therefore, if the celestial race cooperated with the demon race, they would be able to fight against the Nephilim race and the oceanic race collectively. However, if Jiang Fei was able to control Sherez and make the demon race betray the celestial race on the battlefield, the divine light god would be done for. If 0541 had referred to the war of the heavens, the demon race was still a force to be reckoned with. Although the War of the Heavens was initiated by the High Humans in retaliation against the ancient Celestials, other races such as the Dragon race and the Demon race could not possibly exclude themselves from the war. After all, it was a very distinct war whereby all factions would have to choose which side they were on. Those who remained neutral would be the first to be annihilated, as nobody would tolerate uncertainties in war. Therefore, Sherez would play an important role, no matter what. coupled with the message left behind by 0541 before it was locked, Jiang Fei was very certain that this lady was the key individual 0541 had mentioned. Jiang Fei knew that he could not defeat Sherez, who was a celestial being. However, Jiang Fei still had the title of Romeo. As long as he did not attack Sherez, she would not treat him as an enemy. This was good news for Jiang Fei. In fact, after identifying Sherez as the key individual, Jiang Fei was confident that he could get on good terms with her. Jiang Fei had also noticed that Sherez was almost as flirtatious as the Nada race females. Basically, as long as Jiang Fei gave slight hints, she would fall for him easily. "Pretty lady, is there anything I can do for you?" To increase his reputation points, Jiang Fei had gone all out. Even Jiang Fei was disgusted by his own demeanor. Sherez chuckled when she heard how Jiang Fei had addressed her. She immediately issued some simple quests to Jiang Fei, which were as simple as conversing with her. Jiang Fei was literally earning free reputation points. After a few short minutes, Sherez had reached the admire state toward Jiang Fei and was not far away from becoming infatuated with him. "Master," Akatsuris tugged at Jiang Fei's sleeves from behind. Whether Jiang Fei wanted to admit it or not, he was still the Nephilim King's son-in-law. He was taking it too far now by openly flirting with another lady in front of his wife. Akatsuris could not do anything about it as she had signed an unfair contract with Jiang Fei. If Isabella were in Akatsuris' place, she would have retaliated even if her opponent was a celestial being. "Stop it," Jiang Fei shrugged her off. He was occupied with increasing his reputation with a key individual. Besides, Jiang Fei had never treated Akatsuris as intimately as she would have liked. Therefore, he did not care what she thought of him. Ding! Akatsuris has reached the resent state of reputation toward you. While Jiang Fei was busy increasing his reputation points, he could suddenly hear a system notification. When he turned around to glance at Akatsuris, he noticed that the girl was looking at him with an indignant expression. Apart from that, everything else seemed normal. After all, the contract signed by Akatsuris was far too limiting. Therefore, she did not have any right to resist against Jiang Fei's will. Jiang Fei opened the pet window and discovered that there was not any remark under the resent state of reputation. It seemed that this was a state of reputation in between admire and infatuated. However, he had no idea what the state of reputation entailed. Never mind. I don't have time for this. Jiang Fei gave up after examining the state of reputation for some time. He noticed that Akatsuris would constantly look at him with an indignant expression like any normal upset wife. Apart from that, nothing else had changed. Therefore, Jiang Fei decided not to pay any more attention to the change in reputation. Jiang Fei then shifted his attention to Sherez once again. The quests she had given him were all very easy. Jiang Fei would be able to complete the quests by simply chatting with her. Apart from reputation points, Jiang Fei also earned a lot of experience points from completing those quests. This lady seemed to be very generous once she fell for him. Ding! Sherez has reached the infatuated state of reputation toward you. Jiang Fei was able to hear the system notification. Within an hour, Sheraz's state of reputation toward Jiang Fei had upgraded from approved to infatuated. Aside from the Nada females and Sylphie, this was perhaps the quickest progress Jiang Fei had ever made. "Handsome young man, would you like to do something in private?" Sherez was requesting for Jiang Fei's affection in public after she had reached the infatuated state toward him. She was definitely as straightforward as the Nada females. "Stop messing around. Can't you see that I'm busy?" After Sherez had reached the infatuated state of reputation, Jiang Fei immediately became cool. After all, Sherez would now listen to whatever he said and act accordingly. Jiang Fei no longer needed to please her. Chapter 961, Dock Landing Ship. Jiang Fei was very pleased with himself for sorting things out with the key individual. However, he still had work to do. After all, the huge teleportation point had not been completed yet. "Let me help you." Sherez volunteered to assist Jiang Fei. After she had reached the infatuated state toward Jiang Fei, there was nothing more important than fulfilling his desires. Sherez was much more efficient than Jiang Fei as she was a celestial being. Originally, the teleportation point would have taken Jiang Fei 3 days to complete. However, with Sherez's help, it would probably be done by tomorrow. Divine Light God, you old fool. Even the heavens want you dead. Jiang Fei snorted. If the Divine Light God had not sent Sherez to kill Jiang Fei, and had only sent a normal overlord or even large numbers of weaker soldiers, Jiang Fei's progress would have been delayed. However, the Divine Light God had made a terrible mistake by helping Jiang Fei out instead. He had even caused his own fiancée to cheat on him. After the gaming time came to an end, Jiang Fei was forced to log off. By then, more than half of the teleportation point had already been completed. With Sherez's help, Jiang Fei predicted that the structure would be done by noon the next day. After logging out of the game, Jiang Fei had breakfast with his family as usual. As Shang Guangqi's body had not fully recovered, Si Tang stayed at home to look after her instead of going out to train. By noon, Jiang Fei had received more good news. Han Tianyu had called him to tell him that the major rice-exporting country's military had fully evacuated from the Winter Islands. In fact, the civilians near Klauia volcano had also been moved by Han Tianyu to another island. In other words, Jiang Fei could now retrieve Braveheart's fragment from the depths of the volcano. Mother, I will be heading out for a while. I'll come home in the evening, Jiang Fei informed his mother. As Han Tianyu had prepared everything in advance, Jiang Fei would not need to spend much time at the Winter Islands. All he had to do was to retrieve Braveheart's fragment and be on his way home. All right. Don't come back too late. Jiang Fei's mother was not too worried when she heard that he would not be leaving for a long period. Jiang Fei brought Ariel to the roof of the Manda Square. Although the Winter Islands were not too far away from China, it would still take them around 10 hours by flight. However, with Ariel's teleporting ability, they did not need to travel for such a long time. Although Ariel had never been to the Winter Islands, she could still teleport herself and Jiang Fei to the eastern coast of Tokyo. From there, Jiang Fei could ride on the gigantic sword to get to the Winter Islands. Han Tianyu had followed Jiang Fei's instructions to evacuate the area around Klauia volcano. Thus, not a soul could be found within a 10-mile radius. However, Jiang Fei had left his gigantic sword a few thousand meters above the ground so that it would not be exposed. He then allowed Ariel to transport both of them to the ground. As soon as they landed near the entrance to the Klauia volcano, Jiang Fei asked 0541, "Can we confirm the signal from the fragment?" Scanning. 0542 was still in the process of scanning the surroundings. After approximately 10 minutes, 0542 provided Jiang Fei with an accurate report of the scan. Target fragment is located 150 meters below the volcano. I can confirm that it is the dock landing ship specifically designed for Braveheart, 0542 said. Damn! Jiang Fei was greatly surprised. Fortunately, the major rice-exporting country was not capable of extracting the fragment. Otherwise, they would have obtained the far more advanced dock landing ship as compared to the scrappy technology China had acquired. What's the status of the dock landing ship? Jiang Fei asked. It should be in good shape. At least, the ship's mainframe is still intact. I have already established a connection with the dock landing ship's mainframe. However, the body of the ship has been damaged and can no longer be activated from afar, 0542 answered. All right. I've got it. Jiang Fei nodded. Although it was a dock landing ship, it was torn out of Braveheart when it crashed on Earth. It was natural for the ship's body to be damaged. Ariel, bring me over. With Ariel around, Jiang Fei did not have to waste 0542's energy to protect him against the lava's heat energy. Okay. Ariel nodded as she formed a glowing membrane around Jiang Fei. The two of them slowly descended from the entrance of the volcano. As the two continued to sink into the lava, Jiang Fei could not see anything but red flames. However, Ariel's protective shield had completely sheltered the two of them from the heat. Fortunately, the level 5 experts are not interested in this technology-related stuff. Otherwise, I would not have had the chance to acquire this dock landing ship. Jiang Fei mumbled to himself. The major rice exporting countries' level 5 experts did not need to obey anyone's commands. If they had helped the Mutants Brotherhood out, the major rice exporting country would have developed sufficient tools for space travel. Luckily, the level 5 experts were too proud to help anyone but themselves. That was why Jiang Fei had the opportunity to claim the dock landing ship for himself. After they had descended 150 meters into the volcano, Jiang Fei very quickly discovered the dock landing ship's location with 0542's guidance. Holy crap! It's huge! Jiang Fei was surprised by the size of the dock landing ship. He had originally imagined it to be several meters. However, it turned out to be as long as 500 meters. This is a military dock landing ship. It's used to transport 50,000 robotic soldiers and battle weapons. Of course, it needs to be this big. 0542 explained. Damn! Let's talk inside. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Although 0542 had only been around for a short time and should not have developed emotional thinking, Jiang Fei still felt that it had spoken to him in a patronizing tone. After they had located the entrance to the ship, Jiang Fei asked Ariel to use her short-distance teleportation. The two very easily entered the dock landing ship. Although the interior of the ship was only separated from the lava on the outside by a very thin layer, Jiang Fei could not feel any heat on the inside. As soon as Jiang Fei and Ariel entered the dock landing ship, the lights came on. The entire dock landing ship was lit. Let's go to the cabin, Jiang Fei said to 0542. He needed 0542 to show him the way. Otherwise, the interiors of the huge ship were akin to a maze in which Jiang Fei would certainly get lost. Captain, this way. 0542 projected the map of the dock landing ship's interiors in Jiang Fei's mind. With the map, Jiang Fei could easily find his way to the dock landing ship's cabin. As Jiang Fei approached the control panel, he placed the mysterious ring on it. Do your job. Make it mine, Jiang Fei commanded 0542. Yes, Captain. 0542 immediately got to work. 0542 needed to form a link with the mainframe of the dock landing ship to establish Jiang Fei's authority over the ship. Once this was done, Jiang Fei would be able to find out what was in the dock landing ship and also store the entire ship in his spatial ring. Chapter 962, Supreme Surprise. After approximately half an hour, the dock landing ship's mainframe was reactivated under 0542's control. In an instant, all information recorded in the dock landing ship's mainframe had been transferred to 0542's system. Captain, the transfer of data from the dock landing ship is complete, 0542 reported to Jiang Fei after taking over the dock landing ship's control. What's the status update? Jiang Fei asked. The dock landing ship's dynamical system has been badly damaged. It can no longer take off. However, as you have acquired the military factory, it can be repaired at any given time, 0542 answered. All right. Jiang Fei nodded. He then asked, what are the functions of this dock landing ship? Is there anything valuable in this place? The dock landing ship's main purpose is to transport freight. Its battle capabilities are relatively weaker. However, it is still much stronger than most of Earth's technology. After all, it's still a space battleship, 0542 answered. Okay. Since it's meant to carry stuff, don't tell me it's empty, Jiang Fei said. Since the ship was used to transport freight, there should be quite a number of valuable items contained within. Captain, the dock landing ship does indeed contain quite a lot of items. However, I suggest you head over to cabin 35. 0542 said as it projected cabin 35's location in front of Jiang Fei. Oh! Jiang Fei was stunned. Although he did not know what 0542 was up to, he knew that the intelligent assistance system would do him no harm. Therefore, he started walking toward cabin 35 with Ariel next to him. Creak! As the door of the cabin was opened, Jiang Fei stepped inside cabin 35. This is a biocultivation pod. Jiang Fei was shocked by the interiors of the cabin. That's right. One of the crew members of Braveheart lies within this biocultivation pod. 0542 said. Jiang Fei suddenly felt tense. If one of the Planet Namex members was alive, Jiang Fei would lose his position as captain. Jiang Fei immediately had intentions to kill what was inside the pod. Captain, don't worry. According to the dock landing ship's mainframe records, this crew member had died long before Braveheart had crashed on Earth. 0542 explained. Phew, Jiang Fei sighed with relief. Although 0541 had promised that all crew members of Braveheart had died, Jiang Fei was still slightly disturbed when he discovered one of them in the dock landing ship. Fortunately, 0542 reassured him that this fellow had died 7,000 years ago. Otherwise, Jiang Fei would not know what to do. Creak! As the biocultivation pod's outer layer opened, the layer of glass within was revealed. Jiang Fei could finally see the crew members' appearance. To be honest, Planet Namex inhabitants were very ugly. Although they were shaped like humans, they did not live up to the human standards of beauty. Planet Namex inhabitants had frog-like heads and hair which looked like octopus tentacles. In fact, they had 4 arms and skin which was similar to that of a snake's. Jiang Fei could feel chills down his spine. Jiang Fei covered his mouth. Although 0541 had previously shown him images of how Planet Namex inhabitants looked like, Jiang Fei was still disgusted when he saw one of them in person. He could feel goosebumps all over his body. Jiang Fei was not the only person who reacted this way. Ariel was even more disgusted by the sight of the alien. Even if she was very powerful, Ariel was still only a lady. The fact that she had not run away immediately showed how much she cared for Jiang Fei. Can you ascertain the reason of his death? Jiang Fei asked. As 0541 did not know how the crew members of Braveheart had died, Jiang Fei wanted to find out now that he had seen one of their bodies in person. He was choked to death after the life-sustaining system had been forcefully terminated. 0542 answered very quickly. Was he assassinated? Jiang Fei was stunned. Yes. There is a recorded diary from him in the dock landing ship's mainframe system. According to the diary, there was internal strife between crew members of Braveheart when it had traveled close to the Earth. The majority had tried to poison the captain to kill him. However, the poison was not triggered immediately. The captain had forcefully shut off the entire life-sustaining system within Braveheart with his dying breath. He even ordered the intelligent assistance system to delete the related messages to eliminate the final part of Planet Namex's dark history, 0542 answered. An internal strife? Ah! Even when they were close to extinction, these fellows were still fighting each other for the sake of power. Jiang Fei sighed. The glorious civilization of Planet Namek had become extinct due to a failed experiment by a few scientists. The few remaining survivors had even killed each other due to internal strife. It was, indeed, a very sad story to hear. Is this corpse of any use? If not, destroy it, Jiang Fei said to 0542. After all, Jiang Fei was only an interim captain. He would naturally be repelled by the rightful crew members from Planet Namek, regardless of whether they were dead or alive. All right. As you wish. 0542 immediately followed Jiang Fei's instructions. After all, 0542 was a very new intelligent assistance system that did not have any sentiments for Planet Namek. Therefore, it respected Jiang Fei, who was the current captain, far more than a dead Planet Namek's inhabitant. What else is on this dock landing ship apart from this fellow? Jiang Fei asked. Congratulations, Captain. There are plenty of resources on this dock landing ship, 0542 reported chirpily. As the former captain had forcefully terminated all life-sustaining systems in Braveheart before he died from being poisoned, none of the crew members were able to survive. Moreover, as these remaining crew members had plans to escape, they had filled the dock landing ship with a large amount of resources to ensure their sustenance after landing on a new planet. Unfortunately, this particular crew member was choked to death before the ship even landed. From 0542's calculations, there were 10,000 android soldiers and their respective weapons and equipment. There were also 30 million energy crystals on the ship. Planet Namek had set rules that artificial intelligence was not allowed in battles. It was also not allowed to possess weapons. Therefore, all of the android soldiers had to be remotely controlled without any intelligent programming. They were adequately armed to deal with normal military but not metahumans. However, Jiang Fei did not mind at all. After all, he was not a fan of wars. He did not have plans to use these android soldiers for himself. He would perhaps hand them over to Han Tianyu to be used as a protective force for the Winter Islands. In comparison to the less useful android soldiers, Jiang Fei was much more pleasantly surprised by the large amount of energy crystals they had found. Previously, Han Tianyu's 1,000 energy crystals had already helped him out a great deal. Now, he had found 30 million energy crystals. Jiang Fei would definitely be able to revive Isabella with this much energy. Chapter 963, Revive, Bella. Although Jiang Fei was unable to locate the engine room, the large amount of energy he had discovered still made him extremely happy. With the 30 million energy crystals, Jiang Fei might not be able to mass-produce biohumans, but he could at least revive Isabella. A long time had passed since Isabella had sacrificed her life for Jiang Fei. However, Jiang Fei had not been able to revive her due to the lack of energy. Now that he had found 30 million energy crystals, he could finally revive her. 0542, can you initiate Isabella's revival procedure? Jiang Fei asked. Principally, it can be done. However, if we revive her with the standards you have set previously, we would be left with very little energy. 0542 clearly was not keen on reviving Isabella immediately. After all, Jiang Fei could do a lot of things with the 30 million energy crystals. However, not much would be left if Isabella was revived in accordance with the high standards set by Jiang Fei. Activate the revival procedure immediately. Jiang Fei commanded. He had only asked 0542 to confirm if the conditions for revival were met. Jiang Fei felt very guilty keeping Bella in the small dark house for such a long time. Now that she could be revived, why would he even hesitate? All right. As you wish, Captain. After all, 0542 was only an assistant system. It would still have to obey Jiang Fei's every command. How long will it take to revive Bella? Jiang Fei asked. Based on your standards of revival, her body would require 172 hours to complete. The energy transfer would take 81 hours. As the time needed for the final soul guiding procedure cannot be confirmed, I can only provide the current estimation of 253 hours for Isabella's revival, 0542 replied after making the calculations. The soul guiding procedure could take between 2 hours to over 10 hours, depending on the strength of one's soul. However, unlike the two preceding procedures, which could be carried out within the spatial ring, the final soul guiding procedure needed to be done in the external space. 253 hours adds up to approximately 11 days. That's reasonable. Jiang Fei mumbled to himself. Although Isabella's revival time was much longer than Hongyu and the other female biohumans, it was acceptable due to the higher standards of reviving a level 5 expert. Jiang Fei was fine with waiting for another 11 days since he had already waited so long. Besides, 0542 had already begun the revival process. In a few days, Isabella would be able to stand before Jiang Fei in person. After storing the dock landing ship away, Jiang Fei was brought out of the volcano by Ariel. As most of the energy found had been used to revive Isabella, the repairing of the dock landing ship would have to be delayed. Despite the temptations of space travel, Jiang Fei was more concerned with reviving Isabella. Therefore, he did not mind delaying such matters. After leaving the volcano, Jiang Fei had a quick chat with Han Tianyu. For the past few days, Han Tianyu had been thoroughly enjoying himself as the sole leader of the Winter Islands. As Jiang Fei was not keen on interfering with the affairs of the Winter Islands, Han Tianyu had taken full ownership of managing the territories. Thus, Han Tianyu had a much more enjoyable time than when he had worked as a military arms dealer in the past. After some small talk, Han Tianyu started asking Jiang Fei about the development plans for the Winter Islands. Jiang Fei was both clueless and uninterested in the matter. Therefore, Jiang Fei told Han Tianyu that he could do whatever he liked with the Winter Islands. Jiang Fei then handed the 10,000 android soldiers to Han Tianyu and promptly returned to Manda Square with Ariel. When Jiang Fei arrived at home, the sky had not turned dark completely. He had made it back in time for dinner. As Isabella's revival procedure had been initiated, Jiang Fei was in a very good mood. He even ate 2 extra bowls of rice. However, after a short moment of happiness, Jiang Fei calmed down and started thinking rationally. Indeed, he was very happy that Isabella could be revived. However, how would he explain to Isabella the presence of the other ladies? Isabella was not as easygoing as Ariel. If she were to become mad, Jiang Fei would not know what to do. Jiang Fei logged into the game while such the conflicting thoughts still occupied his mind. In the game, Jiang Fei felt much more relaxed. After successfully taking control of Sherez, Jiang Fei was able to speed up the process of setting up the teleportation point. With Sherez's help, Jiang Fei had fully completed the teleportation point by noon according to the game's time. You may go back. For now, don't let anyone find out about our relationship. I would like to announce it to everyone during a special moment. Jiang Fei said to Sherez before activating the teleportation point. Handsome young man, you are quite the romantic, aren't you? Alright, it'll do as you wish. Sherez looked at Jiang Fei seductively as she teleported away. Jiang Fei did not want to expose Sherez mainly because he wanted to backstab the Divine Light God during a key moment. Although Isabella would soon be revived, Jiang Fei still held a grudge against the Divine Light God for causing her death. After Sherez had left, Jiang Fei nodded at Akatsiris. Let's begin, yes, Master. Although Akatsiris still seemed unhappy, she did not dare to delay the work that needed to be done. As Jiang Fei and Akatsiris cast their spells together, the giant teleportation point was gradually activated. Buzz! A bright light flashed as the first batch of Nephilim soldiers appeared in front of Jiang Fei. Greetings, Master Verger Glider. I am the 3rd Army Guard's Vice Major General, Yasuki. The leader of the group of elite Nephilim race members was a high-tier Nephilim. From the redness in his eyes, Jiang Fei could tell that he was a member of the Nephilim royalty. Alright, set up your defenses around his valley. Make sure the teleportation point is secure. Jiang Fei did not have time to make small talk with Yasuki. After all, the teleportation point's activation had already alerted the celestial race. The enemy's armies would arrive very soon. Yes, Master Verger Glider. Yasuki immediately followed Jiang Fei's instructions to organize elite troops into a defensive formation at the entrance to the valley. Come on! Brave Nephilim soldiers, the end of the celestial race has arrived. Jiang Fei uttered under his breath. The huge teleportation point was very efficient. It could be used to teleport troops once every 5 minutes and was capable of teleporting tens of thousands of elite soldiers each time. What? The darn Verger Glider had set up a teleportation point within our territory? At the same time, the Divine Light God was extremely infuriated. Although the Divine Light God was aware that Jiang Fei had made it into the celestial race's territory, he had not been able to personally kill Jiang Fei due to the Nephilim King's presence. However, he had sent his fiancée to do it instead. Little did he know that not only was Jiang Fei able to survive the attempted assassination, Jiang Fei was also able to set up a teleportation point in such a short amount of time. Women truly can't be relied on. The Divine Light God snorted. He immediately commanded the celestial race's army's departure. They must destroy the teleportation point before all of the Nephilim race's elite troops arrived. Chapter 964, Apostle of God. Although the celestial race's army rushed over to the valley at top speed, Jiang Fei's huge teleportation point had also completed several teleportations. Hundreds of thousands of the elite Nephilim soldiers had arrived and were fully prepared for battle. The celestial race and the Nephilim race were sworn enemies of each other. There was nothing to be discussed between them. Therefore, as soon as their armies met, the battle began. All of a sudden, the narrow valley was like a giant meat grinder. Troops on both sides of the battlefield were killed as their corpses quickly piled up along the valley. Jiang Fei silently observed the battle, which was taking place before him. Although Jiang Fei had very strong capabilities, he did not have AoE spells like Seal Curse spells. He might be adept at fighting against bosses on his own, but his talents were greatly limited against groups of soldiers in tens of thousands. I can't believe that the fight between the celestial race and the Nephilim race is finally coming to an end. It's been a few thousand years. Elder Prince Otis sighed next to Jiang Fei. He had arrived at the battlefield along with the fourth batch of soldiers, which were teleported here. As Jiang Fei's teleportation point was complete, the battle on the outside was no longer important. When will the oceanic race take action? Jiang Fei asked. Although the Nephilim race had broken into the celestial race's territory, they did not have the upper hand in the war if they had to rely only on their own soldiers. I'm not sure. I think it will happen soon. Otis shook his head. His father was the one who had communicated with Poseidon. Therefore, he could not give Jiang Fei an answer. All right. Jiang Fei nodded. Right then, he suddenly received a call from 7 Stars Warrior. What's the matter? Jiang Fei asked. Have you left to complete a war-related quest? 7 Stars Warrior asked. Yes, Jiang Fei said honestly. Just as I thought. The Light Faction's players might be heading over to where you are now. Be careful. 7 Stars Warrior warned. Originally, 7 Stars Warrior had been engaged with killing the Light Faction's players. However, he realized that a large number of the Light Faction's players had suddenly disappeared. As a result, the Dark Faction players were able to directly attack the city. Even the attack on the city had gone surprisingly well. Within a few hours, the Light Faction's strongholds were fully destroyed one after another. The Dark Faction was able to take over the entire city with the help of the players. Other people might not understand why the Light Faction players had suddenly disappeared. However, players in Imperial Dragon had a good guess. Jiang Fei had been out of sight for 2 days despite being online. He must have gone to carry out a hidden quest. Now that the Light Faction players had suddenly disappeared, players in Imperial Dragon naturally thought it would be related to Jiang Fei. Understood. Jiang Fei nodded as he hung up. The Light Faction adventurers will arrive very soon. If the oceanic race still does not take action, we will be in trouble. Jiang Fei turned around and said to Otis. Although the players' levels were slightly lower than the soldiers, they were not too far apart. Level 70 players could easily take on level 80 normal soldiers in a solo fight. Moreover, the players far outnumbered the army in numbers. Although the Dark Faction had more players than the Light Faction, Jiang Fei's teleportation point in the valley was linked to the Abyss. Normal players in the Dark Faction were unable to enter the Abyss. All right. I will return to the Abyss to inform my father of this. Elder Prince Otis understood the severity of the situation. He immediately teleported back to the Abyss. This is the Celestial Race's central region. Normal Light Faction players should not be able to enter this region. Is it possible that they have a special tool or method to overcome this limitation? Jiang Fei mumbled to himself after Otis had left. The Celestial Race's heaven was like the Nephilim Race's abyss. Normal players could not enter as they wished. Even normal Light Faction players would be attacked if they entered by force. The only way they could enter safely was to reach the respect level of reputation with the Celestial Race. The reputation system was one of the basic rules of the game. Even the divine light god could not break the rule. Even if the celestial race was in a state of emergency, the rule could not be broken. Just as Jiang Fei was scratching his head over the matter, the light faction players had already arrived near the battlefield. Although the celestial race could not allow the normal players to enter heaven, they could activate nearby teleportation points for players to get there more conveniently. Damn! How do we do this? Their names are in red even though we are in the same faction. One of the players who had walked out of the teleportation point was dumbfounded. These players had came as the backup after receiving a quest. However, they did not know that the celestial race would treat them with hostility. This meant that the players would be attacked as soon as they got close to the battlefield. More and more players gathered around the teleportation point. However, none of them dared to make a rash move. After all, red-named celestial race members were all over the place. The players could not attack these members as their reputation in the light faction would be affected. However, the celestial race members would show no mercy in attacking the players. Blasphemous people! Get out of our heaven! A group of celestial race's soldiers called out not too far away from the teleportation point. If these players continued to approach, the soldiers would start attacking them immediately. Everyone, calm down. Listen to my command. Once the quest is completed, I promise that everyone would at least get a piece of epic equipment as a reward. A voice could suddenly be heard somewhere above the players' heads. Silence! Silence! Our boss, Cosmic Dragon, has arrived. The light faction players quickly grew quiet. Although Cosmic Dragon had suffered great losses in his reputation after being defeated by Jiang Fei, he was still the #1 player in the light faction. Now, Cosmic Dragon seemed to be much cooler than the time Jiang Fei had beaten him up. He wore a full suit of golden armor and even had 12 wings of light behind his back. The wings of light were clearly not decorations as they allowed him to remain in the air. Cosmic Dragon, how do we proceed? Even our ally armies are treating us with hostility. Many of the players complained. Their efforts would be wasted if they could not even get close to their allies. Don't panic! Cosmic Dragon skinned the groups of players as he took out a staff. It was a crystal-like staff with a golden statue of an angel at the tip. If Nina or Sylphie were there, they would have recognized it as the strongest holy item in the celestial race, the Apostle of God. Legend had it that this staff was made by the divine light god using his predecessor's spine. It contained powers unimaginable to mere mortals. Cosmic Dragon must have completed an unusual quest to be rewarded with the Apostle of God by the divine light god. Chapter 965, Solo Fight. As Cosmic Dragon waved the staff in his hands, a beam of holy light appeared. A beneficial status appeared above the heads of players beneath him. Celestial Summoning, you are now a mercenary of God's army. All of your contributions in fighting against the Nephilim race will be rewarded. This effect lasts for 24 hours. As the beneficial status appeared above the light faction's players' heads, the celestial race's members no longer had red names above their heads. Instead, their names had turned green, and these members would no longer attack the players. Cosmic Dragon's skill was similar to Jiang Fei's right to issue quests. However, it seemed much more powerful but also more limiting. Although it allowed light factions players to enter heaven without being attacked, it did not provide special rewards the way Jiang Fei could to his own guild's members. In spite of that, with Cosmic Dragon's skill, the celestial race had an increased number of armed forces. The addition of light faction players had put the Nephilim race's army in the valley under much greater pressure. Follow me! Cosmic Dragon shouted as millions of light faction players charged into the battlefield. Kill them! The light faction players were extremely excited. Bang! The excited light faction players immediately cast 3 small-scale seal curse spells. Although the narrow valley restricted the effects of their seal curse spells, they were still able to kill tens of thousands of elite Nephilim troops. As the players' levels had increased and were not that much lower than the NPCs, the players' seal curse spells were able to deal quite a significant amount of damage. This can't go on. Jiang Fei frowned. He did not know when Elder Prince Otis would return with backup from the abyss. However, if he allowed the players to charge into the valley, the hundreds of thousands of Nephilim soldiers would not be able to hold them off for long. General Yasuki, do you have any plans to hold the enemy off? Jiang Fei turned toward the Nephilim commander next to him. Master, I have arranged for some of the troop leaders to cast seal curse spells. I believe this wave of enemies will be pushed back very soon, Yasuki replied. Ah! Jiang Fei sighed. Although the seal curse spells of several Nephilim overlords could delay their enemies' progress for a while, the seal curse spells had very long cooldown periods. Their opponents were players and not just NPCs. NPCs would disappear after they died. If the celestial race wanted to continue attacking, they would have to transport soldiers from afar. As such, the Nephilim race would have an opportunity to fight back. However, the players were different. After their death, they would revive in a nearby celestial city. They could return to the battlefield in a short amount of time. Therefore, the Nephilim overlord's seal curse spells were only short-term solutions. Indeed, after the Nephilim race had used their seal curse spells, the light faction players were pushed back somewhat. However, in less than 10 minutes, the light faction players had regained their momentum in charging forward. Holy crap! We won't be able to hold them off for much longer. Jiang Fei frowned. Otis had not yet returned with backup soldiers yet. From the looks of things, the number of Nephilim soldiers being killed by light faction players was greater than the number of those teleported into the valley. Fortunately, the valley had a very narrow entrance. Otherwise, the Nephilim soldiers would have been wiped out a long time ago. It seems like I must take part now, Jiang Fei decided. Although he could not single-handedly kill millions of players, Jiang Fei could still delay their progress for a while. Hey! Cosmic Dragon, get your ass over here. Jiang Fei rode the EVOL Sky-gliding dragon into the sky as he sent a message through the regional channel. Whoa! As Jiang Fei's voice filled the battlefield, the light faction players subconsciously backed away from the battlefield. The Nephilim soldiers took this opportunity to organize their formations. The players backed off mainly because they respected the strongest experts. Jiang Fei clearly had intentions to challenge Cosmic Dragon in a solo fight. Naturally, with two strong opponents fighting against each other, the less significant soldiers would have to back off. Cosmic Dragon frowned. He was secretly unwilling to accept Jiang Fei's challenge. After all, he was aware of how strong Verger Glider's capabilities were. Although Cosmic Dragon had improved a lot since their last fight, he was still not confident that he could defeat Verger Glider. However, Cosmic Dragon did not really have a choice. He was a professional player who depended on the game for his livelihood. If he did not even dare to accept Verger Glider's challenge, his reputation would be more severely impacted than if he lost a battle. A professional player's reputation was directly correlated to his source of income. Therefore, despite Cosmic Dragon's unwillingness, he had to accept Jiang Fei's challenge. Moreover, Cosmic Dragon would have to do his best to showcase his capabilities and skills. That was the only way he could earn money from his fans. Verger Glider, do you think you alone can stop our millions of soldiers? Cosmic Dragon jeered. Although he sounded confident, it was only because he was counting on defeating Jiang Fei with their larger number of players. Hee, your equipment looks much cooler than the last time we met. Jiang Fei responded with equal jest. He was secretly emphasizing the last time Cosmic Dragon had been beaten up by him. Verger Glider, don't be too cocky. I will make sure you die here today. Cosmic Dragon was indeed infuriated by Jiang Fei. His previous defeat against Jiang Fei was the greatest embarrassment in the history of his professional gaming career. That will depend on your capabilities, Jiang Fei smiled. Holy crap! When will these two start fighting? Some of the light faction players were getting impatient. Cosmic Dragon was not in a rush to initiate the battle because he was not confident that he could defeat Jiang Fei. He was thinking of ways to fight Jiang Fei in a group so that his reputation would not be affected. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei was trying to buy time for the Nephilim race. Therefore, he was also not in a hurry to start the fight. After all, he might be able to kill Cosmic Dragon with ease, but he could not kill the millions of players on the ground. Chapter 966, Not Letting You Live. Jiang Fei was not bothered by the snippy comments from the players on the ground. After all, he was not a professional player and did not need their approval to earn money. However, Cosmic Dragon could not take it any longer. If he continued to waste time bantering with Jiang Fei, his fans would become annoyed and would stop spending money on him. Holy Light! Retribution! Cosmic Dragon suddenly lashed out. It was undoubtedly a sneak attack. Damn! Jiang Fei was taken by surprise. A golden sword of light descended from the skies. Jiang Fei did not have time to react. Resist! Although Cosmic Dragon's magic attack appeared grand, its effect was very disappointing. Cosmic Dragon's meager 100,000 magic attack was powerless against Jiang Fei's 310,000 magic defense. Despite Cosmic Dragon having a much higher level than most players, and was one level away from level 80, he was still at a great disadvantage against Jiang Fei, who had reached level 90 and also attained the Overlord status. The 10-level difference, coupled with Jiang Fei's Overlord status, meant that Cosmic Dragon could not even make use of 30% of his powers. On top of that, Jiang Fei had 310,000 magic defense. That meant Cosmic Dragon's skill was practically useless. How could this be? Cosmic Dragon was dumbfounded after seeing how his first spell had failed. Although he had expected Jiang Fei to be much stronger, he was not prepared for such a thorough defeat. Jiang Fei could sense the awkwardness. His objective was to buy time for the Nephilim race. However, it had become difficult for him to continue the battle. Even if he did not kill Cosmic Dragon instantly, Cosmic Dragon would probably give up on the fight on his own. However, if the solo fight ended, the players would start charging into the valley. Jiang Fei would not be able to stop them. Although Jiang Fei was powerful and would probably not be killed by the millions of players, he was also incapable of killing so many players on his own. If the valley was lost to the Light faction, his previous efforts would go to waste. All his hard work for the past 2 days would be futile. That's not possible. He must have activated some sort of skill. Cosmic Dragon consoling himself. He started using another skill. Hand of Sanction. As Cosmic Dragon used his magic spell, a huge hand appeared from the sky and was directed at Jiang Fei. Resist! Even if Jiang Fei did not do anything to stop the attack, he was still unaffected by the spell. The issue was mainly caused by his passive Overlord's might effect, which could not be turned off. Jiang Fei was also unable to reduce his magic defense as the Cauldron of Intelligence remained active as long as he possessed it. I don't believe your invincible state will last forever. Cosmic Dragon was truly annoyed now. Even if Jiang Fei did not do anything to block his attacks, Cosmic Dragon was still embarrassed by his own ineptitude. Holy Light! Noon's Judgment. As Cosmic Dragon chanted the spell, the sky suddenly turned dark for a moment. However, a bright light appeared soon after. Shuffle! The Divine Light God's shadow figure appeared behind Cosmic Dragon. While the players did not react to it, the Celestial Race's soldiers all bowed and looked at the figure respectfully. You are guilty! As the Divine Light God's shadow figure announced, golden swords of light formed in the sky. The swords were pointed at Jiang Fei and the Nephilim soldiers behind him. Hide yourselves! Jiang Fei was relatively calm in the face of this ultimate skill. However, Yasuki began to worry. He could tell from the magical vibrations that this was a Supreme Seal Curse spell. The elite Nephilim soldiers hurriedly hid in the inner sections of the valley. Jiang Fei was the only person who remained at the entrance to the valley. Zoom! The first golden sword started moving toward Jiang Fei like a falling meteor. Zoom! 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 After the first golden sword had started moving, the other swords of light began to rain down on Jiang Fei. Resist! 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 Although Jiang Fei was blinded by the shower of golden swords of light, the effects of these attacks were vastly disappointing. Despite the large number of swords of light, most of them failed to damage Jiang Fei. Some would occasionally deal 1 point of damage. For Jiang Fei with millions of health points, such damages were basically meaningless. What the heck? I thought it might be an impressive battle. Cosmic Dragon is so weak, yeah. He sounded so confident. It's all an act. He can't even break through Glider's defense. Is there no other player in the light faction? Why are we letting this piece of crap humiliate us? The players were realistic. They would always side with the stronger party. Cosmic Dragon was unable to hurt Jiang Fei at all. The players on the ground naturally stopped supporting him. Their attitude had shifted completely from being respectful toward Cosmic Dragon to now insulting him for being so weak. This can't go on. I want to be able to make a living. Even if I can't defeat him, I must show off my capabilities. Although Noon's judgment had not yet ended, Cosmic Dragon was thinking of what he could do next. He had observed the players' reaction on the ground. If his fans gave up on him and supported Glider instead, Cosmic Dragon would lose his source of income. Damn! Will this ever end? Very soon, Jiang Fei started feeling agitated. Cosmic Dragon's Seal Curse spell lasted much longer than he had expected. It had been longer than a minute. If Jiang Fei was not a literal human boss, he would have died long ago. Although Jiang Fei was not physically hurt by the bright lights from the attacks, he could barely open his eyes. Finally, Jiang Fei decided to turn around with his back to Cosmic Dragon. After all, Cosmic Dragon could not even pierce through his defense. Just as Jiang Fei turned around, the teleportation point in the valley lit up. Elder Prince Otis had returned with a new batch of soldiers. All right. Since Otis is back, I will not let you live any longer. Jiang Fei smiled coolly. He had kept Cosmic Dragon alive mainly because Otis had not returned until then. Jiang Fei was only trying to buy time for the Nephilim race. Now that Otis had returned, there was no point in keeping Cosmic Dragon alive. Ah! Old friend. It seems that I still need to use you in such a crucial moment. Jiang Fei stored Abraham, Destroyer of Kingdoms, away. Although the sword was powerful, it was still a melee weapon. Jiang Fei did not want to transform just to fight Cosmic Dragon. Although Jiang Fei also had a flying mount, EDOL. Sky-gliding Dragon did not have as strong defenses as Jiang Fei did. Therefore, Jiang Fei had unmounted himself when Cosmic Dragon started casting his Seal Curse spell. Jiang Fei had absorbed the full impact of the Seal Curse spell from the ground. After changing his weapon to the heaven-piercing Twilight Bow, Jiang Fei fired 2 rows of arrows in Cosmic Dragon's approximate direction. The 2 rows of arrows appeared to reach Cosmic Dragon at the same time. Oh, crap! Cosmic Dragon could not activate his invincibility state as Noon's judgment was still being cast. It was too late for him to end the spell. Chapter 967, The Nephilim King's Arrival. Due to the heaven-piercing Twilight Bow's automatic adjustment effect, Jiang Fei only needed to fire his arrows in an approximate direction. The arrows would hit his intended target with certainty. Therefore, all 8 arrows fired by Jiang Fei had landed on Cosmic Dragon without fail. Although Jiang Fei's attack power had been reduced to 10% of the original amount after putting Abraham, Destroyer of Kingdoms, away, Cosmic Dragon was still a magician who could not withstand 8 arrows from Jiang Fei. Shuffle! A white light flashed as Cosmic Dragon was killed. He did not even have time to cry out in pain. Clang! Clang! Cosmic Dragon's equipment fell to the ground. Apart from the Apostle of God, which was bound to him due to profession restrictions, the rest of Cosmic Dragon's equipment all dropped to the ground. Grab it all! Before Jiang Fei could even move, a bunch of Light faction players had rushed over. In the blink of an eye, Cosmic Dragon's equipment had all been snatched. The scene unfolded so quickly that Jiang Fei could not even see who had taken the items. Damn! How dare you steal my stuff? Screw you, what do you mean by your stuff? It belongs to whoever snatches it first. Players would always be tempted by riches. As Cosmic Dragon's equipment were all very valuable, the players got into a huge fight. Regardless of who snatched one of the equipment, they would not last for more than a second before they were killed. Although they might not drop the desired equipment, nobody would give up on the chance of getting their share of the riches. In the end, nobody knew where the equipment had gone. Everyone would rather accidentally kill others than miss out on the opportunity. An internal conflict had thus arisen. Damn! If I knew this worked, I would have killed him earlier. Jiang Fei was dumbfounded. He had always possessed good equipment and also a lot of wealth. On top of that, Jiang Fei also had the attribute boosts from the cauldrons of the ancient kingdom. Therefore, he was not interested in the small amounts of additional attributes from these equipment. However, other players thought differently. If they could obtain such equipment, their death would be worth it. After all, the entire set of equipment worn by each of these players could not even match a single one of Cosmic Dragon's equipment in value. Ah, Jiang Fei shook his head. By right, Cosmic Dragon's equipment belonged to him since he was the one who killed Cosmic Dragon. However, the Light faction players had already gotten into a messy fight over those equipment. Nobody knew who had successfully snatched the equipment. Perhaps those who did had already returned to the city after their death. Therefore, Jiang Fei could not be bothered about gathering the equipment. What's the situation? Is there a solution? Jiang Fei asked Otis after returning to the valley. Although the Light faction players were in a big mess now, they would still attack the valley after they were done with the internal fighting. I have no idea, Otis shrugged. Damn! Jiang Fei was fuming. Although I don't have any solution, my father can solve this. He said that he will take full responsibility for the war and that we don't need to worry about anything. Otis laughed. That's why you look so calm. You were waiting for me to panic. Jiang Fei tooted. He could not believe that Otis had actually fooled him. Since the Nephilim King Augustus had said that he would personally resolve the danger in the valley, Jiang Fei naturally stopped worrying. Now that he had nothing to do, Jiang Fei sat quietly on top of the mountain as he observed the Light faction players' internal fighting. The Light faction players had fought for more than an hour over Cosmic Dragon's equipment. In the final 30 minutes, when Cosmic Dragon's equipment had stopped dropping, the players were finally certain that the equipment had all been brought back to the city by players who had died. There was no point in continuing the fight. After that, the Light faction players reformed their groups. However, Cosmic Dragon did not appear this time. Perhaps he had realized that nothing good would come out of opposing Verger Glider. He should probably avoid Verger Glider to avoid more losses. Although Cosmic Dragon was not there, the Light faction still had another leader. Right then, Shadow Cloudfall stepped forward. This young lady was on par with Cosmic Dragon amongst professional players in the Light faction. Although Cosmic Dragon was much stronger than her, she was pretty and had almost as many fans as Cosmic Dragon in the game. Now that Cosmic Dragon had become terrified of Verger Glider, Shadow Cloudfall naturally took over as the Light faction's leading player. In fact, Shadow Cloudfall had a distinct advantage compared to Cosmic Dragon, which was her identity as a female player. Surely, Verger Glider would not stoop so low as to challenge a lady to a solo fight. In all honesty, Jiang Fei would not request for another solo fight regardless of who his opponent was. That was because Nephilim King Augustus had already taken over the role of defending the valley. Jiang Fei had joyfully become an observer. Charge! The Light faction's players began charging toward the valley. This time, even the Nephilim soldiers did not make a move. Just as the Light faction's players were about to reach the valley's entrance, a black meteorite suddenly landed near the entrance. If the Light faction's players had run any faster, they would have been squashed by the meteor. Bang! 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 The first meteor was swiftly followed by a shower of meteors which created huge pits near the valley's entrance. What's going on? Holy crap! What the heck are these? the players were taken by surprise with the sudden arrival of the meteor shower. After all, these huge meteors appeared very threatening. None of the players were willing to sacrifice their own lives. After approximately 5 minutes, the meteor shower finally stopped. The region around the valley's entrance had been indented with huge pits all over the place. Crack! Crack! As the sound of cracking could be heard, arms made of lava rocks gradually extended from each of these huge pits. Roar! One of the giant lava beasts dug its way out of a huge pit. This was only the beginning. More of the giant lava beasts gradually climbed out of their respective pits. The meteor shower, which had lasted for 5 minutes, must have meant that there were a lot more of these giant lava beasts. These giant lava beasts were not normal monsters. They were all level 85 high lords. Each of them would require a group of 100 players to defeat. In fact, that could only be achieved without external disturbances. Now that there were several thousands of these giant lava beasts gathered together, the light faction players could not possibly defeat them. Fortunately, the giant lava beasts did not immediately start attacking the light faction players. Instead, they stood quietly near the valley's entrance. After that, a black teleportation door was opened as a 5-meter-tall Nephilim boss appeared. The Nephilim King Augustus had arrived. Chapter 968, Gathering of the Celestials, Freedom is the greatest pursuit in the world. All rules will be broken. Augustus' appearance shook everyone present. A silver light had engulfed the entire battlefield. The entire scene looked several times grander than when Cosmic Dragon had used his Seal Curse spell. Augustus waved his hand as the light spread throughout the valley. A protective shield appeared to surround the valley's circumference. The shield ensured that the valley could no longer be attacked by any being below the celestial rank. To the players, this region had become the Nephilim race's occupation point in the celestial race's territory. It was the equivalent of an enemy city. The light faction players were dumbfounded. If the Nephilim race's territory could not be attacked, the players would have wasted their time. If they had known, they would have continued to fight against the dark faction players on the battlefield in the outskirts to gain experience points. However, right then, a silvery beam of moonlight flashed before them. A beautiful figure had appeared at a location not too far from across Augustus. Augustus, you have crossed the line. The moon god frowned as she spoke. Although the light and dark factions were engaged in battle, celestial beings were not supposed to be involved in these pre-wars. Ha ha ha, I have told you before. All rules were meant to be broken. Diana, step aside. Get Thor to speak to me if he has anything to say at all. Augustus chuckled. Augustus, remove your spell immediately. If you do not, I won't hold back. Moon god Diana's frown deepened. The divine light god had disappeared. Otherwise, Diana would not have shown up. The moon god had been under house arrest due to her scandal with the dragon god. In spite of that, she was still one of the most powerful leaders in the light faction. During such times of trial, the divine light god was nowhere to be found. Therefore, the moon god had no choice but to face Augustus on her own. He. Diana, my little sister. Thor had mistreated you so badly. Why are you still cleaning up after his mess? Another figure appeared next to Augustus. It was the Nephilim Queen Aurora. What's going on today? Is this a gathering of the Celestials? Jiang Fei mumbled to himself. It seems that my father has decided to engage in the final battle. Elder Prince Otis said as he suddenly appeared next to Jiang Fei. That's good. The earlier we end this, the better. Jiang Fei smiled. It was a battle between Celestials. Both Jiang Fei and the Light Faction's players on the ground were only observers. There was no way they could participate. What is the meaning of this? Are you two planning to fight against me? Moon god Diana frowned yet again. Even the Nephilim Queen Aurora would be a difficult opponent for Diana, let alone the Nephilim King Augustus. If the two of them fought against Diana, who was on her own, she would definitely be done for. If the cowardly Thor doesn't show up, I suggest you surrender. Otherwise, you might not make it back alive today. Augustus warned. Of course, you could also get your lover Bennett Straz to show up. The Nephilim Queen's words pierced through Diana's heart like a sharp blade. The dragon god's disappearance in the face of the dragon race's annihilation had terribly affected Diana. Now that it was mentioned yet again, Diana felt as if someone had rubbed salt into her wound. Humph. Augustus, aren't you ashamed? You two are working together to bully a lady. Right then, an angry voice could be heard. A very strong force of energy swept over the entire land. Who is that? The Nephilim King and Nephilim Queen were both shocked. All of the 4 leaders of the light and dark factions were lower celestials, including the Nephilim King, the Nephilim Queen, the Divine Light God, and the Moon God. However, the might exerted by the person who had just appeared belonged to someone with the capabilities of an intermediate celestial. The Nephilim King and Nephilim Queen could not possibly defeat this person. Moreover, from the tone of his voice, this person was definitely hostile. Oh no! Jiang Fei thought to himself. Although he had met several celestial rank individuals, most of them were only at the lower celestial rank. The only intermediate celestial he had ever met was the dragon god Bennett Straz. Old man, stop hiding. Let's fight them together. Augustus said wearily. I can't believe this happened. Looks like we'll have to fight for our lives. A gush of water appeared as Poseidon finally showed up. Apart from him, the mermaid queen Ceresia had also joined the battle. The Nephilim King and Emperor Poseidon originally planned to ambush the Divine Light God and the Moon God. With 4 against 2, they would have had the upper hand in battle. However, the Divine Light God did not show up. Instead, an even stronger intermediate celestial had arrived. Although the Nephilim Queen Aurora could keep the Moon God occupied, the remaining lower celestials might not be able to defeat the intermediate celestial. Awesome! Everyone's here. You may all die together. With a loud cry, a meteor crashed into the ground from the sky. Flames surrounded the meteor as the figure of a man appeared in the center of the huge pit. It was a 10-meter-tall demon with a pair of fleshy wings behind his back. There were frightful-looking spurs all over his body. The demon was also holding a giant mace in his hand. He was none other than the demon king Ulysses. Ulysses, why are you here? The Nephilim King and Emperor Poseidon were both speechless. Neither of them had expected the bloodthirsty demon would be involved. Damn! Jiang Fei immediately stored the Abraham, destroyer of kingdoms, into his spatial ring when he heard Ulysses' name. If Ulysses found out that Jiang Fei had killed Dakasorin, the Demon King would definitely not spare his life as Sheraz had done. Although Jiang Fei's title of Romeo was virtually godlike, it did not work on males. Ulysses would show no mercy to Jiang Fei for the sake of avenging his son's death. Ulysses frowned when he sensed, for a short moment, the presence of his race's holy item, Abraham, destroyer of kingdoms. However, the aura which he picked up disappeared in an instant. Ulysses felt very confused. Ulysses shook his head to clear his mind. He then shifted his gaze back to the 4 lower celestials before him. Although I do not like Thor's fake personality, he is still my son-in-law. Did you think of me when you planned your schemes to bully his people? Ulysses asked as he smashed his mace into the ground. Son-in-law? The Nephilim King and Emperor Poseidon were shocked. Neither of them knew that the Divine Light God had formed an alliance with the demon race. The Divine Light God was way too cunning. By forming an alliance with the demon race, the celestial race had acquired an advantage in the war. The situation was bad enough for the Nephilim King and Emperor Poseidon. However, right then, a ball of flame appeared. Another celestial's aura could be sensed near the battlefield. In fact, the celestial's aura had appeared next to Elder Prince Otis. Don't even think about hurting my son. The Nephilim King shouted angrily. As the 3rd Prince Curtis had been assassinated, Otis was the Nephilim King's only surviving successor. Chapter 969, a major change. Just as the Nephilim King Augustus cried out, everyone was shocked. The person who had appeared next to Otis was none other than Ulysses' eldest daughter, Sherez. However, the young lady did not seem the slightest bit interested in Otis. Instead, she walked over to Jiang Fei. The old man, divine light god, attempted to molest me. I had beat him up, Sherez complained to Jiang Fei with a tone that sounded like she was begging for his attention. Before Jiang Fei could even react, Otis' jaw nearly dropped to the ground. He was very confused by what he just witnessed. Everyone present had only just found out about the planned marriage between the divine light god and Ulysses' daughter. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei had already made the divine light god's fiancée cheat on him. It was too much to take in. Right then, Otis felt tremendous respect for his brother-in-law. Jiang Fei was unsure of how to react apart from laughing awkwardly. He finally understood why the divine light god had not shown up today. The divine light god was probably tending to his wounds at home. Sherez, what's going on here? Ulysses was equally confused. Father! I have beaten Thor up for being an imbecile. This is the man I want to marry. Sherez pointed at Jiang Fei as she told her father the truth. Ulysses was stunned for a moment. However, he quickly recollected himself. Ulysses then turned around to face moon god Diana with an apologetic expression. I am really sorry. It appears that my daughter has changed her fiancé. I am now on the Nephilim race's side. I'm truly sorry. You should probably surrender. I don't like bullying women. How could you do this? Diana was going insane. Although she had always known that the demon race lacked integrity, she was still surprised by how quickly they had turned on her. It was true that the demon race lacked integrity. However, Ulysses had other reasons for his sudden betrayal. Firstly, Sherez was his favorite daughter. After all, Sherez was able to reach the celestial rank, which was a rare occurrence in the demon race. Besides, the demon race's members were mostly unintelligent beings. Most of Ulysses' children were not even able to reach the overlord rank, let alone light the godly flame. Therefore, Sherez was very precious to Ulysses. On top of that, the demon race had formed an alliance with the celestial race through an arranged marriage so that they would not be stuck in the neutral state. In the war between light and dark factions, all races had to pick a side. Since the divine light god had reached out to the demon race, Ulysses played along by suggesting the arranged marriage. Now that Sherez had chosen her fiancé from the Nephilim race, Ulysses actually did not mind. After all, forming an alliance with the Nephilim race to fight against the celestial race was not any different from forming an alliance with the celestial race to fight against the Nephilim race. He would not get into an argument with his daughter over such trivial matters. Thirdly, Ulysses had also considered the situation on the battlefield. Although he was an intermediate celestial, he would still have to pay a huge price if he wanted to defeat 3 or even 4 lower celestials. In comparison, defeating Moon God in a group of 5 was a much easier feat due to such considerations. Ulysses ultimately decided to abandon his alliance with the celestial race. All of you, Diana was close to tears. She did not stand a chance against the Demon King Ulysses. Aside from him, she could not even defeat any of the other lower celestials in a solo fight. At most, she could break even with the Nephilim Queen or the Mermaid Queen if she fought them one at a time. Now that the 5 of them were working together, she was doomed. Holy crap! The cowardly divine light god is still hiding. Jiang Fei sighed when he saw such a scene unfolding before him. Although Jiang Fei had already predicted that this would happen from the day he had met Sherez, he was not satisfied because the divine light god did not get to witness this huge turn of events in person. Is this all real? The Nephilim King and Emperor Poseidon were speechless. The demon race had suddenly joined their faction. They were overwhelmed by the pleasant surprise. The 2 leaders looked in awe at Jiang Fei, who sat quietly above the small mountain. At that moment, the Nephilim King and Emperor Poseidon realized the importance of strategizing ahead of time. The two were greatly impressed by Jiang Fei, who now sat smiling on top of the small mountain as he overlooked the entire scene which unfolded before them. Oyezi had indeed taught him well. Poseidon sighed. Clearly, he believed that this was all caused by Oyezi's effective teaching. Oh, the adventurer is actually Master Oyezi's disciple? Ulysses asked excitedly. As he was standing rather far away from Verger Glider, he could only tell that Verger Glider was a player. However, he did not know about Verger Glider's background. He is not a mere disciple. Master Oyezi had even passed on the cauldron of creation to him, the Nephilim king said smugly. Although Sherez was a celestial being, she had still become Jiang Fei's woman at a much later stage compared to the Nephilim king's daughter. Is that so? Ulysses' eyes lit up. If that were true, Ulysses felt that he had just won the lottery. The war between the light and dark faction was only an internal battle between the high humans. Both the Nephilim race and the celestial race were still part of the high humans. Even the demon king had to pick a side in the war. After they were all unified, the demon race would have an even lesser standing. However, if they were indirectly related to Oyezi, the demon race would be regarded with greater respect. After all, Oyezi was the leader of the four sages of the heavens. As the ultimate master of the high humans was only a remnant soul, the true power was still in the hands of the four sages of the heavens. Thus, Ulysses was very pleased with the man his daughter had chosen as her fiancé. While Ulysses was filled with joy, moon god Diana felt extremely awkward. What was she supposed to do now? Should she fight them? Was this a joke? With the clear gap in capabilities between the two parties, she was doomed if they really got into a fight. Should she escape? Forget about whether she would make it out alive. If the divine light god still did not show up, the light faction was done for once she left. Sister, stop the hopeless struggle. There is no turning back. Thor has already run off somewhere to hide. You will not be put to shame if you surrender. Mermaid Queen Ceresia said. Right then, the three male celestials did not feel comfortable speaking up. After all, it was not a gentlemanly behavior for three men to bully a lady. Therefore, the two female celestials had to speak up to persuade the moon god. Just as they had mentioned, it did not make any difference if the moon god surrendered or resisted their occupation. The light faction was doomed. Unless the divine light god was able to bring about some sort of miracle, the light faction's fate was unalterable. Chapter 970, Sly Old Fox. Right then, both the celestial race members and the light faction players were hoping that the divine light god would suddenly appear and bring about a miracle. Unfortunately, half an hour had passed, and there was still no sign of the divine light god. Did you kill the old man last night? Jiang Fei glanced at Sherez. It was a crucial moment for the light faction. If the divine light god still did not show up, it was probably because he had died. I don't think so, Sherez said with the slightest bit of hesitation. She seemed as if she was trying to recall the process of her attacking the divine light god the night before. Although the young lady was very strong, the divine light god should not be killed that easily based on his capabilities. That's strange, Jiang Fei murmured. The same thing had occurred when the dragon race had been annihilated. Dragon god Bennett Stress had not appeared despite the bitter ending faced by the dragon race. Could there be a hidden conspiracy? Jiang Fei frowned as he tried to figure out an explanation for what had happened. Meanwhile, the dark faction's members were beginning to lose their patience. Diana, it's time for you to make a choice, the Nephilim king Augustus said. Although he did not want to bully a woman, he also did not want to waste any more time. Ah! The moon god sighed. She did not really have a choice. Just as Diana was about to announce her final decision, a golden light suddenly flashed in the sky. The light spiraled downward and finally stopped in between the light and dark factions. I am Oyezi. Where are you, my disciple? The man dressed in a full suit of golden armor, who looked like Ares, was none other than Oyezi, the leader of the four sages of the heavens. Teacher! I am here. Jiang Fei jumped off the small mountain the moment he saw Ouyezi. He then ran as fast as he could to Ouyezi. All right. Ouyezi nodded at Jiang Fei as he then turned to face the other Celestials. Greetings, Master Ouyezi. All of the Celestials, including the Nephilim King, Moon God Diana, and Demon King Ulysses, bowed respectfully at Ouyezi. All right. Ouyezi nodded. He then said to the Nephilim King and the Moon God, you two have been at war with each other for several thousand years. It's time to stop the internal fighting, as you wish, Master. Diana immediately smiled when she heard Ouyezi's words. Now that the Light faction faced immediate destruction, there was no way she could prevent it on her own. With Ouyezi's words, the Light faction had been promptly rescued. The Nephilim King was not happy with Ouyezi's decision. After all, they had put in so much effort and were so close to victory. Ouyezi was asking them to give up thousands of years of hard work. How could they possibly be appeased? However, Ouyezi represented the leadership of the High Humans. The Celestial race and the Nephilim were only two of the main branches of the High Humans. Even if Augustus was not happy, he could not refuse Ouyezi's wish. Therefore, the dissatisfied Nephilim King shifted his gaze to Jiang Fei. Although Jiang Fei was not even a Celestial, he was still Ouyezi's disciple. If he tried to negotiate, perhaps the situation could still be salvaged. Master, Jiang Fei was actually quite upset when he heard what Ouyezi said. After all, he had also put in a lot of effort into the war between the Light and Dark factions. Now that Ouyezi had suddenly appeared and involved himself, all of Jiang Fei's efforts would go to waste. Step aside. Ouyezi waved his hand before Jiang Fei could even finish speaking. Oh! Jiang Fei immediately kept quiet when he saw Ouyezi's serious facial expression. On the Dark faction side, both the Nephilim King and Emperor Poseidon were upset. The Demon King Ulysses was the only one who felt extremely happy. This was primarily because he would not be affected by either side winning the war. Secondly, he was now certain that Jiang Fei was Ouyezi's disciple. He really had gotten lucky. Just as the Moon God was in a state of relief, and the Nephilim King was cursing under his breath, Ouyezi suddenly continued speaking. Now that you have caused enough trouble, it's time to rejoin the High Humans. From today onward, the Celestial race and the Nephilim race will cease to exist. You will all become part of the High Humans. As for the ruling authority of our new race, we will let the adventurers decide, Augustus was stunned for a moment before joy filled his heart. Ouyezi's words might sound fair and impartial. In fact, it sounded as if he was trying to prevent a great massacre amongst the High Humans and therefore decided to let the adventurers decide the final victory. However, there was a clear imbalance in the number of adventurers on both sides. The Dark faction's players were 3 times greater than the Light faction's players. As such, there was no doubt that the Dark faction would win. On top of that, the incredibly powerful Jiang Fei was also on the Dark faction side. Therefore, the Light faction's players did not stand a chance. Whoa! He is indeed a sly old fox. The Nephilim King and Emperor Poseidon thought to themselves. The two were still troubled a while ago by how Ouyezi did not seem to care for his own disciples' well-being. Little did they know, this old fellow had plans for the Nephilim race to take over the Celestial race from the beginning. If the war between the Light and Dark factions continued, there would still be an underground resistance even if the Moon God surrendered. Moreover, even if the Nephilim race conquered the entire Celestial race, they would be left with very little resources. However, if the High Humans leadership voiced out for the Nephilim race and the Celestial race to rejoin the High Humans, the Celestial race would have no reason to object. After all, it was a rightful act to return to their roots. After that, Ouyezi orchestrated a battle that guaranteed the Dark faction's victory to decide the new race's leadership. This was undoubtedly the most effective way for the Nephilim race to absorb the entire Celestial race. For the Nephilim race, this was nothing more than a change in the method through which they would obtain the same beneficial outcome. Master, you are an expert. Jiang Fei whispered into Oyetzi's ears. Step aside. Although Oyezi appeared to be glaring at Jiang Fei, his eyes were filled with fatherly love. Master Oyezi, you, the moon god, was dumbfounded. However, when she saw how Oyezi and Jiang Fei were throwing glances at each other, she understood that Oyezi would still prioritize his disciple no matter what. All right then. Well, do as you say. Diana shook her head, helplessly. Although she felt disappointed with the outcome, it was not too bad for the entire Light faction. After all, the Light faction was doomed in the war between the Light and Dark factions. Oyetzi's decision had salvaged the Light faction's reputation. After all, returning to their roots sounded much better than being conquered by their enemies. Chapter 971, a unique ultimate skill. As Oyezi set the remaining conditions to end the war between the Light and Dark factions, NPCs from both parties began to evacuate from the battlefield. The players who remained would decide the final outcome of the war. For the players, the battle originally decided on the status of either side of the Light and Dark factions. The Light faction's players were especially concerned about the outcome of the war. If the Light faction lost, they would have no one to turn to. However, things were fine now. Regardless of who won or lost, everyone would become part of one big family. Players from both the Light and Dark faction would all become members of the High Humans. Without the pressure to win, the war between the Light and Dark faction had become a playground for the players to earn experience points. After all, both parties could still receive quest rewards from the battle. As long as the players attacked their opponents, they would earn experience points. Therefore, the players began engaging in battles excitedly. Some of the Dark faction's players even stopped attacking cities so that they could earn more experience points from fighting against Light faction's players in the wild. For several consecutive days, Jiang Fei joined other players in fighting against the opposing faction as he had nothing else to do. However, Jiang Fei was not as efficient as players like Little Rain, who had seal curse spells. Although Jiang Fei was invincible, he could not kill other players as fast as using seal curse spells. Very soon, a week had passed. When Jiang Fei logged out from the game, Yang Pe came to him with good news. The Martial Art Alliance had finally agreed to his request for some of their best martial art techniques in exchange for Jiang Fei's potions. Very well. Jiang Fei nodded. After acquiring these martial art techniques, 0542 would be able to create a unique set of ultimate skills for Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei followed the Yang sisters into the hidden dragon village where he met Bai Wanli and the rest. This time, there were not as many martial artists involved. After all, the smaller sects did not have any strong martial art techniques to offer. Therefore, there was no point in showing up at all if they could not get a share of the potions. Hi everyone, it's been a long time. Jiang Fei greeted them cheerfully. Hee hee, brother Jiang, let's get down to business. Have a look at these and let us know what they're worth. Bai Wanli brought Jiang Fei into his house before retrieving a bunch of books tied together with a string. It's not electronic, Jiang Fei was stunned. The previous martial art techniques he had acquired were all stored electronically. The physical books seemed rather troublesome to process. Electronic versions are easily stolen. The traditional way of storing our techniques is safer, Bai Wanli laughed awkwardly. The martial artists guarded these techniques with their lives. However, they were forced to sell these techniques to Jiang Fei today. Secmaster Bai, there's no need to be overly sad. Perhaps this is a good time for the Martial Art Alliance to share your respective techniques with each other. After all, these techniques would no longer be owned only by your own section. If you share these techniques with the medium or smaller sects and also exchange some other techniques with the bigger sects, perhaps some of the talented disciples would be able to experience great breakthroughs. Jiang Fei said with a laugh. Although Jiang Fei sounded very diplomatic, he meant every word he said. The bigger sects had kept their own techniques a secret from other sects, resulting in great limitations on the development of the martial art techniques. If this could be resolved, some of the martial artists might benefit from widespread learning and even experience outstanding growth. Ah! We'll talk about this next time. Bai Wanli shook his head. Although Jiang Fei's words were reasonable, the individualistic nature of the martial arts sects had existed for thousands of years. It was not something that could be changed overnight. Although these techniques were now given to Jiang Fei, he would be the only one who possessed such knowledge. Based on Jiang Fei's identity, he could not possibly spread the martial art techniques on his own. Therefore, the martial art techniques still belonged to each sect exclusively. Bai Wanli and the other martial artists were not keen on sharing their respective sects' techniques with others. All right then. Jiang Fei shrugged. He was not interested in the decision made by these martial artists. He had shared his opinion with no specific intention. Since these martial artists wanted to maintain their individualistic nature, he could not be bothered to change their mind. Although the physical books were slightly more troublesome to read than electronic versions, Jiang Fei did not need to read them on his own. All he needed to do was to flip through the pages. 0542 would automatically scan and record everything in the pages. Although there were quite a number of martial art techniques provided by the Martial Art Alliance, the total number of books amounted to only 30. After all, there were only so few first-class sects around. Moreover, these sects would not want to offer all of their techniques to Jiang Fei. Thus, Jiang Fei was quite pleased with the final amount. For others, reading 30 books required quite a lot of time. It would take a normal person at least an entire day to read through all of them. However, Jiang Fei merely flipped through the pages as 0542 instantly scanned and captured each page during the process. Therefore, Jiang Fei took less than half an hour to flip through all of the books. On average, he spent less than a minute on each book. This book costs 1 bottle. This one costs 2 bottles. Very soon, Jiang Fei had labeled the price of each of the books in accordance with the value given by 0542. 0542's valuation was very simple. It was based on the energy utilization rate of these techniques. The higher the utilization rate, the higher the price of the technique. Brother Jiang, are you being a little sloppy here? Ganyan Zhimren was not satisfied that one of his techniques was being equated with the value of a single bottle of potion. Yeah, Bai Wanli nodded along. Clearly, one of his sect's techniques had also been poorly valued. Moreover, Jiang Fei seemed to have gone through the techniques far too quickly. Based on the understanding of a normal person, Jiang Fei seemed to not have taken them seriously. He was seen as stating prices at random. After all, these were all martial art techniques which were incredibly difficult to understand. Even the most experienced martial artists would require months to comprehend some of those books. However, Jiang Fei had used less than a minute to decide the value of each of these books. The martial artists were hardly convinced. Those are the prices I have offered, and they won't be changed. You can decide if you would like to make the trade. Jiang Fei shrugged. 0542 had already scanned the contents of these books. Now, the physical books were worthless to Jiang Fei. He had only proceeded with the trade so that his reputation would not be affected. Besides, he did not really care about the potions. If the martial artists decided to withdraw from the trade, Jiang Fei was more than happy to oblige. Ah! Fine, let's trade, Bai Wanli sighed. The Martial Art Alliance was extremely weak at the moment. They had no choice but to accept the trade. A few of them were just trying their luck by complaining to Jiang Fei. Even if Jiang Fei had offered a single bottle of potion for each of the books, they would have accepted the trade anyway. Done! There will be a total of 55 bottles of potions. I'll send them over tonight. Jiang Fei nodded as he gave 0542 a command, create 55 potions. At the same time, interpret these techniques and come up with an ultimate skill for me, as you wish, Captain. 0542 answered as it immediately started carrying out Jiang Fei's orders. I will finally have my own unique ultimate skill. After everything was arranged accordingly, Jiang Fei finally smiled. Chapter 972, The Final Step. In the evening, Jiang Fei delivered the potions he had promised to Bai Wanli and the others. Jiang Fei did not care how the martial artists would distribute the potions. After returning home, Jiang Fei found out from 0542 that the ultimate skill would require around 7 days to complete. As such, he had nothing else to work on until Isabella was revived. Jiang Fei continued to earn experience points with other players in the game. Right then, Jiang Fei had also reached level 91. Ever since he had attained the Overlord status, Jiang Fei needed much more experience points to level up. For 4 consecutive days, Jiang Fei spent a great deal of time earning experience points with other players. The player's average level had increased to level 70 in less than 10 days. This was perhaps 5 times faster than the normal rate of leveling up. Over the past few days, Jiang Fei had received news from the Nephilim King that the Divine Light God had indeed disappeared. Nobody knew if he was dead or alive. Like the Dragon God, the Divine Light God had vanished into thin air. First, the Dragon God, now the Divine Light God. Where had they all gone to? Jiang Fei felt that something was amiss. However, he did not have the slightest clue what could have possibly happened to them. Today was the day Isabella would be revived. Jiang Fei was extremely excited when he logged out of the game. "Mother, I am heading out. I might not come home tonight." Jiang Fei greeted his mother before leaving the house. As he was unsure of how long Isabella's soul guiding process would take, Jiang Fei did not know when he could return home. "All right. Be careful out there," Jiang Fei's mother said. Although she was generally concerned about Jiang Fei, she was aware that it was very safe outside for the time being. Therefore, she was not too worried. "Mother, don't worry. I won't be in danger." Jiang Fei laughed. "I want to come with you." Si Tying suddenly wrapped her hands around Jiang Fei's arm and said. Right then, Si Tying had already acquired level 4 battle powers. Not only had her energy level reached level 4, but she had also learned enough techniques from Shang Guanxi to be able to fight against normal beginner level 4 mutants. However, she might still find it difficult to defeat martial artists on the same level. As she was fully capable of defending herself, Si Tying wanted to accompany Jiang Fei so that she would not have to worry about his safety from home. Next time. Jiang Fei felt very awkward. He was going out to revive Isabella. How could he bring another girl on this trip? What if Isabella freaked out when she saw Si Tying? Oh! Although Si Tying was disappointed, she stopped begging after seeing the troubled expression on Jiang Fei's face. "I'll bring you with me next time," Jiang Fei added when he saw how disappointed Si Tying seemed. After all, he really did have feelings for Si Tying. Even so, he did not dare to bring Si Tying along. "All right. Be careful." Si Tying nodded as she turned around and walked into the kitchen to help his mother with some chores. "Ah! Let's go!" Jiang Fei called out to Ariel as they both then left the house together. This time, Jiang Fei had chosen the Winter Islands as the location to resurrect Isabella. This was Jiang Fei's base where Han Tianyu was the lead commander. After a call was made, Han Tianyu evacuated a large island to be used by Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei and Ariel arrived at the roof of Manda Square before Ariel used her teleportation skill. As she had already been to the Winter Islands once, Ariel was able to accurately teleport them both to the desired location. As soon as the white light dissipated, Jiang Fei and Ariel arrived near the Klauia volcano. "All right, let's do it here." Jiang Fei nodded. The island had already been evacuated by Han Tianyu. Jiang Fei was not worried about anyone appearing there for no reason. "Yes, Captain," 0542 answered as it activated a projection to cover the entire island. As such, even the satellites would not be able to see what was going on the island. After everything had been prepared, 0542 retrieved a huge cultivation pod from the spatial ring. One could vaguely see the outlines of a human body immersed in a dark green liquid through the crystalline walls of the pod. "Captain, the body has already been completed. The energy charge is also done. Please initiate the soul transfer as soon as possible. Otherwise, the body might create a soul on its own." 0542 said. In the past, the Japanese had failed to anticipate something like this happening. That was why they had wiped away Jenny's consciousness but allowed Phoenix's consciousness to develop. Let's begin! Jiang Fei nodded as 0542 initiated the final step to revive Isabella. Buzz! As the cultivation pod's device started spinning rapidly, a strong flow of energy surrounded the cultivation pod. The energy was so strong that even Jiang Fei, who was at pinnacle level 4, was pushed backward continuously by its strong pressure. After being pushed several meters away, Jiang Fei was finally able to stand on a spot with Ariel's help. Jiang Fei could tell from this that the energy surrounding the cultivation pod was even stronger as Isabella's soul was being transferred into her body. Jiang Fei was unsure of how much time had passed. Perhaps it had been several over 10 minutes or even several hours. Time had become something illusory to Jiang Fei. However, Jiang Fei soon noticed that the sky had turned dark. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck the ground as the sound of thunder could be heard in the sky. Holy crap! Is this some kind of a trial? Jiang Fei did not know what was about to happen. Although something similar had happened when Ariel was being revived, Jiang Fei recalled that it was not as extreme as what was happening now. Right then, Jiang Fei was not the only one who was surprised by the odd phenomenon in the sky. Even Han Tianyu had noticed the strange occurrences. However, the electromagnetic energy in the thunderclouds was far too strong. Despite multiple attempts to contact Jiang Fei, Han Tianyu could not do so. Therefore, he could only observe the lightning from afar. He did not dare to get close. Hee, we have yet another playmate. I wonder who had successfully advanced to our level. Should we go over to check it out? Never mind. Let's wait until he has succeeded. We will only be asking for trouble if we get involved now. Several level 5 experts had sensed the frightful energy. However, all of them were aware that someone new had successfully advanced to level 5. In spite of that, the thunderstorm's energy was far too powerful for them to get close. Besides, they would not receive any benefits from disrupting the advancement of another level 5 expert. Therefore, the existing level 5 experts decided to stay put. They would only congratulate the new level 5 expert once the advancement process was completed. Chapter 973, Bella's Revival. An indescribable energy gathered within the thunderstorm. However, nothing seemed to be happening. It was almost as if the thunderstorm was biding its time while continuously collecting energy. 0542, what stage are we at? Jiang Fei asked. Captain, the soul guiding process is already complete. I am now transferring some crucial information to her consciousness, 0542 explained. As Isabella was originally an NPC from the game, she did not have any knowledge of Jiang Fei's world. Therefore, some information about the reality needed to be transferred to her before she was awakened. Ariel and the other female biohumans had all gone through a similar process. It's done! After approximately 5 minutes, 0542's voice could be heard. The final step to resurrect Isabella was complete. Husband, let's stand further away. Sensing the incredible amount of energy within the cultivation pod, Ariel pulled Jiang Fei 500 meters away before coming to a halt. Even with Jiang Fei's pinnacle level 4 capabilities and vision, Jiang Fei could only make out a tiny dot of the cultivation pod. Although he could not see what was going on, Jiang Fei could sense the immense energy emanating from the direction of the cultivation pod. Unlocking the cultivation pod, removing all cultivation liquid removal is complete. Attempting resurrection now, all biological parameters are normal. Activating the final energy transfer, with 0542's voice in his heart, Jiang Fei could keep track of the stages of Isabella's resurrection despite not being to see what was happening inside the cultivation pod. Once the energy transfer was activated, the thunderstorm in the sky began to react. Boom! 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 Beams of lightning struck the ground surrounding the cultivation pod. The booming sounds of thunder could be heard from miles away. Is this really a trial? Jiang Fei gasped in awe. From the energy waves released by these thunderbolts, Jiang Fei could sense how dangerous these lightning were even for a pinnacle level 4 expert like himself. If he had stood on top of the cultivation pod, he would probably be fried by now. Not quite, 0542 said as it projected a view of the cultivation pod in front of Jiang Fei. The thunderbolts did not actually land on Isabella. Instead, they were absorbed by a special device above the cultivation pod. The energy absorbed from these thunderbolts were then transferred into Isabella's body. Although the crystalline walls of the pod had been opened, and the dark green cultivation liquid had already been removed, Isabella's body could still not be seen. At that moment, a dark green egg-like object was in the cultivation pod. Even without 0542's explanation, Jiang Fei knew that Isabella must be inside the egg. The thunderbolt's energy was continuously transferred to the dark green egg while Isabella absorbed this energy from within. The process lasted for approximately half an hour. Finally, the thunderstorm came to an end. The dark clouds faded, dissipating instantly to reveal the skies. Dusk had already arrived. How did it go? Jiang Fei asked worriedly. Although Planet Namek's technology had never failed him in the past, this was Jiang Fei's first attempt at resurrecting a true level 5 expert. On top of that, he cared about Isabella a lot. Therefore, he felt very anxious at the moment. One would only worry about another person if he truly cared for her. This explained why Jiang Fei felt so worried. Captain, don't worry. From the looks of the current situation, everything seems normal. 0542 consoled. Why isn't she moving at all? Jiang Fei asked nervously. Husband, I can already sense Sister Bella's aura. Instead of worrying about her, why don't you worry for yourself? Think about how you will explain to Sister Bella about your relationship with the other girls, Ariel teased. Jiang Fei suddenly realized that Ariel was right. Bella was a girl who got jealous very easily. How would he explain those things to her? Crack! All of a sudden, lines of cracks began to appear on the dark green egg surface. As the egg shells began to fall apart, a finger extended out of the egg. Crack! Crack! Isabella, who was originally in a half-squat position, slowly stood up. Shuffle! Just as the eggshells fell away, Jiang Fei appeared right next to Isabella as he covered her body with a cloak. Jiang Fei had revived more than one female and was very much familiar with the entire process. Therefore, he was well prepared for Isabella's revival. Not only did not he prepare pretty clothes, but he also prepared a cloak to cover her body the moment she was resurrected. Buzz! A stream of lightning appeared from Bella's eyes as Jiang Fei was instantly pushed over 30 meters away. Jiang Fei coughed up a mouthful of blood. He had been badly injured by the sudden attack. Right then, Isabella had only just been revived. She was not yet fully conscious. Therefore, when a random guy suddenly hugged her, she was taken by surprise. Pervert, die! Isabella was merciless. She conjured another beam of lightning in her hand. If this attack landed on Jiang Fei, even 0542's shield would not be able to save him from becoming partially disabled. In order to resurrect Isabella, Jiang Fei had used up all of his resources. All of the new and old sources of energy had been put into resurrecting Isabella. Right then, there was not much left for 0542 to use. The fact that 0542 had saved Jiang Fei once from the full impact of a level 5 expert was already a miracle. Bang! As the lightning approached him, Jiang Fei subconsciously closed his eyes. Since he had already been severely injured, he had no energy left to resist the merciless attack. However, the attack did not reach Jiang Fei after all. He could hear a whimpering sound next to him. When Jiang Fei opened his eyes, he saw that Ariel was standing in front of him. She had taken the hit from Isabella on his behalf. Right then, Ariel looked extremely exhausted. Although she was not physically hurt, she had clearly used up a lot of energy to absorb the impact of Isabella's attack. Although Ariel was also a level 5 expert, she was modified using Phoenix's defective body. Therefore, she had not personally comprehended the laws of the level 5 state. In other words, she was a fake level 5. Thus, she was easily overpowered by Isabella. Sister Bella, wake up! Seeing that Isabella was preparing for another attack, Ariel hurriedly shouted loudly. Although Ariel had an undying body, she could not protect Jiang Fei as she was no match for Isabella. Ah! Isabella was stunned when she heard Ariel's words. Isabella mumbled to herself, Bella. That sounds very familiar. Chapter 974, Nearly Dead, 0542. What's going on? Why did Isabella lose her memory? Although Jiang Fei was severely injured, he was more concerned about Isabella's reaction. Captain, you are overthinking things. Even you would be in a daze if you have slept for too long, let alone Isabella, who has been sealed in an empty space for such a long time. She needs time to adjust herself. She'll be fine in a while, 0542 explained. Oh, I see. Jiang Fei finally calmed down. However, as soon as he relaxed his mind, Jiang Fei could feel the pain from his injuries. Bella had struck him very harshly. It was a miracle that he was still alive. Sister Bella, think carefully. Have you really forgotten about us? Ariel was doing her best to help Isabella in recalling her memory. Give me a moment. My head is pounding. Isabella waved her hands. She was overwhelmed by the large amount of information flowing through her mind. After approximately 10 minutes, Isabella finally stood up straight. She looked much calmer. I remember now. My name is Isabella? And you're Ariel? We didn't actually die. Who is he? Isabella asked with a frown. As this was the real world, Isabella could only recognize Ariel, whose face had been designed according to her features in the game. However, Jiang Fei's appearance in the game had been modified. Therefore, Jiang Fei's appearance and aura in the real world differed very much from when he was in the game. Although Isabella remembered that her lover was Verger Glider, she could not recognize him as Jiang Fei even though he was standing right in front of her. No. Your aura doesn't feel right either. Who are the both of you? Isabella asked with a frown. Although Ariel looked exactly as she did in the game, Isabella paid more attention to her aura than her appearances. I really am Ariel. Sister Bella, this is difficult to explain. This is not our world. It is Ah Fei's world. Ariel explained. Wait a second. Just as Ariel tried to explain further to Isabella, a stream of information appeared in Isabella's mind. This was the final piece of information 0542 had injected into her brain, which included general knowledge and languages of the real world. Is this really Ah Fei's world? Isabella found it hard to accept such a reality. That's right. Ariel nodded. After that, she told Isabella many things that only the two of them would know about. Isabella finally believed what Ariel said. Have we really been resurrected in our husband's world? Isabella asked in disbelief. Yeah. Look how badly you have injured our husband, Ariel said as she pointed at Jiang Fei. Ah. Isabella was taken by surprise as she immediately looked at Jiang Fei. Although Jiang Fei's appearances had been modified in the game, the 10% adjustment did not make too much of a difference. Therefore, Isabella very quickly recognized Jiang Fei as Verger Glider. Ouch! Ouch! Jiang Fei behaved as if he was about to pass out. Jiang Fei's injuries had not actually worsened. He was only trying to get Isabella to sympathize with him. Jiang Fei knew he had wooed many ladies behind Isabella's back. He would probably not be forgiven that easily. Fortunately, Isabella had already physically hurt him. With her sympathy, Jiang Fei would probably be able to get her to accept the situation more willingly. Indeed, Jiang Fei had learned a lot from Han Tianyu on how to deal with women. If Jiang Fei were still the kid from high school, he would not have thought of such ideas. Jiang Fei was doing a good job of pretending to be badly injured. He leaned against a large rock and occasionally exhaled without inhaling. His limbs would even jerk around a little occasionally. He truly looked as if he were about to die. Jiang Fei might be able to fool others with his pretense. However, Isabella was a level 5 expert who could determine his level of injury based on his Bodhi's aura. Alright, that's enough. Stop pretending. Isabella walked over to Jiang Fei and gave him a gentle kick. Ouch! That hurt. Jiang Fei had still not given up. Pfft. If you don't stop pretending, I'm going to kick you even harder. Isabella chuckled. No, please don't. You've touched my wound. It really hurts. Jiang Fei quickly sat upright. He knew that Isabella was a woman of her words. In fact, the young lady was very rough. If he continued his pretense, he knew that she really would hit him. After Jiang Fei had sat upright, Isabella carefully examined his injuries. Although his life was not in danger, his body was indeed badly hurt. Moreover, she did feel sorry for putting him in such a state. Although she felt sorry, Isabella was too proud to apologize. Therefore, she pouted as she spoke. You were the one who acted perversely. You deserved it. I was only trying to protect you. How am I supposed to know that you enjoyed being naked? Jiang Fei murmured softly. In fact, Jiang Fei could not help but slowly shift his gaze upward. Right then, Isabella was only wearing the cloak which Jiang Fei had placed on her. There was nothing else covering her body. Although she had wrapped the cloak around her body tightly, Jiang Fei was still trying his luck to see through it. Do you want to die? Isabella exclaimed as she pounced onto Jiang Fei. Despite his soft voice, Isabella had still heard what he said. Ahem. Stop messing around. I'm really going to die. Isabella was indeed physically rough. Although she had not exerted a lot of strength when she pounced onto Jiang Fei, his body was still badly injured. He could have really lost a limb or two when Isabella pressed her body against him. Ah, Isabella recollected herself. She had forgotten about Jiang Fei's injuries. 0542, this isn't a show. Give me some potions. Although Jiang Fei was shouting at 0542, there was a wicked smile on his face. Clearly, he had enjoyed the moment Isabella pounced on him. As the remaining level 5 energy had been removed by Isabella, Jiang Fei only had to bear the physical injuries in his body. After drinking a few potions, Jiang Fei would be able to fully recover. Injuries caused by metahumans were difficult to heal mainly because the enemy's energy would remain in the victim's body. As long as this was resolved, most of the traditional medicine from the bigger sects in the Martial Art Alliance would work almost as effectively as Jiang Fei's potions. Within half an hour, Jiang Fei had fully recovered from his adverse injuries. Moreover, Isabella had also changed into a pretty outfit which Jiang Fei had prepared for her. Unfortunately, Isabella, like Ariel, were level 5 experts who could instantly teleport. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not have an opportunity to peek at her when she was changing into her new clothes. Chapter 975, Forgive the Honest Person. After messing around for some time, Jiang Fei finally recovered from his injuries. Right then, Isabella and Jiang Fei sat facing each other silently. In all honesty, the two had not known each other for a very long time. The game had only been launched less than a year ago. After Isabella's death, 3 months had passed before she was brought into the real world. However, both Jiang Fei and Isabella felt as if several years had passed since they had last met. During the period of waiting, Jiang Fei had tried to look for energy wherever he could so that he was able to resurrect Isabella. His feelings for her were undeniable. As for Isabella, she had been sealed away in an empty space with nothing but darkness. She could not even feel her own presence. After 0541 had extracted Isabella and Ariel from the game, their consciousness was stored in a void. Ariel was lucky as Jiang Fei had revived her not too long after. However, Isabella was less fortunate. She had been locked inside the space ever since. The most frightful experience was perhaps not death itself, but rather the loneliness one could feel in an empty space. Isabella had experienced that firsthand without any light or object around her. One could only imagine the depressing state of being alone. During this time, each second felt like a year to Isabella. Perhaps Isabella had only been sealed away for several months to Jiang Fei. However, in the endless space, time was meaningless. There was no distinction between a second, a minute, a day, a year, or even several thousand years. This was because there was no way for Isabella to keep track of time. The only reason Isabella had been able to keep herself sane while living in this endless space was the thought of Jiang Fei. She replayed the scenes of herself and Jiang Fei in her mind over and over again during this time. This was also what had fortified Isabella's consciousness. Although 0542 had provided a lot of energy to Isabella while resurrecting her, a real level 5 expert needed to comprehend the rules of power. This was not something that could be solved by external energy. Otherwise, Jiang Fei would have achieved the level 5 state already. The rule of power could not be easily comprehended. However, as Isabella had been sealed away for a long period in the endless space, she was able to comprehend her own rule of power without distraction. As such, the powers Isabella possessed far exceeded Ariel's after she had been resurrected. Regardless of how strong Isabella had become, the only person she had missed and loved was Jiang Fei. In fact, her feelings for Jiang Fei had even grown exponentially during her time spent in the endless space. She could not hold back her emotions any longer. "Husband, I've missed you," Isabella whimpered as she wrapped her arms around Jiang Fei. "I miss you too." "We'll never be apart again." Jiang Fei was equally emotional. He held her to his chest as he gently caressed her back to calm her down. Ariel could feel tears rolling in her eyes as she witnessed the scene before her. Although she was touched by the emotional moment, she also remembered that Jiang Fei needed to spill the beans about what he had done with other women. This was Isabella's weakest and also gentlest moment. Once she became her usual self, Jiang Fei would be in huge trouble. Jiang Fei could see that Ariel was hinting at him to do his part. Jiang Fei had already planned what he would do. Firstly, as Isabella would no longer be able to return to the game, Jiang Fei decided to keep the females in the game a secret. After all, ever since Isabella had been sealed away, most of the women he wooed belonged in the game. There were at least a dozen of the Naga priestesses. If Isabella found out, she might beat the crap out of Jiang Fei. Although Isabella got jealous very easily and had a hot temper, she was still a reasonable person. As Jiang Fei only had Si Tang as his girlfriend in the real world, he believed that Isabella would not be too upset. As for Hong Yu and the other female biohumans, Isabella had known them from the game since they were all Hua Mulan's subordinates. Therefore, Jiang Fei had not actually wooed any new females in the real world. Despite there still being a chance that Isabella might get jealous, the risk was relatively low. However, it all depended on Jiang Fei not revealing the truth about females in the game. Otherwise, he would be in huge trouble. "Bella, now that we are reunited, there's something I have to tell you." Jiang Fei hesitated before speaking. "All right, go on." Isabella was still in Jiang Fei's embrace. When she thought of how Jiang Fei had risked his life to cover her body up, she felt a warmth in her heart. Do you still remember when I told you about my girlfriend in the real world?" Jiang Fei had learned this trick from Han Tianyu. Since Jiang Fei had told Isabella about this before, she could not blame him for hiding the truth from her. As for whether she could remember the conversation or not, it had nothing to do with Jiang Fei. "Did you really?" Isabella suddenly became very alert. Although she no longer had the DNA of a dragon after being resurrected, she was still a girl who got jealous very easily. However, as Isabella had been sealed away in the endless space for too long, she was not sure if she had lost some of her memory. When she saw how serious Jiang Fei looked, she believed that he was telling the truth. Could she have not paid attention when he told her about his girlfriend in the real world? Or could she have lost that part of her memory during her time in the endless space? The longer Isabella hesitated, the more confident Jiang Fei grew. As long as she doubted herself, he would be able to carry on with his plan. After that, Jiang Fei continued speaking with an even more assuring tone. "Of course, I've told you about her more than once, Alright. What's up with her? When Isabella saw how confident Jiang Fei appeared, she began to seriously doubt her own memory. Oh! She's fine. Now that you've come to our world, I hope you and she can get along with each other, Jiang Fei said with a smile. This was the moment of truth. Isabella's reaction would determine Jiang Fei's fate. Are you really not lying to me? Isabella suddenly inched closer to Jiang Fei. Their noses were practically touching each other. Moreover, Isabella's hand was gripping Jiang Fei's waist. Despite being sealed away for a very long time, Isabella still remembered her ultimate technique. Chapter 976, Best Support, I'm definitely not lying to you. Jiang Fei swore. It appeared that Isabella had accepted Jiang Fei's statement. She must have accepted the truth that Tang was Jiang Fei's girlfriend in the real world. Jiang Fei did not want to mess things up now. Apart from Tang, is there anyone else I should know of? Isabella looked into Jiang Fei's eyes. At the same time, she started exerting force with her hand which was gripping Jiang Fei's waist. If Jiang Fei answered in any way which upset her, he would be in big trouble. No! Absolutely not! Jiang Fei shook his head violently. However, he immediately added, I have also brought Hua Mulan's subordinates into this world. However, there is nothing between those women and myself. I do not have any stray thoughts about them. Jiang Fei quickly swore on his own life. He also looked carefully at Isabella's facial expression. If he made it through this stage, he was basically safe. After all, Isabella would never find out about the other women in the game. Therefore, nothing could go wrong there. Yeah, that's right. Our husband even sent those women to another man to become his bodyguards. He has not seen them for a very long time. In fact, our husband has even kept his virginity for you, Ariel added. She was doing her best to aid in Jiang Fei's case. Isabella frowned. She did not really care about Hong Yu and the other female biohumans. After all, they were only a group of soldiers under Hua Mulan. They were not a threat to her at all. On top of that, Ariel's reassuring words had also put Isabella's mind at ease. Isabella had a very territorial mindset as she possessed the dragon race's mode of thinking. She treated her soulmate in the same manner. Although she had not gone mad, she would still be very upset if Jiang Fei's virginity had been taken by another woman. However, when she heard Ariel's words, Isabella became very apparently pleased with Jiang Fei. She pinched Jiang Fei's cheeks as she spoke, you are a good man after all. After that, she turned to Ariel with compliments. You have done a good job of keeping our husband away from other women, hee. Jiang Fei laughed awkwardly. He could not help but thank himself for not letting Isabella find out about the other women. Isabella continued to tell Jiang Fei how much she had missed him. Jiang Fei sighed in relief as he had finally gotten over this hurdle. At the very least, Isabella had accepted Tang, Hong Yu, and the other female biohumans. Although there were greater concerns for Jiang Fei in the game, he did not need to worry about them for now as Isabella could not enter the game's world. As long as he kept his mouth shut, Isabella would not find out about those other women. As Isabella had only just been resurrected, there were plenty of things for her and Jiang Fei to discuss. The two of them barely slept that night. Ariel had also stayed up to accompany them. From the second day onward, Jiang Fei started taking Isabella around the world while explaining some general knowledge to her. Although 0542 had transferred most of the related information into Isabella's mind, Isabella still enjoyed listening to Jiang Fei's explanations. She valued the time they spent together much more than the knowledge that was being shared. After being sealed away in the endless space for such a long time, Isabella became even more attached to Jiang Fei. She would not part with Jiang Fei even for a second. During their travels, Jiang Fei made a call back home to let his family know that he was safe. 3 days later, Jiang Fei and the other two women finally returned to the Winter Islands. Jiang Fei had returned primarily because he wanted to introduce Han Tianyu to Isabella. After all, Han Tianyu was his most trusted personnel. Moreover, Jiang Fei also felt the need to let Hong Yu and the other female biohumans meet Isabella. Ah Fei. You come. This must be my junior. Although Han Tianyu had never met Isabella, he saw how Isabella had her arms wrapped around Jiang Fei. Moreover, Ariel was also looking at Isabella respectfully. Han Tianyu was a very vigilant person. He already knew how strong Ariel was. Therefore, he was able to instantly predict that Isabella must be even stronger than Ariel. Hence, he decided that he must get on Isabella's good side. Brother Yu, please allow me to introduce you to Isabella, Jiang Fei said. Hello. How are you? Jiang Fei had mentioned you to me quite often. He probably speaks of you even in his dreams, Han Tianyu joked. Although he was Jiang Fei's subordinate, the two were as close as brothers. Brother Yu, nice to meet you, Isabella said respectfully. She was respectful toward Han Tianyu partially because he was Jiang Fei's good friend. Secondly, she was also pleased with Han Tianyu's friendly attitude. From the moment Han Tianyu had called her his junior, Isabella acknowledged that he had made a good first impression. She was also very pleased with his final sentence. Husband, do you really talk about me to your friend very often? Isabella smiled sweetly at Jiang Fei. Of course. Jiang Fei quickly responded. Seeing as how Han Tianyu had already set the tone of the conversation in his favor, Jiang Fei naturally did not want to ruin it for himself. You are indeed very experienced. Well done, brother Yu. Jiang Fei glanced at Han Tianyu gratefully. Although Han Tianyu did not even know about Isabella's existence before, he was able to leave a good first impression and even help Jiang Fei along the way. Han Tianyu raised his brows at Jiang Fei. The two men then nodded at each other silently. After that, Jiang Fei summoned Hong Yu and the rest of the female biohumans so that they could all have a meal together. Although these female biohumans admired Jiang Fei, they were military personnel who knew how to restrict their feelings. On top of that, they were also Jiang Fei's subordinates. Therefore, Isabella did not feel wary about their presence. Han Tianyu also gave Jiang Fei an update on the state of development in the Winter Islands. The Winter Islands had become an important harbor as well as a tourist spot. After Han Tianyu had taken over the management of the Winter Islands, profits started rolling in. All right, brother Yu. Do as you wish. Jiang Fei laughed. He did not really care what happened to the Winter Islands. After all, Jiang Fei had already retrieved the dock landing ship. The islands were now worthless to him. After spending a day with Han Tianyu, Jiang Fei decided to bring Isabella home to meet his parents. Right then, Isabella looked almost as if she was a shy teenager. As usual, Isabella and Ariel had to call Jiang Fei their senior in front of outsiders. Although Jiang Fei had Isabella and Ariel, who were both level 5 experts, he possessed many tools that were valuable to the influential people in the world. Therefore, he still needed to be very careful. The facade of Zhuge Shanjin needed to be maintained. Chapter 977 reported, after bidding farewell to Han Tianyu, Jiang Fei and his companions immediately teleported to Manda Square's roof. When Jiang Fei entered the house, Shang Guanqi and Si Taiying were not around. They must have gone to the martial arts training center. Mother, this is my junior Bella. She will be staying with us for a few days, Jiang Fei said. Nice to meet you, Aunt. Isabella greeted Jiang Fei's mother respectfully. Nice to meet you. Please feel at home, Jiang Fei's mother said pleasantly while glancing playfully at Jiang Fei. Hee hee, Jiang Fei chuckled. His mother was more open-minded than he was. She probably wished for him to marry all of these women around him. Where is father? Jiang Fei asked carefully. Although his mother was open-minded, Jiang Fei's father was an old-fashioned man. When Ariel had first arrived, Jiang Fei's father had already given him a stern warning. He would probably not be happy that Jiang Fei brought Isabella home this time. He had probably gone out for a stroll, Jiang Fei's mother laughed. Ever since Han Tianyu was held hostage by the military, the Manda group became gradually absorbed by the military. Naturally, Jiang Fei's father was also under constant surveillance. As such, Jiang Fei's father finally decided to quit his job. Jiang Fei suddenly thought of an idea. Since their family did not have any close friends or family in the city, and his father had resigned, perhaps he could move his family to the Winter Islands. After all, the territory belonged to Jiang Fei and was much safer in all aspects. Han Tianyu was the chief governor of the Winter Islands. He would definitely make sure that Jiang Fei's parents were well taken care of. Apart from the 50,000 android soldiers, there were also Hong Yu and the other female biohumans on standby to defend the territory. Who would dare to touch Jiang Fei's parents? Besides, none of the level 5 experts would embarrass themselves by kidnapping Jiang Fei's parents. Therefore, if Jiang Fei was able to persuade his family to move to the Winter Islands, his parents' safety would be guaranteed. In other words, Jiang Fei would not have anything more to worry about. Although the military had been keeping a low profile, Jiang Fei had not forgotten about their Supreme Android Soldier project. Once the military had achieved a significant breakthrough in the project, a battle between the androids and the martial artists was unavoidable. Jiang Fei would then find it very difficult to keep his parents out of the fight. However, if they moved to the Winter Islands, Jiang Fei would not need to worry about their safety in the battle. As he thought of this, Jiang Fei decided to have a discussion with his father after dinner. Jiang Fei felt confident that he would be able to persuade his mother as she had an easygoing personality. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei would need to get the final agreement from his father before making the necessary arrangements. By the evening, Jiang Fei's father had returned along with Si Tang and Shang Guanqi. Jiang Fei's father did not ask anything when he noticed an unfamiliar girl in the house. However, Si Tang and Shang Guanqi were both stunned when they walked through the door. Si Tang was no longer a normal human as she once was. Now, she possessed capabilities of a beginner level 4 expert. Shang Guanqi was even at the advanced level 4 stage and, with years of experience as an assassin, she could sense that something was amiss with Isabella. "Ah Fei, this is," Shang Guanqi asked. "Oh! Please allow me to introduce. This is my junior, Bella." Jiang Fei first introduced Isabella before pointing at Si Tang and Shang Guanqi. "This is little Ing. And this is my older sister, Shang Guanqi. Nice to meet you both." Isabella was a little unhappy at first when she saw the two girls. After all, Jiang Fei had only told her about Si Tang. However, when she heard that Shang Guanqi was Jiang Fei's older sister, she immediately smiled. "Oh, I see. You are little Fei's junior. Bella, please feel at home with us. We have just returned from our martial arts training. We will now take a shower and get changed. Talk to you in a bit," Shang Guanqi said politely before dragging Si Tang into her room. Jiang Fei noticed that Si Tang and Shang Guanqi both looked upset. All this while, he had only been worried about how Bella would react. Thus, he had completely neglected Si Tang's feelings. Although Si Tang did not get jealous as easily as Isabella did, she was still somewhat unwilling to share her boyfriend with another woman. When Ariel first appeared, Si Tang had only been able to accept it with the help of Shang Guanqi's counsel. However, Jiang Fei had brought another woman home today. Si Tang wanted to question Jiang Fei on the spot. However, Shang Guanqi was very vigilant and immediately stopped Si Tang from doing so. After all, she had a much stronger sensing ability than Si Tang, but yet she could not detect any energy wave from Isabella. This could mean that Isabella was either a normal human being or a metahuman who was much stronger than Ariel. Although Shang Guanqi's level 4 capabilities did not allow her to determine Isabella's true identity, her instincts warned her that Isabella was extremely dangerous. Therefore, Shang Guanqi predicted that Isabella was probably a metahuman who was much stronger than Ariel. Since Ariel was already a level 5 expert, one could only imagine how strong Isabella was. Due to such considerations, Shang Guanqi immediately stopped Si Tang from lashing out. After all, if Si Tang acted inappropriately in front of a level 5 expert, she would be in trouble even if Isabella did not punish her immediately in front of Jiang Fei. Ah! I have such bad luck in romance, Jiang Fei frowned. Things had gotten out of control, but it was far too late to regret it. He could only bear with the consequences. After approximately 20 minutes, Shang Guanqi called out from the other side of the walkway. Little Fei, come over here. Our father wishes to speak to you, oh. Jiang Fei answered. He asked Ariel to stay with Isabella as he ran to the study. As soon as he entered the study, Jiang Fei noticed that his father was gloomy. Si Tying, who sat across his father, seemed very upset. Shang Guanqi was also looking at Jiang Fei disapprovingly. Needless to say, the two women had complained about Jiang Fei to his father. Tell me, what is up with Bella? Jiang Fei's father asked. She's my junior. Jiang Fei felt very awkward. Is she only your junior? Shang Guanqi asked. She was very close to Si Tying. Naturally, she stood on Si Tying's side. She is also my fiancée. As soon as Jiang Fei said these words, tears started rolling down Si Tying's cheeks. Although he knew that his words would hurt Si Tying greatly, Jiang Fei did not dare to lie. Despite the closed doors and the great soundproofing system in the house, he could not prevent a level 5 expert from hearing what he said. If he said something untruthful and was heard by Bella, he would not be able to handle the consequences. You, Jiang Fei's father stood up angrily. Little Fei, how could you do this? Shang Guanqi yelled. We were engaged a long time ago. Si Tying and I were still not together back then. Moreover, this was also a decision made by the elders. Jiang Fei's words were interpreted by both sides differently. On Isabella's side, her engagement to Jiang Fei was decided by the Nephilim King. As the Nephilim King was Isabella's father, he was naturally one of the elders. However, to Si Tying and the rest, Jiang Fei's elder who decided on the engagement was none other than his teacher, Zhuge Shanzhen. Chapter 978, summoned by Lu Fu, with Zhuge Shanzhen's name brought into the discussion, even Jiang Fei's father became speechless. After all, Zhuge Shanzhen was Jiang Fei's master. Since the engagement was a decision made by an elder, Jiang Fei's father could not blame him. Unlike Jiang Fei's father, who was only a normal human who did not know much about the metahuman's world, Shang Guanqi and Si Tying were both more than familiar with Zhuge Shanzhen's name. Now that Jiang Fei had provided 65 bottles of energy potions to the Martial Art Alliance, Zhuge Shanzhen had become the most influential person in the Martial Art Alliance and even the entire metahuman circle. The potions had been exchanged by the bigger sect at a hefty price. Naturally, they would not offer the potions to normal disciples. Only level 4 and above disciples would receive the potions. Therefore, almost overnight, 65 pinnacle level 4 experts had been created. These were the strongest forces just below the level 5 stage. With such a large-scale increase in capabilities, the Martial Art Alliance had reached a new height in their powers. They were much stronger than even before the war had taken place. If not for the existence of level 5 experts, the Martial Art Alliance might have claimed to be the strongest party in the metahuman circle. Meanwhile, Zhuge Shanzhen had undoubtedly become the most respected individual in the metahuman circle for being able to catalyze the Martial Art Alliance's growth and powers. Even other level 5 experts could not achieve what Zhuge Shanzhen had done. In fact, forcefully creating a single beginner level 4 expert was already a difficult feat, let alone dozens of them. Doing so might even put these level 5 experts' lives at risk and even affect their own capabilities. Therefore, Zhuge Shanzhen's stature was second to none at the moment. Many of the level 5 experts were finding ways to locate Zhuge Shanzhen so that they could meet him and learn from him. As such, even level 5 experts would not dare to challenge Zhuge Shanzhen's decision on Jiang Fei's engagement, let alone Shang Guanqi and Si Tying, who both belonged to the younger generation. Little Fei, although we cannot change Zhuge Shanzhen's decision, you must make sure not to put Little Ying in a difficult position. Shang Guanqi could only say such things to console Si Tying. Definitely. I will not put any of them in a difficult situation. Jiang Fei nodded repeatedly. Seeing as Jiang Fei had made his promise, Jiang Fei's father merely frowned. His son was a grown man. He could no longer interfere with Jiang Fei's personal life. Since Si Tang had already accepted the fact that Jiang Fei would have more than one woman in his life, Jiang Fei's father decided not to stand in the way. You will solve your own problems, young man. Jiang Fei's father shook his head as he left the study. Little Ing, I know this isn't fair for you, but Jiang Fei had initially wanted to say something to make Si Tang feel better. However, he realized that he could not bring himself to say another word. Ah! Forget it. I'll just have to accept my fate, Si Tang shook her head. She had already known that this day would come from the moment Jiang Fei brought Ariel home. Although she felt sad, she could not bring herself to leave Jiang Fei. Therefore, she had no choice but to accept his decisions. Si Tang was able to accept Jiang Fei being surrounded by other women, mostly because of her family's background. Her father was the leader of a group of gangsters. He too had more than one woman apart from Si Tang's mother. As Si Tang had grown up in such a complicated environment, she naturally found it easier to accept such conditions. Phew, Jiang Fei sighed in relief. However, at the same time, he felt like he was a jerk. He felt sorry for the women around him. However, this was the nature of his personality. He never knew how to reject others and naturally had to suffer the consequences. Regardless of what happened, the day was finally over. Isabella and Si Tang had both accepted each other's existence. As for how well they could get along, it depended on Ariel, the peacemaker. After that, the entire family had dinner together in a not entirely awkward atmosphere. As Jiang Fei's mother and Ariel were both very engaging, things were not too quiet at the dining table. However, Si Tang and Isabella had only accepted each other's existence. They were not quite ready to be the best of friends yet. After dinner, Jiang Fei felt more exhausted than a day of fighting in a war. He had not even been this worried when he fought against the mutants during the war in Tokyo. When it was time to rest, Si Tang stayed in Shang Guangqi's room as usual. Isabella initially wanted to sleep in the same room as Jiang Fei. However, Jiang Fei did not dare to keep Isabella in his room when his parents were still there. Instead, he asked Ariel to bring Isabella to the guest room. Moreover, Jiang Fei intended to enter the game at night. Therefore, it was not inappropriate for Isabella to sleep next to him. After entering the game, Jiang Fei realized that drastic changes had occurred in the game. Firstly, the players had stopped killing each other for experience points. While Jiang Fei had stayed offline for the last couple of days, the players had already mostly reached level 80 and above. As soon as the average level of players reached level 80, the system issued a notification that the war between the light and dark factions had ended. The final victory belonged to the dark faction. After the war between the light and dark factions had ended, the system introduced a series of dungeons which included 2 group dungeons for level 70 and level 80 players respectively. This ensured that the players were still interested in the game after the war between the light and dark factions. Not long after Jiang Fei had logged onto the game, and before he had even greeted the officials in his guild, Yezi appeared in front of him. Little Fei, where have you been for the past few days? Yezi asked. I faced some difficulties in my world. That's why I was delayed, Jiang Fei answered. All right. Never mind that. Follow me. The young master would like to meet you. Yezi tugged at Jiang Fei's arm as he instantly teleported the two of them away. A white light flashed before Jiang Fei's eyes. When he finally recovered his vision, Jiang Fei had arrived at the High Human's Wonderland in the clouds. Master, why is the young master looking for me? Jiang Fei asked curiously. Don't be silly. It's about the War of the Heavens, of course. Yezi rolled his eyes at Jiang Fei. Right then, the celestial race and the Nephilim race had already been united. The High Humans had become one race at last. Naturally, the High Humans' leadership wanted to start preparing for the War of the Heavens. Oh! Jiang Fei nodded. He then chatted with his teacher briefly before the two arrived in front of the young master of Lufa's palace. "Greetings, young master." Oyezi bowed respectfully at the empty emperor's desk. Buzz! A white light flashed as Lufa's shadow projection appeared behind the desk. "Young master, I have brought Verger Glider to meet you," Oyezi said as he bowed yet again. "Greetings, young master. Verger Glider is at your service." Jiang Fei bowed at Lu Fu as he spoke. Chapter 979, Generous Aunt, Verger Glider, I am sure you have already found out why I have summoned you here. Now that the High Humans have regrouped, the time is ripe for us to initiate the War of the Heavens. Since you possess the will of the heavens, I hope you can take on this huge responsibility. Lu Fu was a remnant soul. Therefore, he could not be out for long and needed to get straight to the point. As you wish, young master. Jiang Fei immediately nodded. Very well. You may find Zhaoxing now. Lu Fu waved his hand as he turned into a white light and swiftly vanished. Ding! The High Human's common leader, Lu Fu, has issued a key story quest to you, gather the 9 cauldrons. As the system notification was heard, there was an additional quest in Jiang Fei's list of quests. Story quests like these did not require players to physically accept. Such quests were issued by force and could not be forfeited. Quest name, gather the 9 cauldrons. Current stage, obtain the Cauldron of Charm from Zhaoxing. Quest reward, unknown. The quest descriptions were fairly simple. However, the information provided was more than enough for Jiang Fei. Master, do you know where Uncle Zhaoxing might be? Jiang Fei asked Oyezi after they had both left the Grand Palace. Him? He might probably be in the garden at the back, Oyezi replied after some thought. Master, will you go with me? Jiang Fei tried to ask. If Oyezi showed up with Jiang Fei, Zhaoxing would probably make it easier for Jiang Fei. After all, Zhaoxing would definitely respect his older brother. This is your mission. If you can't even complete this, how will you take on the huge responsibility of the War of the Heavens? Oyezi waved his hand as he turned around and walked away. Fine then. I'll do it myself. Jiang Fei shrugged as he walked toward the garden in the Wonderland in the Clouds. Although Jiang Fei was not too familiar with the Wonderland in the Clouds, he had a small map to guide him which all players possessed. Even if the map did not show him everything around him, it still worked well as long as Jiang Fei still possessed some sense of direction. After making a few wrong turns, and having explored 2/3 of the Wonderland in the Clouds, Jiang Fei finally found the location of the garden. After entering the garden, Jiang Fei noticed that a man was admiring the flowers at the center of the garden. This person was none other than Zhaoxing, whom Jiang Fei had met once in the past. Uncle! Jiang Fei called out from afar. Shoo! Zhaoxing waved his hand at Jiang Fei, signaling for Jiang Fei to lower his voice. What's the matter, uncle? There's no one around here, Jiang Fei asked with a soft voice as he got closer to Zhaoxing. Jiang Fei had scanned around to make sure that Zhaoxing was the only person around. Nobody else would be disturbed. I was afraid that you would wake my flowers up. Zhaoxing glared at Jiang Fei. Wake flowers up? Can flowers even hear? Jiang Fei was dumbfounded. There was a peach tree in front of Zhaoxing with lots of beautiful pink flowers hanging on each branch. Unexpectedly, as soon as Jiang Fei spoke, a few petals fell to the ground. The flower petals quickly turned into a gust of tornado which circled around Jiang Fei before falling to the ground. As soon as the petals dispersed, a beautiful woman appeared in front of Jiang Fei. Tell me, young man, how could I possibly not hear you? The woman pointed her finger at Jiang Fei's voice. Jiang Fei was taken by surprise. He had no idea what was going on. However, Jiang Fei suddenly turned toward Zhaoxing. Uncle, is this my aunt? As soon as Jiang Fei spoke, Zhaoxing felt awkward. Men and fairies were never supposed to be together. Although he and Peach Blossom Fairy were indeed a couple, it was inappropriate for Jiang Fei to blatantly point it out. Ah! Young one, you are too sweet. Come over here. I have a gift for you. Jiang Fei's words had clearly pleased Peach Blossom Fairy. She was initially upset at Jiang Fei. However, when she looked at Jiang Fei now, she was smiling from cheek to cheek. Peach of Evolution, Spiritual Fruit, Holy Item, Consume, increase 4 levels immediately. Remark, you can only use it to advance to level 95. Whoa! Jiang Fei nearly dropped the gift from Peach Blossom Fairy. She was way too generous. Although this was probably a fruit which she had cultivated on her own, it was still a holy item which probably did not come by easily. In fact, the item had come to Jiang Fei at the best timing imaginable. He was currently at level 91. If he ate the peach now, he would reach level 95. It was an ideal scenario. However, Zhao Xing was still feeling awkward about the situation. The Peach Blossom Fairy was using this opportunity to force him to marry her. Tell me, when are you going to marry me? Peach Blossom Fairy asked as she grabbed at Zhao Xing's collars. The time is not right yet, Zhao Xing replied awkwardly. He and the Peach Blossom Fairy belonged to two different worlds. He was already under great pressure for being with her. If he married her openly, his status as one of the 4 sages of the heavens would be questioned by the masses. Cut the crap. When will you marry me? Give me an exact date. This question had been bugging the Peach Blossom Fairy for a very long time. Now that she had a chance, she would not let it go easily. Little bastard, you have put me in a difficult situation. Zhao Xing glared at Jiang Fei angrily. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei pretended as if he did not know what was going on. We'll talk about this later. There's a young man in front of us. Zhao Xing laughed dismissively as he turned around to face Jiang Fei. You must be here for the cauldron of the ancient kingdom. All right. Complete the quest, and I will give it to you, uncle. Please tell me what to do. Jiang Fei immediately nodded. He was indeed here for that sole purpose. Do you know what cauldron I possess? Zhao Xing asked. Yes. It's the cauldron of charm, Jiang Fei answered immediately. Very well. I will test your charm. Zhao Xing smiled devilishly as he tossed a small cauldron over to Jiang Fei. This is the cauldron of charm. I want you to get 50 girls to confess their love for you in front of the cauldron of charm within 2 hours. They must do so from the bottom of their hearts. Otherwise, I will take the cauldron away. Zhao Xing was clearly exacting revenge on Jiang Fei. If not for Jiang Fei's words, Zhao Xing would not be under such pressure to marry Peach Blossom Fairy. Therefore, he had intentionally given Jiang Fei a difficult quest. Within 2 hours? It was perhaps even difficult for a womanizer to accomplish the task with 1 woman, let alone 50. However, Jiang Fei did not seem concerned by the quest at all. That's all? I thought it would be a very difficult quest. There were already close to 50 of the Naga priestesses in the Demon Dragon Fortress. On top of that, there were still other ladies like Nina and Hua Mulan. Gathering 50 of those women was too easy a task for Jiang Fei. He did not even have to make use of the Saint's Guard. Therefore, this might be a difficult quest to others, but not to Jiang Fei. Young man, stop boasting. If you can't complete it, I will take the cauldron away immediately. Zhao Xing laughed coldly. Uncle, don't worry. This cauldron is mine now. You will never get it back. Jiang Fei chuckled. Before he left, he turned around once more. Uncle, aunt, have fun with your time together. Remember to invite me to your wedding. I'll prepare congratulatory gifts for you. Chapter 980, 50? Easy, Jiang Fei ate the peach of evolution as he walked out to the garden. This holy item magical fruit did not only have miraculous effects. It even tasted amazing. Once the peach of evolution entered his belly, Jiang Fei's level jumped to 95. Although Jiang Fei's level soared on the level ranking board, the other players were already used to it. After he leveled up, Jiang Fei was too lazy to care about how Zhao Xing was doing anymore. He directly tore a guild return scroll. After all, he had limited time to complete Zhao Xing's quest. This quest was easy for him, so it would be frustrating if he failed because of some delays. After returning to the Demon Dragon Fortress, Jiang Fei immediately looked for the Nada Siren Priestesses. As there were more than 40 Nada Siren Priestesses, Jiang Fei's quest was basically completed. Master, you have finally come to see us. The High Priestess Chris fluttered in front of Jiang Fei. Come here, cut the nonsense, say you love me. Jiang Fei said to Chris as he held the cauldron of charm up. As these Nada Siren girls were way too open, Jiang Fei just wanted to quickly complete his quest and leave. Master, have you finally decided to accept our service? Chris became ecstatic as soon as she heard what Jiang Fei had said. The eyes of the little priestesses under her command also sparkled. It looked like they wanted to strip Jiang Fei immediately and devour him. What's with all the nonsense? If I ask you to say it, just say it. Jiang Fei was scared of these Nada Siren girls. If it was not because the quest which he had to complete, he would have run away by now. Yes. Master. I love you, you're my only faith and sustenance. Am willing to give everything up for you. Chris could not stop talking. Her corny use of words gave Jiang Fei goosebumps. Stop, 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 next. Jiang Fei quickly stopped. If Chris went on, he would spend all the quest time on her. Anyway, when Chris said I love you to Jiang Fei, the cauldron of charm had already counted it. So, there was no point in letting her continue. You, come. Jiang Fei pointed at another Nada Siren priestess and called her over. Me? The priestess' eyes lit up. She thought that her master wanted to be intimate with her. However, it was obvious that this little priestess had thought too much. Cut the nonsense, say you love me. Jiang Fei urged. Great master, my love for you is like the stars in the sky, and the vast sea. It looked like this priestess was going to go on forever. Rebecca, organize the other priestesses. There's no need for so much nonsense. Just make them line up and say I love you one after another. Quick, I'm in a hurry. Jiang Fei ordered. There were more than 40 Nada Siren priestesses. If all of them slowly declared their love one by one, how long would it take? Yes. Master. As she was one of the 12 officiants, Rebecca easily managed the other priestesses. Master, I love you, Master. I love you. With Rebecca's arrangements, the efficiency of the Nada Siren priestesses greatly increased. Since these Nada Siren priestesses had no chance to showcase their literary skills and creativity to Jiang Fei anymore, they could only express how they felt about him through their intonation when saying I love you. About 10 minutes later, more than 40 Nada Siren girls had completed their tasks and the count on the cauldron of charm had reached 46. I need 4 more. Now, it'll look for Nina, Mulan, and Sylphie. Jiang Fei thought to himself. After he had decided, Jiang Fei did not dare to linger around the Nada Siren priestesses. After all, these Nada Siren girls looked extremely hungry. It seemed like he was going to get harassed if he stayed any longer. So, Jiang Fei immediately got out of the base of the priestesses, as if he was fleeing. The Church of the Holy Light. This was the building that Jiang Fei had specially built for Nina and the other sisters. As Nina, Sylphie, and Mulan were from the Luminous Vatican, Jiang Fei had specially built a church in the Demon Dragon Fortress for them to live in order to cure their homesickness. Although the Light and Dark faction have now been unified, there was no way that Nina and the others could join the Vatican community anymore, as they were former betrayers. So, living here gave them some comfort and made them feel a little better. Darling, you're back? Sylphie was the first to fly into Jiang Fei's arms. She was one of the first to fall in love with Jiang Fei. Previously, it was because of the heartfelt. However, after getting along for such a long time, Sylphie had genuinely fallen in love with Jiang Fei. Master, you've increased in strength again. Hua Mulan said to Jiang Fei. Nina, who was at the side, just smiled gently at Jiang Fei, like a wife greeting her husband who had just come home. Even though she did not say anything, Her feelings for him were clearly written in her eyes. Jiang Fei had feelings for these three girls. So, naturally, he could not be as rude to them as how he was with the non-Siren priestesses. Moreover, he had saved a lot of time on the non-Siren priestesses just so that he could have more time to set the atmosphere right here with these three girls. I've been neglecting you recently, Jiang Fei sighed. The more girls there were around him, the more he felt guilty. These girls were all brilliant, regardless of whether in-game or in reality. Jiang Fei felt that any one of them would be more than enough for him. However, these girls were now totally devoted to him, but he could not always accompany them. It was obviously unfair to these girls. It's fine, dear. As long as you remember us. Sylphie clung onto Jiang Fei's arm and smiled at him. Come on, let's take a walk, Jiang Fei said after taking a deep breath. Then, Jiang Fei summoned the sky-gliding dragon. The three girls were all overlords, so they could fly on their own. The four of them quickly left the demon dragon fortress. This time, Jiang Fei just wanted to find a quiet place to spend time with the three girls. So, there was no special destination. The four of them flew for about 15 minutes, then landed on a hill. Jiang Fei sat on the ground. Sylphie and Nina sat beside him. The female General Mulan could not bring herself to do that, so she sat opposite of Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei did not go straight into the point. Instead, he chatted with the girls for a while. After the atmosphere became comfortable, Jiang Fei placed the cauldron of charm beside him, then said to the three women affectionately, although I have never said anything like this before, today, I want to say to the three of you, I love you. Husband, I love you too. Sylphie suddenly crashed into Jiang Fei's arms. One had to know that they had been waiting for this confession for a long time. Ding! The count on the cauldron of charm increased by one again. Chapter 981, Unexpected Evolution, Ah Fei, Nina was gentle and introverted. It was quite difficult for her to face Jiang Fei's confession in the presence of the other girls. Say it. If you like me too, just say it out loud. Jiang Fei encouraged her. Yeah, Sister Nina, just say it. Sylphie also shouted. Ah Fei, I love you too. It seemed like Nina had to put in a lot of effort. After saying that, the girl blushed crimson red as if blood could flow out at any time. She became too shy to even look at Jiang Fei after that. Master, I love you too. In contrast, the female General Mulan was much more prompt in saying it. I love all of you too. Jiang Fei loudly confessed. Jiang Fei and the three girls' eyes darted back and forth, the flame of love burning in their hearts. As he looked at their embarrassed, pretty faces, Jiang Fei's heart could not help but ignite with passion. However, when things were getting hot with the girls, 0542 the Killjoy appeared. Captain! Urgent report! 0542's voice ranged in Jiang Fei's ear. If it was not an urgent matter, he would not interrupt Jiang Fei in the game. What's up? Jiang Fei immediately asked. At the same time, the flame of passion in his heart had dissipated. According to the data I've been monitoring, Nina and Sylphie's data indicators have peaked. Requesting immediate extraction of both their data. 0542 reported. What? Jiang Fei never imagined that today's confession would actually prompt the completion of Nina and Sylphie's final evolution, causing them to achieve the standard of perfect artificial souls. Now, however, Jiang Fei was also in a difficult position because he had no energy left to resurrect Nina and Sylphie. If the two girls were to be extracted now, they would have to be sealed in an endless void for quite a long time. Although Jiang Fei had never experienced the pain of being sealed in an endless void, Isabella always looked terrified when she mentioned it. One had to know that Isabella's was not timid or cowardly at all. Hence, if a place could make her that scared, one could easily imagine how terrifying it was. Captain, please make a decision as soon as possible. I can only maintain the shield for 5 minutes. If we do not extract their data before that, the signal of their evolution will be detected by the military. At that time, the military will also extract their souls. 0542 warned. Although the military and Jiang Fei had no enmity against each other, 0542 understood that the supreme android soldiers would eventually fight against Jiang Fei. If Nina and Sylphie were extracted by the military, they would definitely become supreme android soldiers and stand as Jiang Fei's enemies. One had to know that 0541 and Jiang Fei had cultivated these two artificial souls. As a support system, 0542 would absolutely not allow them to become Jiang Fei's enemies. Captain, if you give up on their extraction, I will destroy them. 0542 said ruthlessly. Alright, give me some time to explain the situation to them. Jiang Fei also understood what 0542 meant. If he did not extract their souls, the military will turn them into his enemies. Captain, you have 10 minutes. 0542 said. He could only hide it from the military for 5 minutes in real time. This was equivalent to 15 minutes in the game. However, after taking into account the time that had passed and the time required to extract the souls, Jiang Fei only had 10 minutes to spare. Dear, are you alright? Sylphie looked at Jiang Fei and asked. Originally, Jiang Fei was looking at the three women with a look of affection. However, in a blink of an eye, his face had changed. It seemed like he was in a dilemma and unwillingness filled his eyes. Of course, the three girls would notice such a change. There are some urgent matters. Jiang Fei did not know how to word it. Captain, you have 8 minutes left. 0542 projected a huge countdown timer before Jiang Fei. Sigh. Acknowledging the urgency, Jiang Fei sighed and turned to Nina and Sylphie. Due to some change in circumstances, I need both of you to go to my world and help me now, really? That's great, Sylphie said. Previously, when Jiang Fei had extracted Hong Yu and the others, she already wanted to go together with them. Ah Fei, there's definitely some bad news, right? Nina's sixth sense had always been very sharp. Yes, due to some special reasons, you have to set off to my world now, and there may be some hardships in the process, Jiang Fei said. Darling, don't worry, no matter what the hardships are, we're not afraid, Sylphie said as she held Jiang Fei's hand. Nina also gazed at Jiang Fei intently. Master, if they encounter any dangers, I'll protect them, Mulan said. No! You can't go yet. Jiang Fei shook his head. 0542 clearly stated that only Nina and Sylphie had successfully evolved. Mulan was just lacking a little more. As she was a military general, Hua Mulan's emotional growth was relatively slow. This time, Jiang Fei's bold confession had greatly increased her evolutionary index, but it had not reached the final target. Hence, only Nina and Sylphie had completed the final evolution. Master, can't you make an exception? Mulan asked. No! Jiang Fei shook his head. There were very few people who could complete the final evolution like them. So, Jiang Fei would never allow Mulan to be forcibly extracted before she completed the final evolution. Ah Fei, what do you really mean by hardships? Nina stared at Jiang Fei intently. You will be stuck in an endless void for a while. There's nothing there, and you won't even be able to feel your own existence in the dark. So, in the loneliness, time will pass in a painfully slow manner. You might even feel like thousands of years have passed. Jiang Fei explained. That's really scary. Nina lowered her head. Her voice made Jiang Fei's heart scrunch in pain. However, the girl quickly raised her head again and looked at Jiang Fei resolutely. But no matter how scary it is, we don't care. For your sake, we will go through any test, yes. Husband, we will soon reunite in your world. Sylphie also said decisively. I'm so sorry. As the girls were staring at him so lovingly, Jiang Fei suddenly did not know what to say. Captain, you have 1 last minute. 0542's unpleasant voice appeared again. At the same time, a black hole had appeared in the sky above Jiang Fei's head. Is this the portal that summons us to your world? Sylphie asked curiously. Yes, the transmission is about to begin. Jiang Fei nodded. Ah Fei, before we go into the endless void, I have a request. Nina whispered in Jiang Fei's ear. Chapter 982, The Cauldron of Charm, what is it? Just tell me. As the two girls were about to enter the endless void, Jiang Fei looked distressed. Can you kiss me? Nina was as soft as a mosquito. Me too, darling. Sylphie immediately grabbed Jiang Fei's hand. Take care, I will go all out and try to reunite with both of you as soon as possible. Jiang Fei vowed. Then, he kissed their foreheads. At this very moment, 0542 had begun the extraction process. Husband, I will miss you. Sylphie's voice gradually faded and the two girls slowly disappeared into the black vortex. Master, let's go back, Mulan said. Although she liked the feeling of being alone with Jiang Fei, the atmosphere at this time was obviously not appropriate. Yeah. Jiang Fei rubbed his face and tried to control his emotions. Although Nina and Sylphie were now sealed in the endless void, this did not mean that they would be gone forever. As long as he continued to try hard to find the whereabouts of the engine room, the two of them would soon be resurrected and be by his side again. I'll finish the quest first, Jiang Fei said after taking in a deep breath. Although there was an episode concerning Nina and Sylphie's evolutions, Jiang Fei's quest time continued to run. Now, Jiang Fei had about 20 more minutes to complete his quest, but the count on the Cauldron of Charm had already reached 49. He only needed one more to complete the quest. Mulan, you head back first, I have something else to do, Jiang Fei turned and said to Hua Mulan. Yes, master. Mulan nodded, then turned and left. After all, Nina and Sylphie had gone into the endless void. Out of all the girls in the Demon Dragon Fortress, Mulan was the only one left to take care of the place. After Mulan left, Jiang Fei waved his hand and a light flashed. Akatsuris was summoned. Previously, as he wanted to spend time and get closer to the three girls, Jiang Fei did not bring out the light bulb, Akatsuris. Now, Jiang Fei's quest just lacked one more count. His fiancée and pet Akatsuris was naturally the one he would call when needed. Master, Akatsuris pouted as she looked at Jiang Fei. Her eyes were filled with bitterness. Although she could still feel her existence in the small dark room, it was not a lot better than the endless void. It was not fun at all. Furthermore, Jiang Fei locked her in the small dark room so that he could spend time and get closer to the other girls. If this Mistress Akatsuris felt good about it, something was definitely wrong. Seeing that Akatsuris was so grief-stricken, Jiang Fei pitied her. Although the Nephilim King Augustus had forcibly pushed her to him and Jiang Fei also had no feelings for her, he still felt pity for her. Okay, I won't put you in the pet space ever again. Jiang Fei walked to Akatsuris' side and comforted her. Thank you, Master. Due to the restrictions of the contract, Akatsuris did not dare to request too much from Jiang Fei. Do you love? Jiang Fei wanted to ask Akatsuris, do you love me, and complete the quest. However, he could not bring himself to say it. After all, he was already treating her badly and he was even going to use her just to complete his quest now. This was way too mean of him. However, the quest time was running out and it was too late for Jiang Fei to find someone else. Oh ho ho ho, little cutie, you're here. I missed you so much. At this time, a flame light flashed beside Jiang Fei and Shiraz appeared. Oh! I was wondering why you did not come to look for me. You were actually dating your little mistress secretly. Shiraz was obviously a little jealous when she saw Jiang Fei and Akatsuris standing together and looking into each other's eyes. She quickly took 2 steps and came to Jiang Fei's side. Then, she hooked her arms around Jiang Fei's neck and said, Little cutie, let me kiss you. I love you so much, ding. Quest completed. The moment Shiraz's voice fell, the count on the Cauldron of Charm increased by 1 again and Zhao Xing's quest was completed. The Cauldron of Charm completely belonged to Jiang Fei now. Previously, even though the Cauldron of Charm was already in Jiang Fei's hands, it was just a quest item. It had no functions other than registering counts. Now, however, it was different. After Jiang Fei had completed the quest, the Cauldron of Charm's real attributes were revealed. Cauldron of Charm, Special Item, Holy Item, Effect 1, your speed of gaining reputation is increased by 500%. Effect 2, your reputation will no longer decrease due to hostile behavior. Effect 3, you gain 5 reputation points with every non-hostile target around you every second. The area of effect is 1 kilometer. The reputation level is capped at Admire. Only valid for neutral and friendly, and does not stack with Effect 1. Note, Special Item can take effect even if placed in your backpack. Note 2, will drop upon death. Similarly, this Cauldron of Charm did not directly increase one's combat power, but it could bring huge benefits. 5 times the reputation gaining speed could help a player win the support of a large number of forces. Moreover, Effect 2 could reduce a lot of worries. A player's reputation with many factions was linked. For example, if Faction A and B were enemies, if you gained reputation with Faction A, your reputation with Faction B would decrease. However, with the Cauldron of Charm, as long as you did not actively attack Faction B, you could easily gain reputation with Faction A and your reputation with Faction B would not decrease. Eventually, you would be able to gain the support of both factions. As for Effect 3, even if an NPC did not give you any quests, as long as that NPC was not enemies with you, you just had to stand near him. Then, your reputation would continuously increase until it reaches the level of Admire. So, this Cauldron of Charm was actually a godly weapon to attract minions. However, as Jiang Fei was too focused on checking the Cauldron of Charm's attributes, he did not Akatsura's change of mood. Originally, when she saw Jiang Fei slowly moving toward her with an apologetic face, Akatsura was very happy. After all, it seemed like her lover had a change of heart. However, just as Akatsura thought that her lover was going to confess to her, Shiraz appeared. This celestial tier woman had not only interrupted their affectionate moment, but she was also being so intimate with Jiang Fei. Coldness flashed through Akatsura's eyes. Moreover, after Shiraz appeared, Jiang Fei began to ignore Akatsura. In actuality, Jiang Fei was just checking out the unsealed Cauldron of Charm as he had completed his quest, which made Akatsura hate Shiraz to the core. However, Akatsura knew her status. She also knew that she was no match for the celestial tier Shiraz, so she buried this hate deep within her heart. She also instantly hid the coldness in her eyes. Chapter 983, New Plan. Shiraz focused all her attention on Jiang Fei. As she was a celestial tier powerhouse, she was naturally not bothered about Akatsura. On the other hand, Jiang Fei focused all his attention on the Cauldron of Charm, so he did not notice Akatsura's change in mood. Ding! Quest updated. After the Cauldron of Charm was unsealed, Jiang Fei's quest updated. Quest name, collect the 9 cauldrons. Current link, get the Cauldron of Luck from Tianwen. Quest rewards, unknown. Tianwen? Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Although he had never seen Tianwen before, he knew that this was his master's acquaintance. In addition to Oyezi, who was the leader of the 4 sages of the heavens, Jiang Fei had also met 2 other sages. The Peach Blossom Fairy was probably still forcing Zhao Sheng to marry her, and Huang Xia was already dead. So, Tianwen was the only one who would have a cauldron. Jiang Fei looked at the row of cauldrons in his backpack and did some calculations. Other than the Cauldron of Luck that was in Tianwen's hands, there were no other cauldrons with any NPCs. Currently, Jiang Fei owns 6 cauldrons. After he takes the Cauldron of Luck away from Tianwen, there would only be 2 cauldrons left. One was the Cauldron of Strength, which was with people not people. And the other was the Cauldron of Agility, which was with evil laughter. Now, however, Jiang Fei had another problem. He did not know where Tianwen was. If he could not even find Tianwen, there was no way he could even start the quest to obtain the Cauldron of Luck. Forget it. I'll ask Oyezi about it when I have the chance. Jiang Fei shook his head. He had to rely on Oyezi to bring him back to the Wonderland in the clouds. So, even if Jiang Fei wanted to get all 9 cauldrons as quickly as possible, he still had to wait for Oyezi to pick him up. When he got tired of Shiraz, Jiang Fei sent her away. Then, he returned to the Demon Dragon Fortress with Akatsuris. Seeing that there was still a lot of time left, Jiang Fei brought the players in the main team to clear some dungeons. When it was 6 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Fei was kicked out of the game once again. Sigh! After he opened his eyes, Jiang Fei sighed. Originally, he was freed from his burdens after he had resurrected Isabella. However, now that Nina and Sylphie had both evolved, he suddenly had to face an energy deficit of 60 million crystal lattices. Darn it! I never get to rest. Jiang Fei sighed. Then, he got up and washed himself. He now understood why monogamy was stipulated in the law. It was definitely set that way to protect men. Otherwise, men would be exhausted sooner or later. After eating breakfast, the girls seemed to be a little more harmonious around each other. Maybe they were acting all prim and proper just so they could leave a good impression on Jiang Fei's parents. In any case, Jiang Fei had a happy morning. Putting this moment of peace to good use, Jiang Fei began to consider his next task. After all, Nina and Sylphie had entered the endless void and were suffering. He could not just stay at home and do nothing. This time, however, Jiang Fei did not plan to go out and try to find a needle in the haystack. He had gone to almost all the unfrequented places on Earth, but he did not manage to find much energy using this method. The 2 times where Jiang Fei got the biggest amount of energy was when Han Tianyu gave him 1,000 crystal lattices, and when America provided him with the landing ship's coordinates as compensation. From this, it could be seen that trying to find a needle in a haystack was not reliable at all. If he wanted to find the engine room, he had to work with the big forces. Braveheart crashed on Earth more than 7,000 years ago, and humans have been in the technological era for hundreds of years. Even if the engine room had not been excavated yet, it should have already been discovered. It was the same with the landing ship. Although humans already knew where it was, they were not able to excavate it because they were lacking technology. As for some of the Braveheart widgets, such as Manda Group's game console and the virtual appliance used to maintain Dawn Break, Jiang Fei was not very concerned about them. It did not make much of a difference whether he had them or not. However, if a key fragment like the engine room had been discovered by a certain force, Jiang Fei had to snatch it back no matter what. However, judging by the current level of technology on Earth, it seemed like Planet Namek's energy technology had not been deciphered. This meant that human beings had the power to excavate the engine room, they just did not understand its value after excavating it. It was like how Han Tianyu used energy bars to build a wall. Thinking about this, Jiang Fei became excited. He was an outstanding teenager who grew up in a civilized society. A violent act like robbing was not his first choice. He had the energy potions that many huge metahuman forces were drooling over. Hence, Jiang Fei believed that these forces would definitely be willing to exchange some fragments that they were unable to decipher or excavate for his energy potions. Even if the big forces were reluctant to exchange their own fragments for the potions, they could still rob the fragments of others. Jiang Fei was purely a businessman. When they handed him the fragments, he would hand them the potions. Fair and square. As for how the big forces obtained the fragments, Jiang Fei would not ask. After he planned everything out, Jiang Fei smiled. Although some people from the big forces might realize the value of these fragments, Jiang Fei believed one thing. As long as he continued to provide the martial arts alliance with potions, the other forces would inevitably feel pressured once the alliance becomes stronger. By then, no one would be able to stand the pressure. Even the intelligent ones would have to bow down to Jiang Fei to solve the current crisis. Moreover, Jiang Fei was strengthening the metahuman forces just in case. After all, he was not clear about the military's supreme android soldiers' plans. If the military managed to break through the level 5 checkpoint, they would start to mass produce. Even though these level 5 supreme android soldiers were not as strong as a real level 5 metahuman, if they were as strong as Ariel, it was enough for them to bring disaster to the entire metahuman world. Therefore, Jiang Fei had to take precautions. He was using this opportunity to strengthen the metahumans and to obtain the scattered Braveheart fragments at the same time. Captain, great idea. Also, we can reduce the effectiveness of the potions so that we can use minimal biosamples in exchange for more fragments. 0542 said. You're right. Jiang Fei nodded. This was especially with regard to the free potions he was providing the Martial Arts Alliance with. He had to make sure that he watered down these potions. Ever since he got his hands on the high-level martial arts techniques, there was nothing else that the Martial Arts Alliance could offer him. Since the Alliance was now useless to him, Jiang Fei naturally did not have to care too much about them anymore. When he thought about this, Jiang Fei dialed Schroeder's communicator. Previously, Schroeder and his girlfriend managed to get out of the war in Japan alive because Jiang Fei had mercy on them. As he was a peak level 4 metahuman, Schroeder also managed to gain a higher status in the Mutants Brotherhood after the war. Chapter 984, A Bothersome Quest. The communication between Jiang Fei and Schroeder went very smoothly. The Mutants Brotherhood had long been drooling over the magical potion in Jiang Fei's hands. However, due to the war in Japan, their relationship with Jiang Fei was not harmonious. So, they did not dare to contact Jiang Fei. Moreover, as the mutants were scared of Zhuge Shanjin. So, they did not dare to play dirty. Now, Jiang Fei had taken the initiative to hold out the olive branch. The Mutants Brotherhood represented by Schroeder naturally would not miss this opportunity. Although the Mutants Brotherhood also valued their fragments, Jiang Fei was right about one thing. Even if the mutants were reluctant to exchange their own fragments for his potions, they could still snatch the fragments from the others. Therefore, Schroeder quickly reached an agreement with Jiang Fei. After they had agreed on the relevant trading methods, Jiang Fei was not bothered about what the Mutants Brotherhood was going to do next. Moreover, when Jiang Fei was negotiating with Schroeder, he made it clear that he would not just accept any fragment. If it were not a fragment that he was interested in, he would not give even a drop of the potion. Jiang Fei was no longer the ignorant teenager he once was. Although he was still no match for these old foxes, he was not stupid. He would never allow these people to hand over a screw or some other small gadget from Braveheart in exchange for the potions. After negotiating with the Mutants Brotherhood, Jiang Fei sent the European Vatican a message. After all, he would only be able to sell his potions at a good price if there was competition. Although the European Vatican used to be a pawn of the mutants, it was different now. After the war in Japan, the Mutants Brotherhood weakened significantly. As a result, their subordinates became less obedient. After all, no one would willingly be someone else's subordinate. Previously, the people of the European Vatican had to take orders from the mutants due to the disparity in strength. Although everyone belonged to different groups, they were all white people. No matter what, it was still better than working for the martial artists. Moreover, the martial artists were way too arrogant. Even if someone wanted to be their subordinate, they might not want it. After he had contacted both sides, Jiang Fei also spread the news by word of mouth. As long as someone had a valuable extraterrestrial fragment, he would buy it with potions. Although the metahuman community was mainly made up of the Martial Arts Alliance, the Mutants Brotherhood and the European Vatican, there was a chance that those scattered small forces or individuals would be able to give Jiang Fei a surprise. After everything was arranged, Jiang Fei had nothing else to do for now. He had cast his net, he just had to wait for the harvest. In the evening, Jiang Fei returned into the game again. To complete the 9 Cauldrons quest, Jiang Fei spent a lot of effort. Some players from Imperial Dragon had been assigned to keep watch at the blacksmith shop in Dawnlight City at all times, in case Oyezi suddenly appeared. Jiang Fei was trying very hard to find his master. After all, without Oyezi, he could not return to the Wonderland in the clouds, let alone find Tianwen to complete the quest. After 2 days, Jiang Fei still did not manage to find Oyezi. However, on the 3rd day, Yezi voluntarily came to him. Have you gotten the Cauldron of Charm? Yezi asked. Of course, Jiang Fei said proudly. The quest that Zhao Xing issued was not difficult to him at all. Eh? Zhao Xing did not give you a hard time? You've been torturing him these past 2 days. He's acting like he has a big debt and he's hiding from his lender. He's been hiding at my place for a day. Yezi was confused. He, Jiang Fei immediately sneered. Zhao Xing was being forced into a marriage so hard all because of himself. Forget it. It's good if he didn't give you a hard time. This is for you. Yezi shook his head and handed Jiang Fei a golden pearl. What's this? Jiang Fei took the pearl hesitantly. Moonstar Orb, special item, epic, use, teleports you to the wonderland in the clouds. At a glance, Jiang Fei immediately understood what the orb was for. This was similar to a fixed location return scroll that could be used infinitely. It allowed him to go to the wonderland in the clouds at any time. This Moonstar Orb was not like the Abyssal Gate that the Nephilim King gave him. He could not bring others along with him. Even so, it was now way easier for him to get to the wonderland in the clouds. Oh! Master, do you know where Master Tianwen is? Since Yezi was here, Jiang Fei quickly tried to get some information from him. Otherwise, once Yezi disappears again, he would not have a single clue as to how to find Tianwen. It's really hard to say, Yezi frowned, then gave Jiang Fei 4 coordinates. Tianwen is an alcoholic. This is the coordinates of 4 pubs in the wonderland in the clouds. He will appear in one of the 4 pubs every day at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but he will leave immediately after he buys his drinks. If you want to meet him, it all depends on your luck. Yezi said to Jiang Fei. I see, Jiang Fei frowned. If Tianwen went to the pubs in other places, it would be a lot easier. After all, Imperial Dragon had a lot of members. Jiang Fei could ask his guild members to guard the pubs. If Tianwen appeared, Jiang Fei could immediately rush over to the pub while his guild members delayed Tianwen. However, Tianwen would only appear in the wonderland in the clouds. Normal players could not come here at all. So, this quest could only be done by Jiang Fei himself. Moreover, this quest did not require any skills at all. It was completely dependent on his luck. After sending Yezi off, Jiang Fei cleared 2 dungeons with his guild members. When it was about time, he teleported to the wonderland in the clouds and picked a pub to wait for Tianwen. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side. He waited until it was 4:30 in the game, but Tianwen still did not appear. Obviously, Tianwen had disappeared after he bought his drinks at another pub. The next few days, Jiang Fei had nothing much to do. There was no news from the mutants and the Vatican. At night, Jiang Fei did not manage to meet Tianwen in the game. A week passed by just like that. Today, Jiang Fei waited in a pub in the wonderland in the clouds at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, as usual. This time, however, luck was on his side. Someone with a cloak over his head walked into the pub at 4 o'clock sharp. Although Jiang Fei could not see his face, as he was a player, he could see the name floating above the person's head. It was Tianwen. Finally! Jiang Fei was ecstatic. This quest was way too bothersome. Whether it was hard or not was an entirely different matter. The fact that whether he could even start the quest purely depended on his luck was just too much. Master. Finally, we meet. Jiang Fei grabbed Tianwen's arm, as he was afraid that this guy would just immediately disappear again. If he had to wait and bet on his luck just to meet this guy again, he would go crazy. Haha. You're Verger Glider, right? I know why you're here. Tianwen smiled at Jiang Fei, then took a coin out of his pocket and said, let's play. If you get it right, this Cauldron of Luck will be yours. Chapter 985, First Transaction, ding. Quest updated. After he heard a system prompt, Jiang Fei saw his new quest. Quest name, Destiny. Quest requirements, correctly guessed the outcome of Tianwen's coin flip. Quest rewards: Cauldron of Luck. F***CK. After reading the quest's details, Jiang Fei felt like killing someone. It was no wonder that Tianwen was the holder of the Cauldron of Luck. Regardless of whether it was finding him or doing his quest, everything depended on luck. If Jiang Fei was lucky, he would win the cauldron. If he was not, nobody knew when he would be able to see Tianwen again. Come on, young man. Tell me your answer. As Tianwen spoke, he threw the coin up high. The coin spun quickly in the air for about a second, then Tianwen caught it with one hand. What the F***CK? Jiang Fei hesitated. He knew that as soon as he guessed it wrong, Tianwen would leave. If he wanted to see Tianwen again, he might have to wait for a very long time. Come on, don't waste time. Tell me your answer. Tianwen looked at Jiang Fei and urged him. Heads. As this quest was purely based on luck, there was nothing else Jiang Fei could do except make a guess. Anyway, no matter which side he chose, there was only a 50% chance of getting it right. Is that so? Young man, it is now time to witness a miracle. Tianwen smiled slightly, then opened his palm. A coin was lying flat on his palm, with its back facing up. F***CK. Jiang Fei was about to go crazy. He finally got to meet Tianwen after one whole week, and it was all over in 3 sentences? He had to start all over again. Young man, it seems like you're not in luck today. Let's meet again someday. Tianwen laughed. Sigh. Master, hold on a minute. Jiang Fei still wanted to fight for it. However, Tianwen quickly turned around and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Damn it! Jiang Fei stomped his foot. This quest was so annoying. It could not be completed through strength and effort. Everything depended on luck. Although Jiang Fei was sad, Tianwen had already left. The earliest he would be able to see Tianwen again was tomorrow. After another 3 days, Jiang Fei was lucky enough to meet Tianwen again. Unfortunately, he guessed the outcome of the coin flip wrongly again. On the 4th day, Jiang Fei exited the game in the morning. Tianwen's quest was irritating him. He hated waiting for Tianwen every day at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. However, other than that, Jiang Fei was enjoying the game. At other times of the day, he would clear dungeons with his fellow guild members. This made him find joy in gaming again. Originally, Jiang Fei thought that the Mutants Brotherhood or the European Vatican would be the first to come to him with news. He did not expect that the first news regarding an extraterrestrial fragment would actually come from an independent metahuman. Precisely speaking, this guy did not look for Jiang Fei on his own. Instead, he was captured by the Martial Arts Alliance as an intruder. All metahuman organizations had their own sphere of influence. For example, China was the territory of the martial artists. It was not that the other forces or individual metahumans could not enter China. If they wanted to enter, they just had to inform and state their reasons. Apparently, this guy did not do so. He planned to sneak into China, then look for Jiang Fei. However, he had underestimated the martial artists. Although the martial artists did not care much about the secular world, they had been living in China for thousands of years. If a high-leveled metahuman stepped into China, how could they not notice it? So, as soon as the guy walked out of the airport, 2 high-leveled martial artists had their eyes on him. He was also pretty funny. He knew that if he rebelled against the martial artists, he might be killed. So, he went straight toward an uninhabited area and voluntarily allowed himself to be captured. After being caught, he mentioned that he was looking for Jiang Fei. Originally, according to the rules of the Martial Arts Alliance, this guy had to be interrogated under torture by someone like Bai Wanjian. However, because it involved Jiang Fei, the Martial Arts Alliance made Yang Pe and Yang Qing ask for Jiang Fei's opinion. Currently, Jiang Fei and Zhuge Shanzhen were like emperors in the eyes of the martial artists. This was especially after Jiang Fei announced that he was going to provide the Martial Arts Alliance with a batch of energy potions for free to provoke the other metahuman forces. The major sects even wanted to worship him after that. Who would dare to not worship him? Okay, let's go and have a look. Jiang Fei smiled slightly and decided to go to the hidden dragon village with the Yang sisters. This time, however, Ariel was not the only one who followed Jiang Fei. Isabella naturally tagged along, but Jiang Fei felt like Bella's eyes were filled with hostility when she looked at the Yang sisters. That's strange, Jiang Fei wondered. Bella had never seen the Yang sisters before. It was her first time meeting them today. Why was she so hostile? Jiang Fei had no idea that this was all thanks to Ariel. To improve the relationship between Isabella and Si Tying, Ariel thought of a way. She wanted to establish a common love rival for the two girls. The Yang sisters who were interested in Jiang Fei were naturally the best candidates. Isabella had been resurrected for half a month now. During this time, she was with Ariel every day. Every night, Ariel would brainwash her. So, how could she have a good impression of the Yang sisters? After seeing Yang Pa and Yang Qing today, Isabella instinctively felt threatened. Of course, this threat was not because the sisters were strong. It was because of Jiang Fei. Yang Pa and Yang Qing looked strikingly similar. Their faces were similarly beautiful, but their demeanors were completely different. One of them was like fire, and one was like ice. A man would definitely be quite tempted by them. So, Isabella became very vigilant as soon as she met them. After Jiang Fei introduced them to her, Isabella realized that they were the Yang sisters that Ariel had always mentioned. How could she still be nice to them? It was not good if Isabella was angry. She was a level 5 metahuman. Even the weather would change if she got angry. Even though she was holding it back because Jiang Fei was here, the pressure she was exerting was enough to scare the Yang sisters. BRR. Jiang Fei could clearly feel that Yang Pa and Yang Qing were shaking. Obviously, Isabella's pressure was scaring both of them. Bella, stop! Jiang Fei quickly tugged Isabella. They were still in Manda Square. If she exploded in anger here, the whole building might be destroyed. Humph. Isabella snorted, then removed the pressure. However, it left a mark on Yang Pa and Yang Qing. What's the origin of Jiang Fei's master? Why are all his disciples level 5? Yang Pa wondered to herself as she held onto her sister's arm. The pressure made her clench her teeth. After all, the pressure exerted by a level 5 powerhouse was not easy to withstand. If Bella did not care about the feelings of Jiang Fei and his family members, she could easily crush the Yang sisters into pieces just by exerting pressure. Chapter 986, Openly Robbing. Jiang Fei followed the Yang sisters to the hidden dragon village once again. Isabella's appearance was clearly beyond the expectations of the martial artists. They were now even more impressed by Jiang Fei's master. Who wants to see me? Jiang Fei asked straightforwardly. His name is Ruan Jincheng. He's from Lufa, Yang Pa said as she led them to the front of a stone house. Lufa? Jiang Fei was familiar with this country. It was China's neighbor, located to the south of China. As the country was shaped like a slender strip on the map, it looked like a loofah. That was how it got its name. There were no metahuman organizations in Lufa, but there were some metahumans who worked for the country in exchange for money or women, such as Ruan Jincheng. Okay, let's go in and see, Jiang Fei said as he walked into the stone house. Come, release the seal, Jiang Fei ordered. But, the martial artist who was in charge of guarding Ruan Jincheng hesitated. Although Jiang Fei had a high status in the martial arts alliance, he did not hold any positions. So, it was against the rules if Jiang Fei asked to release a serious criminal like Ruan Jincheng. Do what he says. At this time, Zhu Tianfei came in. Since he was promoted, his status had also improved. He now had great power within the alliance. Currently, in Hidden Dragon Village, he was also the one in command. Yes, sir. Seeing that Zhu Tianfei had nodded, the martial artist who was in charge of guarding Ruan Jincheng removed the steel nails that had been nailed on his body. These steel nails that had been infused with pure qi. so it could keep the power of metahumans sealed if they were nailed onto the acupuncture points. Although Ruan Jincheng was a peak level 4 metahuman, Zhu Tianfei was not worried that he would try to make trouble. There were many martial artists around. Moreover, Jiang Fei had 2 level 5 bodyguards beside him. If this kid dared to stir up trouble, one look from the bodyguards would probably be enough to kill him. I want to see Mr. Jiang Fei, am here to trade with him. Ruan Jincheng was very fluent in Chinese. Jiang Fei. What do you want to trade? Jiang Fei laughed. You're Jiang Fei? Ruan Jincheng stared at Jiang Fei for a long time. It seemed like he was trying to confirm Jiang Fei's identity. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. Is the deal that you talked about real? Ruan Jincheng asked. He knew that although the Chinese martial artists were arrogant, they were upright and would not spread a lie to trick him. Of course. Jiang Fei smiled. Then, Ruan Jincheng paused, then looked around. It seemed like he was quite wary of Zhu Tianfei and the other martial artists. I want to talk to him alone. Jiang Fei turned and smiled at Zhu Tianfei. No problem. Zhu Tianfei nodded. The martial artists were very aware of Jiang Fei's transactions with the other forces. Although they were a little unhappy about Jiang Fei providing the other forces with potions, this was his choice, and they did not have the rights to interfere. The Chinese martial artists were not the same as the other metahumans. As they had never been interested in extraterrestrial fragments, they had nothing in their hands. Moreover, they were not particularly fond of fighting, so they were not willing to attack other metahumans to obtain these fragments. Hence, it was already very nice of Jiang Fei to give them some potions for free. If they tried to stop Jiang Fei from trading with the other forces, they would be overstepping their boundaries. After seeing that all the other martial artists had left, Ruan Jincheng looked at Ariel and Isabella. Obviously, the presence of the 2 girls made him anxious. They're my juniors. Feel free to talk. Jiang Fei said after looking at Ruan Jincheng. I know the coordinates of an extraterrestrial fragment, but it's in a military base in Lufa. If you can give me a bottle of energy potion and provide shelter for my son and me, it'll tell you the coordinates. Ruan Jincheng said to Jiang Fei. Oh? Do you know what fragment it is? Jiang Fei asked. I don't know. The extraterrestrial technology is way too complicated. Lufa is extremely behind in technology, so they can't even crack through the outer shell. They have no idea what's inside. The only thing I know is that it's a gigantic silver-white metal box that's 3 kilometers long. Ruan Jincheng said. Oh? Jiang Fei was overjoyed. No matter what fragment it was, judging by its volume, it was already worth keeping. Then, Jiang Fei continued to ask Ruan Jincheng for more information about the fragment. In the end, he confirmed that the fragment was a rectangular metal box with a length of 3 kilometers and a width of nearly 100 meters. All right. If what you say is true, I promise to fulfill your requests. Jiang Fei nodded. Thank you, Mr. Jiang Fei. Ruan Jincheng immediately thanked Jiang Fei. The reason why he had betrayed his motherland this time was mainly for his son. Although Ruan Jincheng was a peak level 4 metahuman, his power system was somewhat similar to the mutants. They were just born with it. The strength was completely dependent on their bloodline power. Although his son was also strong, he was only an intermediate level 3 metahuman. Moreover, his son had offended a certain metahuman force recently. The metahuman force was now hunting his son down. It was hard for Ruan Jincheng to fight the enemies alone, and his son was not strong enough to protect himself. So, after hearing about Jiang Fei's deal, he decided to look for Jiang Fei and try his luck. After getting the coordinates from Ruan Jincheng, Jiang Fei ordered the martial artists to release Ruan Jincheng's son so that he could reunite with his dad. They did not have to be separated from each other anymore. At this time, Jiang Fei was like the precious child of the martial arts alliance. His demands would naturally be met very quickly. Let's go, Jiang Fei said to the 2 girls beside him. Yeah. Ariel nodded, then immediately teleported them away. As she had been to the jungle and the peripheries of Lufa before, this saved Jiang Fei a lot of time. Come on! After they arrived at Lufa's border, Jiang Fei pulled out his gigantic saber. Ariel and Isabella clung onto him. As Lufa was a relatively small and weak country, Jiang Fei obviously came to openly rob them this time. Since he was going to rob them openly, there was no need to hide. They directly entered Lufa's airspace. Whenever there was a radar wave, Jiang Fei would ask Ariel to destroy the radar by casting an electromagnetic storm. Anyway, regardless of whether it was in terms of military power or metahuman power, Lufa was weak. In terms of metahuman power, there were only 2 peak level 4 and 3 level 4 metahumans in Lufa. Ruan Jincheng was one of them, but he had betrayed Lufa. As for the rest, Jiang Fei could easily get rid of them on his own, even without the help of Isabella and Ariel. As for military power, Jiang Fei did not even have to do much. If he asked Han Tianyu to dispatch 3,000 supreme android soldiers, Lufa would be completely destroyed. Therefore, he had nothing to worry about to go against such a small country. Chapter 987, Super Main Canon. Jiang Fei kept flying south. He felt uncomfortable flying so openly. However, things were chaotic on Lufa's side. An unidentified flying object had entered their airspace at high speed. They had to track it with the radars, but the radars were being destroyed one after another. Lufa was a poor country, so they only had a few high-precision military radars. In a blink of an eye, 2/3 of the military radars in the country had been destroyed. The officials in Lufa were almost scared to death. They thought that the Chinese people were going to destroy them. One had to know that when America sent 2 major fleets out, Lufa also joined them and clamored. Now that America's fleets had been destroyed by the Chinese, a weak country like Lufa could not fend for themselves. Lufa was like a wild dog at your doorstep that dared to join in on the fun when a brave man from a foreign village came to burgle your house. Now that the brave man had been beaten up and chased away, wasn't the wild dog doomed? Speaking of which, Lufa was not farsighted at all. Even if they wanted to be a bootlicker, they had to choose someone near to them. If the Americans attacked them, China was just right behind them and could support them at any time. Now, however, they had chosen the wrong boss. If the Chinese wanted to attack them, their reinforcements were all the way across the Pacific Ocean. But then again, America used to be in a strong position. Anyone would think that it was over for China. So, the fact that Lufa had chosen the wrong team was understandable. This time, Jiang Fei crossed the border and Ariel had destroyed 2/3 of Lufa's military radars. It scared Lufa so much that they did not even dare to activate more radars anymore. After all, it was pointless. Not only did their expensive radars fail to track the enemy, but they would also be destroyed. So, even though the citizens of Lufa had no idea what was going on, the leaders of the country were all scared to death. However, it was just a false alarm this time. Jiang Fei did not care about poor countries. He was definitely not interested in a country like Lufa that was only good in selling some lychees and mangoes. He was headed straight toward the military base that Ruan Jincheng had mentioned. About 2 hours later, Jiang Fei arrived at the military base. Is this really a military base? Jiang Fei expressed dissatisfaction as he peered over the group of buildings below him that looked similar to a refugee camp. Speaking of which, Jiang Fei had seen a lot of military bases. He had seen several military ports in China as well as the super base near the capital. He had also seen the American military base in Winter Islands. Although all the staff had been evacuated and the key facilities had also been destroyed, some of the remaining buildings still clearly illustrated the original grandeur of the base. When Jiang Fei first came out to the real world, he and Han Tianyu raided the Japanese base in North Africa. That base was also well equipped. However, after he saw Lufa's military base, he could only think of one word: shabby. Could you imagine the outer wall of a military base being a fence? Could you imagine that the barracks were houses made out of straw and bamboo? Could you imagine that all the soldiers were in normal clothes and were only equipped with an AK? It was such a shabby base. Were the so-called staff working inside trying to break through the shell of the planet Namek fragment with an ordinary electric welding machine? F***CK. If they go on like this, even if they were given another 7,000 years, they wouldn't be able to crack it open. After Jiang Fei finished checking the base out, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Lufa was such a poor little country, and it actually dared to jump in when two huge countries were fighting against each other. Was something wrong with their brains? Clear the field! Jiang Fei looked at Ariel. He was not planning to secretly take the fragment away. He had no time to wait until the middle of the night for these people to fall asleep. Okay. Ariel waved her hand. Everyone working in the base was instantly teleported to somewhere else. As for where they were teleported to? Excuse me, Miss Ariel was not very familiar with Lufa. She just snapped her fingers and sent the workers away. As for whether they would land in the center of a lake or the depths of a virgin forest, it depended on their fate. After sending the people away, Ariel waved again, and all the electronic facilities within a few dozen miles were all destroyed. Then, Jiang Fei rode the gigantic saber and descended near the fragment. 0542, confirm the fragment's information. Jiang Fei made an order as he walked toward the fragment. Yes, Captain. Connecting 0542 began to connect with the fragment. After about 5 minutes, 0542 had some news. Reporting, Captain. The fragment's attributes have been confirmed. Oh? Such a big fragment must be very valuable, right? Jiang Fei asked curiously. It's really valuable, but for you, I'm afraid that it has no practical significance for the time being, 0542 replied. What do you mean? Jiang Fei was confused. This is Braveheart's main cannon. First of all, we don't have the energy to activate it. Secondly, before you can leave the Earth, I don't recommend using it, 0542 explained. This cluster particle cannon was one of the greatest military achievements of planet Namek. It was nicknamed Death Star Cannon, as it could destroy one planet with just one shot. For a cannon that could destroy an entire planet, one could easily imagine its energy consumption. Moreover, who is Jiang Fei going to use this cannon against? Forget it. Since it's useless, just inform me after you have obtained control over it. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Was this cannon powerful? Absolutely. It was extremely powerful. It could destroy an entire planet, let alone a level 5 powerhouse. However, the problem was that this cannon was the same as a 400-kilogram longevity peach. It was totally useless. After about half an hour, 0542 had successfully gained control over Braveheart's main cannon. Compared to other fragments, this one actually took relatively long. Then, Jiang Fei placed his hand on the exterior of the fragment, and 0542 used spatial manipulation to move the main cannon into the spatial ring. After they had obtained the fragment, Jiang Fei asked Ariel to teleport them home directly. As for the chaos that was about to erupt in Lufa, it was none of his business. Shortly after Jiang Fei left, Lufa's task force rushed to the scene. Thousands of people in the base had mysteriously gone missing, and the huge extraterrestrial fragment was nowhere to be seen. When they linked this to the unidentified flying object that had flown in from China and the large-scale radar damage they had suffered, Lufa had no doubts. They agreed that this was the act of the Chinese military. Although the culprit had been identified, Lufa knew that they were no match for the Chinese military. The only thing they could do was complain to their boss. Hence, they made it sound more serious than it really was when they reported it to America. However, Lufa was also really stupid. Did they not know that their boss had just been taught a lesson by the Chinese? If they complained to America now, wouldn't America be in a tough position? Were they going to care? If they cared, they could not beat China. They definitely would not seek justice for a country like Lufa if they knew that China was just going to beat them up again, right? If they did not care, it would be shameful of them. So, when Lufa complained to America, America solved the complaint cruelly. They got angry, and Lufa became their punching bag. They just slapped Lufa in the face. you actually had a 3-kilometer-long extraterrestrial fragment in your poor shabby country? If you did, why did you not give it to your boss in the first place? What do you mean by this? From now on, no military assistance will be provided anymore. Therefore, not only did Lufa's complaint fail, but they were also cruelly shot down by their former boss. Chapter 988, Cauldron of Luck. Although Jiang Fei had only obtained a useless main cannon, he still returned to the hidden dragon village and gave Ruan Jincheng a bottle of energy potion as promised. Jiang Fei also sent Ruan Jincheng and his son to Winter Islands, where they could take refuge. After Ruan Jincheng got the potion, he was naturally thankful to Jiang Fei. After he and his son arrived at Winter Islands, their safety would be guaranteed. Currently, Jiang Fei's master was so powerful that no metahuman force dared to come onto his territory to kill him. Anyway, Ruan Jincheng's enemy would never dare to do such a thing. After the deal with Ruan Jincheng was concluded, Jiang Fei returned home with the two girls. Although there was nothing special about the fragment they obtained, it was a good start. His deal with Ruan Jincheng was like a live advertisement. Jiang Fei believed that the big forces would soon start to act and the scattered fragments would soon be handed over to him. After he returned home, he noticed that the girls around him were getting along with each other fairly well. As Jiang Fei and Ariel were always there to mediate the disputes, Isabella and Si Tang started to become friendlier with each other. This was especially after Isabella saw Yangpa and Yang Qing. Her attention had obviously shifted. She knew that Si Tang was here for good. This could not be changed anymore. To prevent Jiang Fei from being divided by more girls, her most important task was to stop the Yang sisters from seducing her husband. It was not just Isabella. Under Ariel's influence, Si Tang had also become wary of the Yang sisters. After she and Isabella knew that they had a common enemy, the conflicts between them reduced. Since things were now calm, Jiang Fei naturally had a few uneventful days. In a blink of an eye, another week had passed. There was no real progress on the Braveheart fragments. Jiang Fei met Tianwen in the game once again but still guessed the outcome wrongly. However, these few days did not just pass by in vain. Even though Jiang Fei did not manage to obtain Tianwen's Cauldron of Luck, Smart Tomato had brought him a surprise. People Not People had agreed to sell the Cauldron of Strength. Although People Not People's asking price was 10 million, money was just numbers to Jiang Fei. So, any problem that could be solved with money was not a problem at all. Jiang Fei's generosity influenced People Not People to decide on selling the Cauldron of Strength away. Although he was a professional player, his annual income was only about $200,000. The huge amount of $10 million would definitely allow him to quit being a professional player and go on to enjoy life. This deal also allowed Smart Tomato to gain a huge profit. After all, he just had to move his mouth, and he had gained more than $1 million in commission. This made him more confident that Verger Glider was a huge treasure box. As long as he continued to mix with Jiang Fei, he would always be rich. For Jiang Fei, obtaining the Cauldron of Strength brought him one step closer to collecting all of the 9 cauldrons. Moreover, the Cauldron of Strength had changed his battle attributes dramatically. The Cauldron of Strength, which gave Jiang Fei an additional 100,000 strength, increased his attack power significantly. Originally, his attack power was already godly. After he had obtained the Cauldron of Strength, his attack power soared to more than 5.5 million. With Ruthless Barrage stacked fully, Jiang Fei's attack power could reach 16 million. No one would be able to stop him. Do me another favor. Find out if Evil Laughter wants to sell the Cauldron of Agility, Jiang Fei said to Smart Tomato. Although Tianwen's Cauldron of Luck quest was a little annoying, Jiang Fei knew that he would eventually get it. So, he naturally focused his attention on Evil Laughter. After all, this was the only cauldron left that was in another player's hands. Moreover, as Evil Laughter had the Cauldron of Agility, it was difficult for Jiang Fei to catch him. After all, that cauldron gave him an additional 100,000 agility. Evil Laughter was too fast. If he really tried to run, Jiang Fei would never be able to catch him. Don't worry, boss. As long as you're willing to spend money, I believe that evil laughter will sell it. Smart Tomato smiled. It seemed like he was very confident about the job. Sure, I'll leave it to you then. If you can make him sell it, it'll give you a 10% commission. Jiang Fei knew that people would do things well if he rewarded them for it. So, he took the initiative to increase the reward to encourage Smart Tomato. Hee, you can rest assured. If you throw out that much money, no one will be able to resist it. Smart Tomato smiled. I'll be waiting for some good news. Jiang Fei nodded. After sending Smart Tomato away, Jiang Fei returned to Wonderland in the clouds to try his luck. Unfortunately, he did not see Tianwen today. After another 3 days, Jiang Fei finally met Tianwen in one of the pubs. Haha, young man, it seems like you don't have much luck. Tianwen smiled when he saw Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei had already guessed the outcome of the coin flip about 4 or 5 times, but he had never got it right. Come on, cut the nonsense, master. Throw the coin. Jiang Fei was too lazy to talk nonsense. In the end, it all depended on luck anyway. You're very straightforward. Tianwen gave Jiang Fei a thumbs up, then threw a coin high up into the air. The coin tumbled in the air. Even with his good eyesight, Jiang Fei could not tell clearly whether it was heads or tails. About a second later, Tianwen suddenly reached out and grabbed the coin. Young man, it depends on your luck. Tianwen smiled at Jiang Fei. I'll go with heads again. I don't believe in tails, Jiang Fei said coldly. The past few times, he always guessed heads. Today was no exception. Good! It's now time to witness a miracle. Tianwen smiled and spread his hand open. A coin was lying quietly on his palm, face up. F***CK. Seriously? Jiang Fei could not believe his eyes when he saw that it was heads. One had to know that he had been trying to complete this bothersome quest for about a month already. Today, happiness came a little too suddenly. Young man, you're in luck. This cauldron is yours. Tianwen shrugged, then threw a small cauldron over to Jiang Fei. Then, he turned around and went to buy some beer. This isn't fake, right? Jiang Fei still could not believe it, but the cauldron was already in his hands. Cauldron of Luck, Special Item, Holy Item, Special Effect 1, all your attacks will be critical hits. Effect 2. You will dodge all attacks that are not sure hit attacks. Effect 3, if the target you kill will drop items upon death, the most valuable 3 items will drop. Note 1, Special Item, can take effect even if placed in your backpack. Note 2, will drop upon death. Damn, this is what you call a godly item. When Jiang Fei saw the attributes of Cauldron of Luck, he suddenly felt like all of his sufferings were worth it. Chapter 989, Ancient God's Arrival. In all fairness, all of the 9 cauldrons were very powerful. Although each of them had its own merits, obtaining any one of them could dramatically enhance one's capabilities. However, if he had to say which one was the most powerful, Jiang Fei would absolutely pick the Cauldron of Luck. The Cauldron of Luck had 3 special characteristics. The first one made all attacks critical. Regardless of whether it was basic attacks or skills, all attacks would be critical hits. This would lead to a substantial increase in a player's damage output. As for the second special effect, the owner of the cauldron would be able to dodge almost any attack. As long as the opponent's weapon had no special effects or the skill was not a sure hit type of skill, Jiang Fei would be able to evade it. All attacks would be luckily dodged away by Jiang Fei. As for the third special effect, it could only be described as shameless. This special effect did not only work on players, but also on bosses. This meant that as long as the boss would drop rewards upon death, the 3 most valuable things would inevitably drop. Even if the boss was a boss that would only drop 1 piece of equipment upon death, if Jiang Fei was the one who killed it, the boss would still drop 3 items. The best 3 items. Moreover, this special effect worked the same way on other players. Originally, when players died, they would only drop their equipment. The items in their backpack would only drop out if they allowed it. However, if Jiang Fei killed them, it would be over for them, unless their items were non-droppable. An example was the rainbow equipment of a hidden class player. Such items would not drop upon death. However, other than that, players were better off not bringing their valuables around. Otherwise, if they were killed by Jiang Fei, their 3 best items would become his. Therefore, this Cauldron of Luck was not only great in terms of offense and defense, but it was also a must-have for a robber like Jiang Fei. This is the 8th one. You're next. After he kept the Cauldron of Luck into his backpack, Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Now, he just had to get the Cauldron of Agility that was with evil laughter. Then, he would have all the 9 cauldrons. Let's see if Smart Tomato can convince him to sell it. If that doesn't work out, he'll have to find a chance to attack him by surprise. Jiang Fei decided. To start the War of the Heavens, Jiang Fei had to collect all 9 cauldrons. This was why he had to get the Cauldron of Agility from Evil Laughter. Actually, even if Evil Laughter did not want to sell it, Jiang Fei could just kill him with 1 hit and get the cauldron. However, the problem was that he could not catch up with Evil Laughter. So, he had to plan a sneak attack. If he caught Evil Laughter by surprise, he would be able to reach his goal with just 1 attack. In a blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed by. Unfortunately, there was not much progress on Smart Tomato's side. It seemed like Evil Laughter was resolute on not selling the Cauldron of Agility. You want me to give up the Cauldron of Agility? No way! I know you want my cauldron, but you know what? I want the other 8 that are in your hands too. This was the message that Evil Laughter told Smart Tomato to pass to Jiang Fei. Although there was a huge disparity in power between Evil Laughter and Jiang Fei, Evil Laughter was right about one thing. He and Jiang Fei were actually on the same level because the cauldrons would definitely drop upon death. So, it worked both ways. If Jiang Fei killed Evil Laughter, he would obtain all 9 cauldrons. However, if Evil Laughter could just kill Jiang Fei once, he would instantly get all 9 cauldrons. Moreover, if Evil Laughter successfully killed Jiang Fei, then the High Human's Heavenly Court would undoubtedly abandon him instantly and consider Evil Laughter as the leader of the War of the Heavens. Then, even Oyezi would forget about their master and disciple relationship and stand on Evil Laughter's side. The winner would take it all. The reality was cruel like that. However, Jiang Fei's 8 cauldrons were not just for show. With the additional attributes of the 8 cauldrons, he had a huge advantage over Evil Laughter. Evil Laughter was absolutely no match for Jiang Fei. Even though Evil Laughter had 100,000 agility, he could not break through Jiang Fei's defense. Evil Laughter's only advantage was that he was faster than Jiang Fei. As soon as he felt like there were other cauldrons in the vicinity, he could run immediately. Then, Jiang Fei would never be able to catch him. Precisely because of this, the situation between Evil Laughter and Jiang Fei was deadlocked. However, even though the humans were not able to start the War of the Heavens, the primordial celestials were not going to sit still. Since the main world was isolated, the primordial celestials no longer knew what was going on there. They probably did not know that the Celestials and Nephilims were now unified and that the High Humans were pulling their forces together, getting ready for the next battle. However, the primordial Celestials were not just made up of NPCs. There was a player among them called Demonic Monarch. Originally, Demonic Monarch was only an ordinary elite player in the main team of Jiang Fei's guild. However, ever since he used the destructive shrine of the god of avarice to sacrifice his pet, he established a connection with the god of avarice. Then, he gave up his human identity and joined the primordial celestials. Hence, he was naturally teleported to the small world where the primordial celestials were at. Although he could not access any information about the main world in the game, he could still go offline and browse through the game forum. Moreover, Demonic Monarch had friends. He could just ask them about what was going on in the main world. The unification of the High Humans in the main world was not really a secret, so he was naturally very clear about it. After gathering all the information, Demonic Monarch reported the news of the unification of the High Humans to the ancient gods. This had created a sensation among the ancient gods. Although the humans failed to destroy the heavens previously, it was a heavy blow to the primordial celestials. In their eyes, the Lord of the Humans, King Zhou of Shang, was no different from the Grim Reaper. To avoid repeating their mistakes, the primordial celestials decided to control the humans first. However, since the main world was sealed away from them, the ancient gods could not directly enter the main world. So, they could only start activities through the cult organizations that they had left in the main world. They tried to open some small portals so that they could send some low-leveled ancient gods into the main world. Then, they would find a way to open larger portals. They wanted to start the war before the humans were ready to eliminate every single bit of danger. To the players, the small portals opened by these cults were actually secret dungeons. They could get a lot of experience points and equipment rewards upon clearing these dungeons. But these players would inevitably die during the attempts. The level of players would drop if they died in secret dungeons. The experience points that these players lose would recharge these portals, allowing the cult organizations to open larger portals. Therefore, players were constantly contributing to and assisting with the ancient gods' arrival, though unknowingly. Moreover, at this time, Jiang Fei was still wasting time with evil laughter. Evil laughter could not kill Jiang Fei, and Jiang Fei could not catch up with evil laughter. While both of them continued to drag things, the first ancient god arrived. Chapter 990, Preparations Before Assassination, Ding. The cultists have opened the Chronos Gate and an ancient god has arrived, Ding. The High Human's Heavenly Court has issued a public quest. Anyone who discovers traces of the ancient god can report to their nearest main city to get rewards. The two system announcements were repeated up to 10 times. This had never happened in Dawn Break before. Almost all the players were shocked by the two system announcements. Although the quest rewards were tempting, it was not easy to track an ancient god. This time, the ancient god did not arrive in the form of a secret dungeon, so his coordinates were not fixed. He would probably appear near a certain city, then launch an attack and disappear after the massacre. It was difficult for the High Humans to hunt him down and kill him. Therefore, the High Human's Heavenly Court released such a quest, asking the adventurers to discover the whereabouts of this ancient god. However, to the players, this was not an easy quest. First of all, you had to obtain information about the whereabouts of this ancient god. This depended entirely on luck. You could encounter him while leveling, or you would not see him even if you searched around for an entire month. Chances of anything happening were extremely volatile. It was not easy to encounter an ancient god, and it was even harder to track one down. If players encountered the ancient god, they would not get rewards if they just returned to the main city and reported it. They had to continuously provide the ancient god's coordinates until the High Human NPCs managed to catch up to him. This way, it was impossible for someone to complete this quest alone. Players had to work in a team of 2 at least. One person had to find and track the ancient god, while the other would be in charge of reporting the information. This was the only way they would be able to complete this quest. However, tracking an ancient god was not something just anyone could do. An ancient god was a celestial tier NPC. If you stayed too far, you would lose them easily. If you got too close, the ancient god would detect and kill you instantly. So, to complete this quest, players did not only need luck, but also skill. Guildmaster, are we doing this quest? Lady Casanova sent Jiang Fei a message. After all, Jiang Fei was closer to the High Human's Heavenly Court. It was likely that he would be able to get some insider information. Just tell the members to continue leveling up. If they encounter him, report it. If they don't, there's no need for them to specially look for him. Jiang Fei frowned. Frankly speaking, he did not really want his guild members to focus on this quest. One had to know that the ancient god was a celestial tier NPC. He could teleport anywhere. If he realized that some players were tracking him, he would instantly kill all of them and teleport away. So, average players were simply delusional if they thought they could track him down. Alright. If any of them encounters the ancient god, he'll make sure they report it in the guild channel. Lady Casanova nodded. Sounds good. Jiang Fei suddenly had an idea. Although it was difficult for an average player to do this quest, he could probably try it out. Of course, Jiang Fei's so-called try it out was not to follow the ancient god around and report it to the high human NPCs. Instead, he wanted to try and see if he could kill this ancient god. One had to know that Jiang Fei was not a beginner that had never seen an ancient god before. Previously, the blood god Vagar was left with one arm after fighting him. The evil god Solon had also died in his hands. Therefore, Jiang Fei somewhat understood the general attributes of the ancient gods. Moreover, Jiang Fei also obtained some insider information from the heavenly court. This ancient god was just a low-leveled lesser celestial. He was way weaker than the evil god Solon that Jiang Fei had once fought. Although it was a long time ago, Jiang Fei still clearly remembered that Solon had 8.8 billion health points and that he was only an intermediate celestial. So, this newly descended low-leveled ancient god probably only had around 5 to 6 billion health points. If Jiang Fei made complete preparations, he could really kill this ancient god. Currently, with Ruthless Barrage, Jiang Fei had more than 16 million attack power. If he activated Race Transformation, Unholy Desire would buff him with triple the amount of attack power and it would reach nearly 50 million. Jiang Fei would be on chaotic attack mode after the transformation. He would ignore all defense and deal damage directly. Not only that, Jiang Fei's attack speed was very high. With the help of his clone, he could probably kill this ancient god with just one hit. Even though he had more than 10 million health points, it might not be enough as he would be fighting against a celestial tier NPC. However, the invincible effect of his 3-layered shadow barrier was long enough to allow him to resist attacks for 1 or 2 seconds. This was enough time for him to kill the ancient god. Furthermore, he had the Cauldron of Luck with him. If this ancient god's attacks were not sure-hit attacks, he would not be able to even touch Jiang Fei. However, just in case, Jiang Fei decided to go to Oyezi first to see if he could get some good items from his master. If he could just get a Heavenly Thunder from Oyezi, his assassination plan would surely be a success. Through the Moonstar Orb, Jiang Fei returned to Heaven's Realm. Ever since he obtained the Moonstar Orb, it became way easier for him to look for Oyezi. After all, Oyezi was not like Tianwen, who was someone people would only meet by chance. As Oyezi was the leader of the 4 sages of the heavens, he usually had to manage the High Human's heavenly court on behalf of Lu Fu. So, as long as Jiang Fei entered Heaven's Realm, it was pretty easy to see Oyezi. "Aren't you busy collecting the 9 cauldrons? Why did you suddenly think of me?" Oyezi asked. It was strange that Jiang Fei had come to look for him. Master, I'm here because I miss you," Jiang Fei said with a smile. He was only there to get some benefits, so he naturally had to behave. "Cut the nonsense. If you have something to say, hurry up." "I'm busy." Oyezi rolled his eyes at Jiang Fei. He still had to deal with many of the heavenly court's matters, so he really did not have much time to chat with Jiang Fei. "Well, Master, you do know that an ancient god has broken into the main world. I just want to lift a little burden off of you." Jiang Fei smiled. That guy is always wandering around and he never goes to big cities to make a mess. He only sneaks into small cities and leaves right after he has caused a ruckus. He's giving me a headache." Oyezi frowned. Jiang Fei really knew what was bothering him. At this time, Oyezi was frustrated with this ancient god invader. This guy was not very strong. If they fought head-on, he might not even be able to walk in front of Oyezi. However, this guy was very cautious. He never stayed long in one place. The main world was too big, so it was too difficult to catch him. Although him causing a ruckus in several villages did not affect the high humans much, the problem was that this ancient god's massacres would lead to the collection of different kinds of energy. The energy could be used to open more portals which were bigger. If they did not stop this, when the ancient gods invade in full force, it would be an absolute disaster for the high humans. One had to know that although the heavenly court wanted to restart the War of the Heavens, they planned to fight in the small world of the ancient gods. They did not intend to let the war break out in their own home. Otherwise, regardless of whether they won or lost the war, they would ultimately be on the losing end. Chapter 991, Gnome Adventurous Goggles. Well, Master. You see, as your apprentice, am planning to do you a favor by killing the ancient god invader, but my level is a little low. Aren't you supposed to lend me a hand? Jiang Fei rubbed his hands with glee. Humph. I knew you were up to no good. Oyezi glanced at Jiang Fei, then continued, it's fine if you can't beat him. If you find him, just tell me. I don't need you to kill him, that won't do. He moves around too quickly. By the time I get back here, he would have already run away. Jiang Fei certainly did not want to go back empty-handed. As Jiang Fei was trying very hard to get something out of him, Oyezi found it amusing. Actually, he was just teasing his apprentice. There was no master who did not love their apprentice. When Jiang Fei said that he wanted to help, Oyezi already thought about giving Jiang Fei something so that he could defend himself. Okay, kid. Stop acting. You're just here to take something from me. Oyezi sneered at Jiang Fei, then took a recipe out of the cabinet next to him and threw it to Jiang Fei. Take this and leave. If you can't kill that stupid ancient god, don't come back and see me. After taking the recipe, Jiang Fei immediately checked its attributes. Recipe, Gnome Adventurous Goggles, Engineering Recipe, Legendary, Use, teaches you how to make Gnome Adventurous Goggles. Requires, Master Engineer, remaining use, 1, Gnome Adventurous Goggles, Plate Armor, Helmet, Activation, attacks a single target with the Gnome Destructive Beam. If the activation is successful, it will immediately deal 400 million chaos damage to the target. If the activation fails, it will immediately return the target's total health and provide it with a shield lasting 30 seconds, causing the target to enter an invincible state. Remarks, the base success rate is 50%. If you are one level higher than the target, the success rate is increased by 1%. If you are one level lower than the target, the success rate is reduced by 1%. Equipment requirements, Master Engineer, this equipment was very strange. Even though it was a helmet, it did not have any attributes. It only had one skill that could be activated. However, this skill was extraordinarily powerful. It could deal 400 million damage. Even a celestial would be seriously injured. However, if the activation failed, it would be very bad. The enemy would regain full health and 30 seconds of invincibility. Is this from the gnomes? Jiang Fei asked after he finished looking at the recipe. Only something from the gnomes would be based on great power and accompanied by great risks. This is something we found when we discovered the remains of an ancient goblin empire. Oyezi nodded. Is this thing reliable? Jiang Fei smiled. Cut the nonsense. Just take it and leave now. Oyezi glared at Jiang Fei, then started to chase him away. Hee. Master, don't worry. As long as this thing works, it'll definitely bring you the head of this invader ancient god. Jiang Fei smiled at Oyezi, then turned and left Heaven's realm. After he returned to the Demon Dragon Fortress, Jiang Fei immediately learned the recipe. Although this thing required a master engineer, Jiang Fei, who was a god of crafts, could completely ignore any level or class restrictions. So, he could learn any recipe. The materials needed to make the Gnome Adventurous Goggles were quite rare. However, Imperial Dragon had everything. So, Jiang Fei could just retrieve the materials he needed from the guild storage. Although high-level recipes had a limit on the number of uses and the success rate was extremely low, Jiang Fei's Cauldron of Luck was not just for show. Although it was not stated specifically that it gave 100,000 luck, it still had some effect. So, Jiang Fei did not hesitate. He crafted it as soon as he gathered all the materials. All the materials in his hands turned into radiant, then gathered together. Soon, the prototype of the goggles was complete and Jiang Fei concentrated all his strength onto crafting. He managed to get triple radiant. As it was his first time crafting such a high-end engineering tool, Jiang Fei was still relatively new to it. He only managed to get triple radiant. So the goggles maintained its basic attributes and was not an ascendant item. It's fine as long as I can use it. Jiang Fei nodded. Anyway, he only needed the activation effect of the goggles. As for whether or not he could get an extra few hundreds of attributes, it was irrelevant to him. At this time, Jiang Fei had 4 attribute cauldrons. This gave him an additional 400,000 base attribute points, so a few hundred points were insignificant to him. To Jiang Fei, only the special skills or special effects on general equipment mattered now. The other attributes were irrelevant. With the additional attributes from the cauldrons, whether an equipment increased his attributes or increased his level was not as important to him anymore. The gnome wrist goggles looked like an old-fashioned aviator pair of goggles. So, after he equipped it, Jiang Fei looked pretty cool. Now I just have to wait for the players in the guild to report on the ancient god. After everything was prepared, Jiang Fei could only wait for good luck. No one knew where the ancient god would appear. Jiang Fei's only advantage was the fact that Imperial Dragon had a large number of players. The members of the guild were distributed throughout the main world. Sooner or later, someone would definitely encounter the ancient god. Another 2 days passed. That day, at noon in the game, finally some good news popped up in the guild channel. Someone had discovered the whereabouts of the ancient god. In actuality, this was not the first time the ancient god was discovered. Players from other guilds have discovered him many times. Unfortunately, they were all killed by the ancient god instantly. Then, the ancient god disappeared immediately after the massacre. The high humans always rushed there for nothing. This time, the players from Imperial Dragon were more fortunate. They had been training somewhere and were about to return to the nearby city to replenish their supplies. When they arrived in the city, they realized that the whole city was on fire and a dragon made out of swords was flying in the sky. Even though they did not see the real ancient god, they knew that no one else would do such an evil thing. In order to avoid being killed instantly, these players did not dare to go closer. They just reported it in the guild channel. Did the massacre just begin? Jiang Fei immediately asked in the guild channel. Yes. The people in the city are still fighting back. But looking at how they're being tortured, it should not last more than a few minutes. The player at the scene replied. Great! Jiang Fei was overjoyed. Then, he immediately went to the target city through the teleportation point. As this was a replenishment city near a leveling area, there was a teleportation point in the city. As the ancient god's massacre had just begun, the teleportation point had not been destroyed. Hence, Jiang Fei instantly arrived at the scene. Chapter 992, Soulcutter's Spirit. When Jiang Fei arrived in the city, he did not see the ancient god invader. Instead, he saw the sword dragon that his guild member was talking about. The sword dragon was not a dinosaur from ancient times. It was a dragon formed out of countless swords. It flew around freely, killing the NPC soldiers and destroying all the defensive buildings in the city. In the face of this sword dragon, the defense of this city was ridiculous. What the hell is going on? Jiang Fei frowned. He ran toward the outskirts of the city. This sword dragon was definitely not the ancient god because it did not have an NPC name on its head. It seemed more like a powerful skill. When Jiang Fei arrived at the outskirts, he immediately saw the ancient god. He doesn't look that powerful, Jiang Fei complained. This ancient god did not look as unique as the evil god Solon or the blood god Vagar. He just looked like an extremely ordinary elf. The ancient god had slender ears and was very handsome. However, even though he was handsome, he was not one that stood out among the elves. Soulcutter's Spirit, Primordial Celestial, Lower Celestial, Level 102, Health Points, 550 million, Attack Power, 3 million, 100 times damage to targets below Celestial Tier, Skills, Unknown? Remarks. During ancient times, after the beginning of the heavens and the earth, Excalibur was the sword spirit of the first godly sword Soulcutter. The sword spirit that gained wisdom finally became a god, took over the sword, and turned into Soul Cutter's spirit. After seeing the enemy's attributes, Jiang Fei understood what this ancient god was. He was a sword spirit that turned into a god. The sword dragon above his head was made out of his original form. Jiang Fei was not very concerned about the fact that it was the first godly sword during ancient times. He had been mixing around with the people in the heavenly court for a long time, so he naturally knew about ancient gods. These ancient gods, if you looked at their remarks, all had remarkable origins. If it was not the first godly sword in ancient times, it would be the first demon in ancient times. Anyway, at that time, the high humans were not born yet. Various production techniques like smelting and such were not developed enough, so even a brick would have been regarded as the first celestial weapon. So, even though these ancient gods had scary backgrounds, their strengths were not unmatched. Although ancient gods were a little stronger than celestials of the same level, it was very limited. A lower celestial ancient god could easily defeat a lower celestial high human, but would easily be defeated by an intermediate celestial high human. An example was this Soul Cutter's spirit in front of Jiang Fei. Lower celestials such as the Nephilim King Augustus definitely could not beat him. However, if an intermediate celestial like the Demon King Ulysses came here, this sword spirit would be completely destroyed. This was why this Soul Cutter's spirit was so cautious. He would immediately disappear after every massacre, for fear of being killed by the high human celestials. Up until now, Soul Cutter's spirit had massacred at many cities, accumulating a lot of energy. These energies were carefully kept by the cultists while they waited for opportunities to open other Chronos gates. This sword, Jiang Fei looked at the sword dragon above his head and muttered to himself, looks F*** King awesome. Indeed, the body of Soul Cutter's spirit looked similar to a Chinese-style long sword. Compared to Abraham, destroyer of kingdoms, it was not only elegant and dynamic, but also more in line with Jiang Fei's desired aesthetics. Mine! Jiang Fei's eyes sparkled as he looked at the sword dragon in the sky. As it was such a cool sword, it would be strange if Jiang Fei was not tempted. Moreover, he was not being greedy at all. He had the cauldron of luck, so he was like a skilled robber. As long as he could kill Soul Cutter's spirit, the sword would definitely be his. In actuality, when Jiang Fei teleported to the city, Soul Cutter's spirit had already discovered him. After all, Soul Cutter's spirit was fighting on the enemy's territory, so he was extremely cautious. If something went wrong, he had to escape immediately. However, due to his level, Jiang Fei succeeded in confusing Soul Cutter's spirit. Although he realized that Jiang Fei was here, he also knew that Jiang Fei was just an overlord. So, Jiang Fei posed no threat to him at all. Even though Soul Cutter's spirit only had 3 million attack power, which was lower than Jiang Fei's, he still had an advantage due to his celestial tier. He could deal 100 times of damage to non-celestial tier targets. One attack from him would deal 300 million damage to Jiang Fei. Although Jiang Fei had the cauldron of vitality, he was not a celestial. So, he would not even be able to tank one hit. After seeing Soul Cutter's spirit, Jiang Fei activated Shadow Barrier just in case. After all, someone like him was too weak in the face of a celestial tier NPC. Soul Cutter's spirit also saw Jiang Fei, but he did not care. He just continued to destroy the city's defensive buildings and slaughtered the people. In his eyes, Jiang Fei was no different from a guard soldier, so he did not need to target Jiang Fei specifically. If he shoved the sword dragon into Jiang Fei's face, Jiang Fei would turn into mincemeat just like the other soldiers. Hey, raise my chance! A cold light flashed through Jiang Fei's eyes. As Soul Cutter's spirit had underestimated him, the best time to attack was now. Transform. Battle form. When Jiang Fei was about 200 meters away from Soul Cutter's spirit, he suddenly activated his demon form. Sudden charge. Using a teleportation skill after his transformation, Jiang Fei instantly appeared near Soul Cutter's spirit. Gnome Risk Goggles. Activate. Jiang Fei immediately used the goggles. It could not be helped. The risk was too big. It was better if he used it at the start, as the Soul Cutter's spirit still had full health. Even if the activation failed, it would not be too bad for him. If Jiang Fei spent a long time attacking the boss until it had low health and the activation failed, he would kill himself. Ding! Activation successful, 400 million. Was it because he had the Cauldron of Luck? Jiang Fei succeeded in activating the goggles. The goggles immediately dealt 400 million chaos damage. Soul Cutter's spirit, who originally had 550 million health points, instantly became low on health. D*MNU. After he was seriously injured, Soul Cutter's spirit did not dare to look down on Jiang Fei anymore. He waved his hand aggressively and the sword dragon in the air immediately broke up. Tens of thousands of long swords immediately flew toward Jiang Fei. F*CK. Jiang Fei was shocked. Although Shadow Barrier could protect him 3 times, it was nothing against tens of thousands of attacks. Sudden charge. As he did not dare to tank the attacks, he could only teleport away to dodge them. While he did, he activated his clone. Swoosh! 3 clones rushed towards Soul Cutter's spirit, while Jiang Fei quietly sneaked behind him. Guard, Soul Cutter's spirit was already scared of Jiang Fei due to the first attack. Seeing that 3 clones were rushing toward him, he immediately recalled all the swords and formed a sword net around himself. The net was 5 meters thick and was impenetrable. Chapter 993, Skilled Actor. Do you really think that I can't kill you just because I can't get close to you? How naive! Jiang Fei sneered. At this time, Soul Cutter's spirit thought that he was perfectly protected, so he sent 2 sharp swords flying toward Jiang Fei. However, even before his swords could reach Jiang Fei, the 3 clones blocked the attacks with their bodies and burst into pieces. Boom, boom, boom. Following 3 bursts, a rumble was heard coming from inside the sword shield. When Jiang Fei's clones died, they dealt 3 times the amount of their remaining health points as chaos damage. The 3 clones all had full health, so they immediately dealt 9 times Jiang Fei's total health points as damage. With the Cauldron of Vitality, Jiang Fei's health was nearly 15 million. 9 times of that was nearly 140 million damage. Moreover, it was chaos damage which would directly reduce the target's health points. So, even though Soul Cutter's spirit had full health at the start of the battle, in less than 3 seconds, he had only a little over 10 million health points left. At this time, however, Jiang Fei broke out in cold sweat. Although Soul Cutter's spirit was seriously injured, his sword shield was still there. This egg-shaped sword shield that looked like a metal hedgehog was protecting Soul Cutter's spirit. Even though Jiang Fei's clones could deal damage to him upon their deaths, Jiang Fei could not personally attack him. If Soul Cutter's spirit maintained the sword shield and continued to attack Jiang Fei with the 2 long swords on the outside, Jiang Fei would be dead in a few minutes. D*MN. I made a mistake. Jiang Fei did not expect Soul Cutter's spirit to have such a skill. Now that he was hiding in his tortoise shell, Jiang Fei could not do anything. Even if he equipped the heaven-piercing Twilight Bow, he would not be able to attack as he could not see the target. If Soul Cutter's spirit was a boss in a dungeon, it would be over for Jiang Fei today. He only needed 3 swords to break Jiang Fei's shadow barrier. Then, he could end Jiang Fei with 2 attacks. Even though Jiang Fei could revive once with the token of the God of Crafts, it was useless. However, after he attacked Jiang Fei once and discovered that Jiang Fei immunized his attacks, Soul Cutter's spirit, who was an NPC with intelligence, became terrified. Although he was an ancient god, the main world had been sealed for thousands of years. Soul Cutter's spirit had not experienced a real battle for a long time. Today, as soon as the battle began, Jiang Fei had already beaten him to a pulp. He still did not understand what happened. Jiang Fei's first attack was a destructive beam which dealt 400 million damage. This almost scared Soul Cutter's spirit to death. Even after he used his own defensive skill which created a reflective sword shield, he still could not enjoy a moment of peace. Jiang Fei's clones immediately blew up, dealing lots of damage and leaving him with an extremely low amount of health points. Although he still had more than 10 million health points left, for Soul Cutter's spirit who had a total of 550 million health points, this was equivalent to having 1 drop of blood left in his body. Following that, Soul Cutter's spirit found out that his attacks were totally ineffective against Jiang Fei. So, he began to panic. After all, he was left with 2 little health points. Jiang Fei could just flick him and he would be dead. Although Jiang Fei had exhausted all his means at that moment, Soul Cutter's spirit had no idea. Having been attacked so quickly and so effectively, his mind was whirling with panicky thoughts. He felt like he was no match for Jiang Fei at all. Right then, Soul Cutter's spirit determined Jiang Fei as a high celestial disguised as an overlord. If so, did he dare to continue fighting back? I surrender. Among the ancient gods, Soul Cutter's spirit was relatively useless. Otherwise, the primordial celestials would not have sent him here to die. Originally, the main world was sealed. So, the first batch of ancient gods to enter the main world were definitely just lab rats. If they were popular and powerful, they would definitely not be part of the first batch. Hence, Soul Cutter's spirit was already dissatisfied with the other ancient gods. Since Jiang Fei was so powerful, he knew that he was no match for him. Why would he give up his life? If he could surrender, it was surely a better option. Jiang Fei thought that he was going to die for sure. He did not expect the ancient god to actually surrender. Jiang Fei was unsure as to whether this ancient god was surrendering for real. Even though he was surprised, what kind of person was he? Back when he was around level 20 or 30, he had already started to scare NPCs with his excellent acting skills. No one was better at this than him. You're merely a lower celestial, and you actually dare to fight against me? You must be blind. Jiang Fei said fiercely. He had even kept his weapon. Anyway, if Soul Cutter's spirit did not remove the sword shield, he could not attack. It did not matter whether he held a weapon or not. However, Jiang Fei, who was acting all high and mighty, frightened Soul Cutter's spirit even more. If Jiang Fei was not powerful, he would not blatantly disregard Soul Cutter's spirit. Therefore, Soul Cutter's spirit was even more determined that Jiang Fei was a hidden powerful god. Yes. 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 I was blind. Please spare my life. The more Soul Cutter's spirit thought about it, the scarier Jiang Fei became. Sometimes, people like to scare themselves. Even if their enemies revealed a flaw, they would take the initiative and help their enemies cover it up. Aren't you planning to surrender? Remove the sword shield, Jiang Fei said coldly. If Soul Cutter's spirit was faking it, then he definitely would not remove the sword shield. In that case, Jiang Fei would accept his death. Anyway, there was no way he could kill Soul Cutter's spirit. However, if Soul Cutter's spirit removed the sword shield, Jiang Fei would either accept the surrender or launch a sudden attack depending on his mood. Yes. Yes, sir. Previously, as Jiang Fei had almost killed him through the sword shield, Soul Cutter's spirit did not think that his sword shield could defend him anymore. After the sword shield was removed, Jiang Fei discovered how horrible Soul Cutter's spirit looked. His clothes were all ragged and there was a trace of blood in the corner of his mouth. He looked pale and exhausted. You want to surrender? Jiang Fei said as he seemingly paced back and forth carelessly. In actuality, he was gradually getting closer to Soul Cutter's spirit, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Yes, sir. Soul Cutter's spirit, who was frightened and kneeling on the floor, peeked at Jiang Fei. When their eyes met, he almost peed his pants. There was a big and bright red Godslayer title above Jiang Fei's head. Jiang Fei could not turn it off. Previously, Soul Cutter's spirit did not pay attention to Jiang Fei, so he did not notice it. The primordial celestials had a list of all the Godslayers. As Jiang Fei was not in the list, he certainly did not obtain this title during the primordial war. An ancient god who was recently killed was evil god Solon, who was an intermediate celestial. So, this new Godslayer must be the one who killed Solon. F***ck. Even an intermediate celestial like Solon died in his hands. It's no wonder that he could defeat me so easily. Soul Cutter's spirit was even more afraid of Jiang Fei now. Before this, he actually wanted to try and attack Jiang Fei by surprise. Now, however, he had completely eliminated such an idea. How do you plan to surrender? At this time, Jiang Fei had snuck behind Soul Cutter's spirit and had quietly pulled out Abraham, Destroyer of Kingdoms. Although Jiang Fei did not stack Ruthless Barrage, with the additional attack power from Unholy Desire, he had enough damage to kill Soul Cutter's spirit instantly. Chapter 994, Scary Soul Cutter. Just as Jiang Fei was about to take Soul Cutter's spirit by surprise, Soul Cutter's spirit felt the murderous aura. However, as he was afraid of Jiang Fei, he did not dare to fight back. Instead, he quickly said, "Sir, if you spare my life, I am willing to offer you my spirit and return to being a sword spirit under your command." Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. He had already lifted Abraham, Destroyer of Kingdoms, but he began to lower it slowly. At this time, although Soul Cutter's spirit was kneeling on the ground with his back facing Jiang Fei, he was breaking out in cold sweat. He had obviously sensed Jiang Fei's intentions. Otherwise, he would not make such a concession in a hurry. Offering his spirit was tantamount to tearing up his own soul. This meant that he would be subject to someone else for life. If Jiang Fei accepted his spirit, Jiang Fei would have the ultimate power to kill him and could even kill him with just a thought. Moreover, to return to being a sword spirit meant that he would be giving up his freedom and would return to his original form. He would become a weapon under his owner's commands. This meant that his tens of thousands of years of practice and hard work would go to waste. However, in order to preserve his life, Soul Cutter's spirit had no other choice. Interesting. Jiang Fei smiled. Although the Soul Cutter would definitely drop out if he killed this spirit, a sword without a sword spirit would definitely be a lot weaker. If this guy was really going to serve him just so he could stay alive, Jiang Fei could make a big profit. Moreover, Jiang Fei was not too worried about this guy betraying him. This was because, as soon as he offered his spirit, a soul-selling contract would form between them. This contact was even stricter than the one between Jiang Fei and Akatsiri's. The sword spirit would exist as Jiang Fei's slave. He would have no right to resist Jiang Fei at all. "Please spare my life, sir." Soul Cutter's spirit was really scared and was begging for his life. "Okay. Offer your spirit," Jiang Fei said coldly. He did not keep the giant sword in his hand just yet. If Soul Cutter's spirit dared to play any tricks, he would kill him instantly. "Yes, sir." After hearing Jiang Fei's words, Soul Cutter's spirit stretched out his right hand immediately and thrust all 5 fingers straight into his heart. Thump! When Soul Cutter's spirit pulled his claws out of his heart, there was a sphere of brilliance in his hand. This sphere of brilliance slowly broke away from his palm and floated toward Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei raised his hand and the sphere immediately disappeared into his body through his palm. Ding! Spirit Breaker slavery contract has been established. Jiang Fei heard a system prompt which indicated that Soul Cutter's spirit could no longer resist him. Great! Jiang Fei smiled. He had not expected everything to go so smoothly. He was ready for Soul Cutter's spirit to fight back. His shadow barrier could still immunize 2 attacks, so he was going to take that chance to kill Soul Cutter's spirit. Unexpectedly, Soul Cutter's spirit was obedient and actually gave up his spirit. "Become a sword spirit and go back to your original form." Jiang Fei laughed. Now, Soul Cutter's spirit was his slave. "Yes, master." Soul Cutter's spirit nodded. He then turned into a sphere of brilliance and floated above Jiang Fei's head. The tens of thousands of long swords that were protecting Soul Cutter's spirit previously began to merge until only one of them remained. The sphere of brilliance slammed into the sword and the sword hovered above Jiang Fei's head. Ding! You have obtained the Soul Cutter. Following a system prompt, Jiang Fei now possessed this godly sword. Soul Cutter, one-handed sword, ancient celestial weapon, bound sword soul, attack power plus 500,000, equipment, increases your attack speed by 100%. Equipment increases your attack power by 100%. Equipment increases your attack range by 100 meters. Equipment, you have obtained the skill sword form, Bloom. Equipment, you have obtained the skill sword form, Blade Dragon. Requires pre-skill sword form, Bloom. Equipment, you have obtained the skill sword form, Sword Burst. Requires pre-skill sword form, Bloom. Equipment, you have obtained the skill sword form, Reflection. Requires pre-skill sword form, Bloom. Equipment, you have obtained the skill EVOL. Soul Cutter. Requires pre-skill sword form, Bloom. Equipment, you have obtained the skill River Flow Mountain Cutter. Requires pre-skill EVOL. Soul Cutter, Special Effect 1, Sure Hit, your attacks will not miss or be evaded. Special Effect 2, Magic Break, your attacks will dispel all of the enemy's buffs. Special Effect 3, Superiority, your attacks will ignore all defense attributes on equipment below the grade of Holy Item. Remarks, Soulbound, cannot be dropped or traded. D*MN. Awesome! Even though he had seen a lot, Jiang Fei was still shocked by the sword's attributes. The base attributes of this Soul Cutter already gave an additional 500,000 attack power. This alone made it worthy of its grade as an ancient celestial weapon. Next, even though the sword had no other base attributes, its equipment effects were too powerful. Both attack power and attack speed were increased by 100%, but this was normal for a high-end weapon. However, the increase in attack range would enable Jiang Fei to become a ranged attacker once again. Then, there were 6 skills which came with the sword. Although Jiang Fei had not tested these skills yet, they were probably the skills that Soul Cutter's spirit used previously. If the attributes of the Soul Cutter stopped here, then it would probably be a relatively powerful holy item weapon, at most. However, the next 3 special effects illustrated the superiority of a celestial weapon. First of all, the sure hit attribute was pretty godly. Jiang Fei's attacks would never fail. Unless they were blocked or parried, every attack would surely hit. Secondly, for special effect 2, which was Magic Break, it was simply a cheat toward magician class players or bosses. Regardless of whether it was magic shields or magic armors, they would all be useless against the Magic Break special effect. Magician class players or bosses would certainly die in the face of the Soul Cutter. Special Effect 3 was equally powerful as it ignored the defense attributes of all equipment below the grade of Holy Item. Even without activating his battle form, Jiang Fei would almost have the special effect of his chaotic attack mode. After all, Holy Item equipment were very rare, even for bosses. So, if one did not have Holy Item armors, their defense attributes were literally nothing before Jiang Fei. Fortunately, my shadow armor is a Holy Item armor. Otherwise, I would have been killed. Jiang Fei shivered in fear when he thought about what could have happened. After getting the Soul Cutter, Jiang Fei naturally did not need Abraham, Destroyer of Kingdoms, anymore. Moreover, the Demon King Ulysses was now part of Jiang Fei's faction. If he continued to use this giant sword as a weapon, people would find out that he was the one who killed Dakasoren sooner or later. As Jiang Fei had the Romeo title, Sheraz did not care whether or not he was the one who killed her brother anymore. However, the Demon King, who was a guy, would not be tricked by his title. So, in order to avoid trouble, Jiang Fei decided to look for an opportunity to return the Destroyer of Kingdoms to Sheraz. Chapter 995, Evil Laughter's Assassination Attempt. A system notification rang in his ears when Jiang Fei had only just picked up and read the Soul Cutter's properties. You have detected the presence of Cauldron of Agility, its evil laughter. Jiang Fei gasped. Just when he was about to be ready for an attack, he had received a debuff. Equal grounds, both the caster and the target will have their life points reduced to 1. What the F? Jiang Fei shrieked with horror. He had no idea what was going on. The advantages he had against evil laughter was his absurd amount of health points and defense, not to mention his devastating attack that could end evil laughter in 1 strike. Given the chance, Jiang Fei would be able to bind him down and kill him. The problem was, he and evil laughter were then weakened down to only have 1 health point. Whoever has the first strike would ultimately win. Evil Laughter might have only one health point, but it was the greatest chance he had to kill Jiang Fei. With the advantage of speed, Jiang Fei was rendered vulnerable, like a sitting duck. Even though he had superior defense, damage that was dealt from a player to a player will inflict one damage even if they had 1,000,000 times more defense, provided that the attack did not miss. Ding! It all happened in just a fraction of a second. Just as Jiang Fei realized his health points dropped down to 1, the effect of Shadow Barrier activated when Evil Laughter landed an attack. As such, he would still have 2 more lives. Immediately after the barrier activated, saving Jiang Fei's life, he turned his head to face his attack, only to spot him almost 300 meters away. F***CK. Jiang Fei roared. The man knew his weakness and exploited Jiang Fei's vulnerability. There was no way he could attack when the man could travel 300 meters in just a blink of an eye. Consider yourself lucky this time, said Evil Laughter in a taunting message he sent to Jiang Fei. Lucky? Luck ain't got nothing to do with this. Pray that you could escape the next time, said Jiang Fei through his teeth as he watches how Evil Laughter ran further and further. Thanks to the cauldron of agility. The man movement speed as far too great for anyone to chase. 30 seconds later, the debuff expired and Jiang Fei's colossal health points was restored. As soon as it did, Jiang Fei relaxed immediately. Jiang Fei learned an incredible lesson from this assassination attempt. The effect of the Shadow Barrier was unreliable as the effect could not recognize which attacks was strong or weak. Although he had the getaway card and can use it 3 times a day, it was not good enough when the enemy had movement speed so fast that he could not see or even anticipate an attack. Can't let him continue to run rampant around, said Jiang Fei as a reminder to himself. To collect all 9 treasured cauldron, he would have to worry about capturing the bugger. A thief could steal once a year, but a man would have to guard his house all year round. If Evil Laughter could run around freely without restriction, Jiang Fei would be the one to fall to his attack. It would not be feasible for Jiang Fei to be on guard 24/7 everything he logged into the game. Even though Evil Laughter had the method to kill Jiang Fei, he would not need to worry about a second attempt to kill him since skills such as Equal Grounds was so strong that it would surely have a long cooldown duration. Hence, after surviving that assassination attempt, Jiang Fei put his mind back to Soul Cutter. Even though he did not kill a primordial celestial, he was still managed to subdue it. Having Soul Cutter in his possession, Jiang Fei could return to Heaven's Realm to face Ouyezi. Very good. I knew that you would never let me down. Ouyezi praised Jiang Fei proudly. He did not reward Jiang Fei with anything since giving him the gnome's glasses of protection recipe was already considered as a premature reward. But of course. Look who is my master, said Jiang Fei, attempting to return the praise back twice-fold. He was satisfied even though Ouyezi did not give him a completion reward since he already had the glasses of protection and the beyond godlike Soul Cutter sword. After exchange pleasantries with Ouyezi, Jiang Fei returned back to the Demon Dragon Fortress. Even though he had made up his mind to surrender the Sword of Abraham to the demon folk, he had no rush to do it at that moment. As long as the sword remains in his ring inventory, no NPC would be able to detect the sword's presence. In the meantime, he would need to find an excuse to give up the sword to avoid being torn in half, literally. So far, Jiang Fei did not have any mortal enemies. Not even Evil Laughter deserved to be in that list. However, there was no telling who would suddenly appear in his life and tries to wrong Jiang Fei. Hence, it was best to keep the Sword of Abraham with him to prevent any unwanted catastrophe. Now that there was nothing to rush, Jiang Fei decided to deal with the most crucial problem at hand, finding and killing Evil Laughter. However, to deal with such intricate and careful player, Jiang Fei would have to go all the way to plan a proper strategy. 2 days went by and Jiang Fei had almost brew up a plan to capture him. After so many days of waiting, many of the metahumans in the world had their eyes locked on the mysterious and powerful level-up potion. Since the potion worked for Ruan Jincheng, all parties concerned were now sure that the potion will work the other mutants. Hence, those that would want to get their hands on Jiang Fei's potion had sent out their subordinates to find information regarding any alien artifact. In no time at all, Jiang Fei had received a second offer. MMORPG. An unknown laboratory? Jiang Fei asked suspiciously. Yes, sir. I am certain that this information proved to be legit, said the man, an ambassador from the European Church. I'm going to be frank here. You must have already managed to open the artifact since you knew it was a laboratory. I'm having concern about the contents of the artifact. You could have moved some of the crucial parts inside. Hence, I cannot give you a price right now, said Jiang Fei. Nothing to worry, Mr. Jiang Fei. We may have opened the artifact and even conducted a few research inside, but all alien materials and instruments inside the artifact were prohibited from being moved out, said the man with the utmost confidence. The alien artifact, what was currently in the European Church's possession, was actually excavated and worked on with the American. They have conducted intensive research but refuses to share their findings with the European Church. Their refusal to cooperate together made the Europeans unhappy. If they were unwilling to share their research findings, they would rather use it as a bargaining chip with Jiang Fei. At least they could get those powerful potions from Jiang Fei. With the intention to trade it off with America's knowledge, the Europeans had sent a messenger secretly to contact Jiang Fei to offer the alien artifact. Naturally, the Europeans would not be sharing their haul with the Mutant Brotherhood. Well then, I don't see how I could move on with this until I take a look at the alien artifact, said Jiang Fei. He did not care how the alien artifact came to the Church's possession. He only wanted it in his hands. Once the trade was put on hold, the Church informed Jiang Fei the location of the alien artifact. The alien artifact was located in an uninhabited island in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. It was right in the center of a ground of active volcanic islands, rendering its position hidden from the general public. No one in the right mind would want to travel there on a whim. Chapter 996, appearing again as Zhuge Shanzhen, Jiang Fei went to visit the island. This time, instead of Ariel, Jiang Fei brought Isabella with him. The reason was simple. Everyone knew who Ariel was, but not Isabella. Zhuge Shanzhen was never seen with anyone else, but it was also the official first time Isabella made her debut to the world. Ariel's presence might elude some and trigger others to be suspicious. So far, Isabella had never truly exposed herself to the outside world. Only a handful of the Chinese Martial Artist Alliance had seen her once. This quiet pleasantness reminds me that it has been a while since the two of us were alone, said Isabella with her face plastered against his back. I'm really sorry about that, said Jiang Fei apologetically. Jiang Fei was filled with guilt when Isabella said that. Even though he was sure that he was never a Casanova, he could not deny if he was accused of being one, since there were literally an army of beautiful girls gathering around him. Even if he would be accused, he could not just let anyone that he had brought into this world. In fact, when Isabella mentioned about being alone, he felt the utmost guilt for taking advantage of the girl's feelings for him. It's fine. I'm all too familiar with how men thinks, said Isabella, smiling sweetly yet sighing at the same time. Her father, Augustus the Nephilim king, was betrothed to a queen, yet he went out of her way to find countless of other women. As soon as she thought about it, she pulled Jiang Fei closer to her face and stared into his eyes, saying, I don't mind having these girls now, but if you dare to attract any new ones, ugh. When you say right now. What about the others? Jiang Fei could not finish his sentence. If Isabella had included the girls in the game, and Sea Tying and Ariel in this world, Jiang Fei could then revive Nina and Sylphie without any worries. Of course those that were in this world, and Nina, Sylphie, and Hua Mulan. What are you trying to say? Did you pick out new flowers when I was still asleep? Said Isabella. Her voice grew higher and louder, not to mention angrier when she reached the last sentence. It was then she realized that Jiang Fei had already expanded his harem to 6 girls, not including the army of girls that was kept in the Winter Islands. Jiang Fei breathed a sigh of relief. It was a great relief when Isabella did not know about the other girls that Jiang Fei had to court, the Naga priestess and even Saraz. Even so, Jiang Fei had no plans of bringing them into this world. To be fair, even though there were many girls Jiang Fei had surrounded himself with, in the digital world and in real life, he had only harbored genuine feelings for the girls that Isabella had just listed out. Hua Mulan was an exception. Even though he did care for the girl, she was being too uptight. It was hard for Jiang Fei to develop a stronger feeling for her. It did not take too long for Jiang Fei to travel to the uninhabited island since the hovering sword was fast and Isabella could teleport. Before Jiang Fei landed on the island, he had already put on his Zhuge Shanjin disguise. "You! That's ugly," said Isabella with the most disgusted expression on her face. "Call me ugly again and I'll put up a disguise on you that looks just the same," said Jiang Fei playfully as he pinching her nose lightly. He cleared his mind for a moment and got into the dignified, regal character that Zhuge Shanjin was known for. "Humph. How pretentious," Isabella gasped playfully. To be honest, the girl had truly missed the times when the two of them could playfully tease each other. It was a time that she truly cherished and would never forget. "All right. It's time to get serious. From here on, please address me as your master. And please do not break out of character," Jiang Fei reminded. "Yes, my master." Tee-hee! Isabella chuckled. She was born into royalty and would know how to behave regally. There was no problem for her to treat and address Jiang Fei as someone of higher authority than her. "All right, I'm going to land now," said Jiang Fei before he started to descend. As soon as he got lower and closer to the island, the radar system immediately picked up Jiang Fei's presence. The church members on the island immediately sprung into action. "He's here!" Pin them down. These church members were stationed there and was waiting for Jiang Fei to come. Once he arrives, they would need to subdue the other mutants that were on the island to prevent them from disrupting the business transaction. "What are you doing?" cried one of the mutants as he was being pinned. "I have nothing against you. Please cooperate. We do not want to hurt anyone. You best not resist or, well, do something that we know we would regret," said the head of the Knights of the Church. They had already prepared well for this, hence the subjugation of all the mutants on the island went extremely well. "Peace be with you all." Jiang Fei roared his introduction speech when he touched the ground. Isabella came out behind him and stopped holding back her powers. The aura of a level 5 master was released fully, sending out a greeting to everyone to declare Jiang Fei and Isabella's presence. The two were standing literally next to each other, rendering other failing to identify which one was releasing the powerful wave. "Could this respected one be Zhuge Shanjin?" said the head of the knights. The man did not bow nor did he spoke in perfect Mandarin. Even so, Jiang Fei could see that the man had practiced long enough to deliver his speech properly. "Indeed. This one is Zhuge Shanjin," Jiang Fei bellowed as he looked away from the knight with the utmost dignified posture. According to 0542's scan report, the manpower level was at the advanced stage of level 4, the strongest person on the entire island. "It's an honor to meet the great Zhuge Shanjin," cried the knight as gave Jiang Fei a clasped fist bow, the standard Chinese culture greeting. "Enough of this farce. Let us move to business," said Jiang Fei. When he landed on the ground, 0542 had already started scanning the entire island. The location of the alien artifact was located and 0542 had also identified the ship fragment as a laboratory. That part of the ship was an important part of the ship, but with Jiang Fei's current status, he would not be able to make full use of it. The laboratory was a research facility to analyze foreign minerals and elements. Its main purpose was to use whatever resources to create replacement parts of the exterior shell of Braveheart. With enough power, Jiang Fei could even make a special kind of metal that was essential to rebuild the entire ship. Unfortunately, the power reserve in the ring was low. So low that it would not be enough to revive both Nina and Sylphie. If he could not even revive them, surely he could not rebuild the ship. At this point, he could not even rebuild the exterior hull. However, it would not matter since he had yet to acquire the rest of the ship. In the end, it was still vital for Jiang Fei to acquire the laboratory since it plays the most important role in rebuilding the ship. "Please clear this place." I must say, even though you managed to break some of this alien artifact, but a business is a business. I will gladly give you 5 bottles of potion for this alien artifact, said Jiang Fei. This time, Jiang Fei was not being as cheap as when he was dealing with Ruan Jincheng. The man was merely a middleman while the church was a huge organization. A bottle of potion would not please them, and neither was 5. However, the reason Jiang Fei started the offer with only 5 bottles was to lay down the bait. If the church decided to reveal more alien artifact to him, he would then put up higher number of bottles. Chapter 997, Level 5 appears. You're selling the alien artifact, cried the mutant that was being pinned down. When they saw Jiang Fei, disguised as Zhuge Shanzhen, descending down towards the island, the mutants had started to feel suspicious about everything. As soon as the knights of the church started to attack and subdue them to the ground, the mutants immediately realized that the church had planned a plot that had something to do with the alien artifact. You insolent fool! Don't you know what you are doing will only strengthen the Chinese? If you give the artifact, we would never be able to rise again, cried the leader of the mutant bitterly. How could you betray one of your own? Have you no shame? Cried the other mutants. One of my own? Now that you mentioned it, I could say the same for you. The lot of you had purposely kept the research result of the artifact even when the church and the mutant brotherhood had agreed to work together on this. Where are the results? Betray my own kind? Think of what you have done instead. What I'm doing is merely mirroring your behavior, said the leader of the knights. Europe had never been able to let go of what the American had done in the past. They dared to set up their country in a place where it did not belong to them. Instead of showing kindness as the natives showed to them, their founding father had massacred the natives and took everything for granted. Even though Europe and America were considered as white people, it felt nice when Europe could finally step on their heads for a change. Bastards, idiots, morons, imbeciles. More and more mutants cried insults, trying to anger the knights further to create an opening to fight back. However, instead of being angered, the knights were merely annoyed. Please shut their mouths. I'm getting nauseated from hearing their yapping, said the leader of the knights before ordering the other knights to knock them unconscious. After chasing out all the personals inside the alien artifact, Jiang Fei and Isabella were invited into the laboratory. Jiang Fei inspected the entire structure and slowly walked up to the main control console. 0542, take control and check for any equipment damage, said Jiang Fei. The interior of the laboratory was old and fragile. Most of the facilities inside were already touched and used, and many looked like they had been used roughly. 15 minutes later, 0542 reported back. Captain, all of the equipment inside the laboratory are present. However, there were a few that were damaged. With sufficient amount of power, I can still fix them back to its original state. The laboratory were excavated by both the Church and the Mutant Brotherhood. Due to maximum security and scrutinization from both sides, researchers are forbidden to take out any equipment from inside the laboratory. Even equipment of their own could not be taken out once they enter the lab. Hence, there were many equipment, both alien and Earth, inside the lab. However, due to incompetent hands, many of the planet Namek's technology were mishandled. Have you took control of the lab? Jiang Fei asked. Yes. We can store it away at your command. Jiang Fei nodded slightly and walked around the laboratory, pretending to inspect the entire lab before walking out. Great one, we promise, all the equipment that is inside the lab has never been taken out, said the leader of the knights, trying to butter up Jiang Fei to get more potion. Calm down. This one has already promised. 5 bottles it is, thank you, great one, cried the knight, smiling happily. The head of the church had informed the knight about rewarding him. If the business goes smoothly, the knight will be awarded with 1 bottle of the potion if he managed to get 5 or more bottles from Zhuge Shanzhen. The knight was only at the advanced stage of level 4, there was still one barrier he absolutely wishes to achieve. The hierarchy structure of the church was almost the same as the Martial Artists Alliance. To become stronger, they would have to train their mind and body to the brink of fainting. This goes on a daily basis until they could achieve the strength they wanted. The temptation of reaching a higher level of strength was undeniably powerful for knights and even priests of the church. When Zhuge Shanzhen had agreed to offer 5 bottles of potion, the man nearly jumped into the air with delight. The impression of being a knight must be upheld. That and the fact that he was dealing with the legendary Zhuge Shanzhen. One mustn't lose one's composure when dealing with a person of higher status. Here are the potions. This one will take the artifact now, said Jiang Fei, handing out 5 bottles of potions. He then ordered everyone to step out of the laboratory before waving his hands out. A faint bluish-white light envelopes the entire laboratory, and in just a flick of Jiang Fei's finger, the 3-story-sized structure vanished from their very eyes. He really is the Almighty One, said one of the knights who thought he stood out of earshot. Jiang Fei heard it and smiled regally before nodding at the head of the knights. This one has completed what he came to do. One must now leave and wishes the best for you. Farewell, said Jiang Fei before throwing the sword to the ground and leaped onto it. He's soaring into the sky with Isabella behind him. He is as mysterious as the rumors said the knight. In the sky, before Jiang Fei wanted to remove his disguise, Isabella nudged Jiang Fei's back and whispered, "Someone's here." 2 seconds later, 0542 blared loudly in his mind. "Captain, I have detected an Omega level being approaching our location." Jiang Fei immediately stopped flying and hovered in the air, preparing for the worst. 0542 will only give a warning to Jiang Fei if it had detected a level 5 metahuman. Even though the flying sword was fast, it would not outrun a level 5 metahuman that could teleport. Peace be with us all. How do this one address a friend that came to seek an audience, said Jiang Fei, still pretending to be Zhuge Shanzhen. Even though he was nervous as hell, it was not the first time him pretending to be someone he was not. He calmed himself quick and found his breathing immediately. A white orb flashed in front of Jiang Fei and a man appeared out of it. He looked like someone from the west and was floating in the air with an unknown energy surrounding his entire body. Surprisingly, the man was bald and looked scrawny. Could this be Master Zhuge? One is indeed. Who might you be? Jiang Fei said calmly and started to analyze the person that was floating next to him. That person was using Mandarin to converse and was not doing too well. He was stuttering, which states that the man was terrified of Zhuge Shanzhen. "I'm nothing but a lucky person," said the man before telling Jiang Fei his story. The man looked like he was in his 40s, but he was fast approaching 1,000 years old. He was born in the last century, in the center of Europe. Back then, Europe was not as advanced as they were now. War, famine, pestilence, and death was all but common during that period of time. He was one of those unfortunate ones that was born during the Dark Ages. At the brink of death, the man crawled up to the beach and managed to find an unknown, egg-like object. The man was famished for several days, and since he was about to die, he ate the egg-like object without caring much whether it was poisonous. That egg was not what it seems. As soon as he swallowed it, the man was assaulted with waves of excruciating pain throughout his body. After suffering like that for several months alone, in that desolate beach, the man was able to reach level 5 and in turn, managed to obtain an unaging body. Unlike other level 5 metahumans, this man was one of the rare, unaffiliated level 5 metahuman that does not side with any country or group. Chapter 998, The Pitiful Bald Man. What can this one do for you? Jiang Fei asked. Jiang Fei was confused as to why the man, who introduced himself as would want to explain his origin. Well, it's, Beowulf squirmed uncomfortably. Machim, speak your mind, said Jiang Fei, annoyed. Could the man wanted to ask for potions for free? Even though the potion would never work for any mutants with power level exceeds the pinnacle stage of level 5, the man might have countless descendants after living for so long. He might want to help them and ask for potions from Jiang Fei. It's hard for me to say, said Beowulf through his teeth. The large, 2 meters tall man was squirming like a little girl. That pitiful act of his made Jiang Fei lost all the respect he had for him as a level 5 metahuman. If he were to buck up and ask Jiang Fei directly for a bottle, Jiang Fei would not mind making one for him. However, if the man was just putting up airs as to making Jiang Fei to lower his guard, Jiang Fei would just pass the Jean-Lu sword to Isabella and let her have her way with the sickly bald man. Ugh! I don't have much time anyway. So, I'm just going to ask. Beowulf bit down his shame and started talking. What he requested of Jiang Fei was something that had completely blown his mind away. Beowulf was telling the truth. He had little more than a few days left to live. The little egg that he had eaten 1,000 years ago had indeed granted him the gift of power and longevity, but it was not immortality. He might look like he had not aged a day, but his body was rotten from the inside out. A simple prick would make the man crumble like a overbaked pie. Luck might be subject to debate since the man was granted a level 5 power, but he had also lost something in exchange. Something that was extremely precious. Especially for a male. The man had lost his penis. No, he was not castrated. It just disappeared. If he were to pull his pants down, Jiang Fei would be presented with a black forest with no great tree. It would just be a flatland. At near death, Beowulf was suddenly given the enlightenment on how to survive. As if instinct kicked in and teaches him how to live on after death. The one method was to extract the essence of his being and compressed it whole into an egg. The egg was not as an impressive method of survival. See, whoever eats the egg shall become a level 5 metahuman, just like how Beowulf did, but without any means of copulation. Beowulf naturally had a few friends that were like himself, but he could not trust them wholeheartedly. If he were to entrust them with the egg, one of them might break their trust and take the egg for themselves. After thinking about it for a long time, Beowulf had decided to rely on the world-famous Zhuge. The man sided with no one but himself and even have several level 5 disciples under his wing. As such, he must have mastered a way to stabilize his level 5 powers. He should not be tempted in taking the egg for himself as he had already obtained godlike powers. To be honest, if Jiang Fei had tried to escape from him, Beowulf would have no one to turn to. From the vantage point of Beowulf, no level 5 metahuman could be trusted since most of them were sided with a country or a certain group. The only level 5 metahuman he knew that was truly neutral was Zhuge. "You want me to take care of your egg?" said Jiang Fei, a little confused. He could not help took a quick glance at Beowulf's crotch region. "That is right, Master Zhuge. This egg will take 7 days to incubate, and after that, I will be reborn. I do not know what I can give you as a reward, but you are my only hope. There is no one I know that could be as unmoving as you. Please! You are all I have," Beowulf pleaded. The impression of Zhuge amongst the metahuman society was truly remarkable. If he wanted the egg for himself, Beowulf would have to be eaten alive, and truth be told, he was rather be eaten by Zhuge than anyone else. "Machem!" Jiang Fei groaned. It felt like a test of morality. To be honest, Jiang Fei was tempted by the level 5 power. Fortunately, Jiang Fei had only just recently graduated from being incredibly naive to being mentally mature. However, he could not bring himself to wrong another man when he had come all the way to beg for his help. Thinking from another angle, Jiang Fei was surrounded by many pretty girls. If he were to become a eunuch like Beowulf. Instinctively, Jiang Fei glanced at Isabella and noticed the ferocious dragon-like stare. It was as if she was telling she would bite the hell out of him if he dares to eat the egg. With Isabella's hypothetical fangs at his throat, Jiang Fei immediately reached a decision. "Captain, there is no need for you to think so much." The man had only just eaten the rebirth egg of the Void Manta. The level 5 power he owns is merely the same as Ariel, a pseudo-level 5 power. There was no awakening, said 0542 when Jiang Fei was conflicted. Void Manta? Jiang Fei hits an epiphany. "Captain, you do remember the mixed-breed Void Manta that you fought a long time ago, deep under the sea, right?" "That." Jiang Fei nodded. He remembered 0541 had informed him about Void Manta had crossbred with Earth-based animals. The mixed-breed offspring of the Void Manta was incredibly weaker than its original alien parent. Even so, that Void Manta was still at the beginner stage of level 4. When Braveheart crash landed on Earth, many alien specimens managed to escape their captivity and roam the Earth. One of which was the Doomsday Beast that you had already captured. After proliferating on Earth, the Void Manta managed to leave a weaker version of its form. As such, the level 5 Void Manta had chosen to evolve, losing its means to reproduce to gain a new method to preserve one's life by choosing the rebirth method. Based on 0542 analysis of Beowulf, Jiang Fei understood that the Void Manta had been around for more than thousands of years ago. It was only when 1,000 years back did the Void Manta choose to use its rebirth method to continue living. The result was undesirable since the egg was not kept safely. It was, however, due to several unknown reasons, the egg washed up ashore and was picked up by the famished Beowulf. As a result, Beowulf gained incredible powers in exchange for not having to express his libido. That was the result of genetic material far superior than that of humans. Beowulf's genetic makeup now determines that the traditional method of reproduction proves to be unbecoming, hence, it was removed. Chapter 999, Chaos Caused by a Simple Egg. Alright then. If you are contented, one will promise to take good care of the egg, Jiang Fei exclaimed, humbly. Thank you, Master Zhuge. If I am reborn successfully, I shall remember this deed and promise to repay your kindness, said Beowulf, bowing as he did. To be honest, Beowulf was not all too convinced about Zhuge Shanzhen, but he was the best candidate amongst the other level 5 metahuman. It goes without saying that all metahumans wanted the power of level 5. If there was one that would not be swayed by the temptation of the egg, it would be Zhuge Shanzhen, who's rumored to have many level 5 disciples. Even so, who's to say that all Zhuge Shanzhen's disciples had reached level 5? Beowulf could not be sure if Zhuge Shanzhen would break his promise with him and feed the egg to one of his other disciples. How long would this process take? Jiang Fei asked. If Beowulf had only a few days left to live, Jiang Fei would be greatly troubled since he could not be standing beside him until he lays the egg. It will only take a second. Please wait, said Beowulf. He took a few air steps back, creating distance between he and Jiang Fei before releasing a powerful surge of energy. Being only level 4, the powerful blast of level 5 energy immediately disables Jiang Fei. Thankfully, Isabella was able to intercept that blast and help Jiang Fei to get back on his feet, preventing Jiang Fei from breaking his character. There was a concept of power. The Conqueror's power. One must need to awaken the power of Conqueror from within in order to reach true level 5. Isabella had that, but not Beowulf nor Ariel. Hence, even though Beowulf was unleashing all the power that was within him, Isabella did not flinch. Under Isabella's protection, Jiang Fei could feel the berserking energy circling and swimming around inside Beowulf. At the same time, his life force was being concentrated inside his chest. 2 minutes later, Jiang Fei could see Beowulf's body decomposing as if it was turning into dust. The skin on the bald man was withering away as if time was forcefully pushed through time. Ugh! With a loud groan, Beowulf vomited out an egg. It looked exactly like a regular AA-sized chicken egg. That was his rebirth egg. You! F***CK. If it was not preventing disaster, I would never touch that thing. Jiang Fei thought whilst keeping a poker face. To be honest, the egg was emitting a powerful fragrance that was pleasing. At the same time, there was a powerful energy that was being released from the egg. It was hard to explain. It was as if there was something that was luring him to the egg. A very peculiar scent. Not too strong, but strong enough to spread far, far away. It was akin to a broadcast signal to let everyone in the world to know about the egg and tempt them to eat it. As soon as the egg was out, Jiang Fei could feel many powerful surges of energy that was coming in from elsewhere. Without even needing to ask, Jiang Fei knew that those surges of energy belonged to other nearby level 5 metahumans. It was uncanny. They were floating right in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, yet the energy that the egg was giving off could spread out to cover almost half of the entire planet. It would not be odd to think that someone else had already picked up the scent. Sheesh. No wonder he wanted me to take care of it. This thing is literally a beacon. Jiang Fei thought while sighing heavily. Master Zhuge, my life is in your hands now, said Beowulf before bowing one last time. Jiang Fei could sense the life force in Beowulf was reaching its absolute limit. We will meet again in 7 days, said Jiang Fei. Indeed. If all goes well. Farewell, and take care. Those were the last words of Beowulf before his body crumbles into dust. Captain. I am detected many superior being coming towards our location. 0542 warned Jiang Fei. Darling! There are 3 of them. Isabella whispered. What a blunder, Jiang Fei sighed. Those 3 level 5 metahumans were most certainly been attracted by the egg. If he tried to run, he would only be stirring more trouble to his way. In that situation, it was better to continue playing Zhuge Shanzhen until everything was over. My friends from afar, please show yourselves, cried Jiang Fei. With a flip of his hands, the rebirth egg vanished from existence and into the ring's inventory. As soon as it did, the powerful energy that the egg was emitting vanished with it. However, the 3 level 5 metahumans that were drawn by the egg appeared. Ha ha ha. The treasure is gone before one could even see it. How does Master do it? Unexpectedly, 1 out of the 3 level 5 metahuman was from China. The egg's attraction was so strong that it managed to even attract the attention of a level 5 metahuman that was famed for not wanting to do anything with the outside world. Good day to you all. Hello, Qin. It's been a while, said another level 5 metahuman. He was wearing a golden-plated armor and was rather familiar with the Chinese level 5 metahuman. Mordred, it is nice to see you here. I'd be honest, I would never expect to see you here, said another level 5 mutant that appeared with a thunderclap. Lockwood, surely you would not be drawn in by that canine sense of smell, said the golden-armored Mordred. After greeting one another, all 3 level 5 metahuman turned to Jiang Fei, which prompted Jiang Fei to quickly introduce himself. Peace be all of us. This one is called Zhuge Shanzhen. To what do this one owe the pleasure, said Jiang Fei, slowly and calmly. I beg your pardon, Zhuge Shanzhen, you are the mysterious Zhuge Shanzhen? All 3 of them were stunned. They came here to take the egg, no matter who they were going to fight with. Even when they saw Jiang Fei and Isabella, they would not give up the egg without a fight. However, when Jiang Fei introduced himself as Zhuge Shanzhen, all 3 of them was thrown off guard. Level 5 was an existence that was almost akin to godhood. As such, one would surely be prideful to not mingle with the common folk. Even so, many would still be open to the news that was spreading amongst the other humans. The name Zhuge Shanzhen was the heated topic that even level 5 metahumans would be interested to hear. Rumors after rumors, the person known as Zhuge Shanzhen was talked up to the point where he was said to be more than any regular level 5 metahuman. Some had even said the man had already surpassed level 5 and into the unknown realms of level 6. All 3 of them exchanged a worried look. When everyone was thinking about what they should do, Locke would quietly send out a small wave of energy towards Jiang Fei. He wanted to know who was Jiang Fei. Fortunately, Jiang Fei came prepared. Before Beowulf could even talk to him, Jiang Fei had already asked 0542 to use whatever energy left it have to cover his aura. He had even have 0542 to create a force field around Jiang Fei that could absorb all incoming energy that was meant to pry Jiang Fei's being. From the perspective of anyone else beside Jiang Fei would be seen like a black hole, constantly absorbing all energy at an alarming rate. Chapter 1000, Between Duty and Morality. 0542's current power reserves were so low that if Jiang Fei were to fight them, he would not survive even the preliminary blows. Fortunately, the investigative probe of power that Lockwood had projected towards Jiang Fei was incredibly weak. To be honest, probing someone else to obtain their information without their consent was rude. The reason why Lockwood only projected the most minimum amount of power into Jiang Fei was because of fear. Even if he was a level 5 metahuman, the man that he was probing was the legendary Zhuge Shanzhen. If the power was slightly higher, it would be taken as an act of attack. He would have been crazy if he thought he could take on Zhuge Shanzhen. Since the energy that Lockwood had sent out was weak, 0542's barrier had no problem in absorbing it entirely. Not only was Lockwood prevented from knowing anything about Jiang Fei, but the phenomenon of his powers being absorbed like a sponge also frightened Lockwood to his core. At that point, Lockwood panicked. Could he really be a level 6 metahuman as the rumors said? The man started to flinch as cold sweat dripped down to the earth from several hundred meters above the sea level. He knew he had done something incredibly rude to Zhuge Shanzhen. If a level 4 metahuman had done something like that to him, Lockwood would immediately flash behind him and tear said metahuman into two. Imagine how a level 6 metahuman would reply to his rude treatment. Theoretically speaking, a true level 5 would have immortality. No normal conventional attacks would harm or even leave a scratch on him. Problem was, who was to say that a level 5 immortality could stand against a level 6? It would not be the same as how a level 5 could pin down a level 4. The more he thought about it, the more mysterious the Zhuge Shanzhen character was. Rumor has it that the man could do anything. The possibility of him having a weaponized god blade would not be low. At this point, Lockwood grew restless. The involuntary flinching turned into shivers of fear. The more one gains, the more one fears to lose. The weak grass will bend to the wind while the great tree stands strong. Come a tornado and the tree will be uprooted while the grass continues to sway with the wind. Lockwood was a man, as depicted as the strong tree. The stronger, more powerful he was, the greater the fear of losing to another foe that was as strong as he. "What's up with you?" Mordred nudged Lockwood and asked. Even Qin Wuyang, the Chinese level 5 metahuman, grew wary of Lockwood's suspicious behavior. Instinctively, both Mordred and Qin Wuyang knew something was wrong. To think that his mere presence could petrify another level 5 metahuman made all three level 5 metahumans then scared of Jiang Fei. Interesting, Jiang Fei spotted an opportunity and decided to play along. "Insolent fool! You dare to stand against me? Humph. Consider this as an auspicious day, as this one lacked the intent to kill. Now, leave!" Jiang Fei roared at Lockwood with such ferocity that he himself had goosebumps. With a simple hand gesture, Jiang Fei ordered 0542 to send out the barrier towards Lockwood, directing the absorption field to him as a means of chasing him away. "Thank you, Great Master," cried Lockwood. As the invisible barrier approached, Lockwood was horrified to his core. He could feel that the energy that he was emanating was being sucked away. Without hesitation, when he had received the pardon from Zhuge Shanzhen, he flashed away and escaped without a trace. Thank God, while maintaining a straight face, Jiang Fei was incredibly relieved. 0542's power was running low, and if the man did not run away, 0542 would have exhausted all its power. "What's going on?" Mordred and Qin Wuyang exchanged a worried look. None realized what was going on when Lockwood apologized frantically and even escaped with sweat still dripping down from his forehead. It was obvious then that Zhuge Shanzhen and Lockwood had a conflict that the two of them failed to pick up. "What are we going to do?" said Mordred telepathically to Qin Wuyang. Conflicted, Qin Wuyang decided to remain quiet. They were gathered there because of the rebirth egg and not to pick a fight with the legendary Zhuge Shanzhen. Judging from how Lockwood reacted to Zhuge Shanzhen's warning, they know that he must have done something that not even them, two level 5 metahuman, could sense. That was enough of a reason to get lost. Seems that the master had obtained the rebirth egg. "I shall then take my leave." "Peace be with you," said Qin Wuyang and teleported away. "I shall take my leave as well." "Good day to you," said Mordred before teleporting away. Qin Wuyang must have a good reason for leaving the scene without much of a word. "Be on your way." This one would not want to waste his time. Jiang Fei barked coldly. Even though his facial expression was null, his heart was beating as fast as a steam engine. 0542's power was almost dried out. If Qin Wuyang and Mordred wanted to fight Jiang Fei instead of running away, he would definitely be disintegrated. When Jiang Fei was finally alone, Jiang Fei let out a loud scream of relief. F***ck me. That was F***king close. "Get us out of here." Jiang Fei cried. With a flick of her hands, Isabella instantly moved the two of them into Manda Square. "I'm going to need to find an immediate source of energy." Jiang Fei barked into the mirror as he washed his pale white face. Without power, he could no longer play the role of Zhuge Shanzhen. He had already considered himself lucky for escaping all 3 level 5 metahumans. The possibility of other level 5 metahumans confronting him again when he plays Zhuge Shanzhen was high. Without power, he would be F***kid. "Captain, the rebirth egg is an alternative source of power." "A very powerful bioenergy source," said 0542. "How so?" "Besides energy gain from the most conventional energy source, I am also able to extract energy from biological beings. This egg contains a powerful source of energy that I could extract in the laboratory. Incidentally, I am also able to use this power to make another level 5 biohuman, the same kind as Ariel," said 0542. "That's a little," Jiang Fei whimpered. To be honest, Beowulf was still considered as a stranger as much as any other Joe and Jane. The two of them had only literally talked for less than 5 minutes. There was no relationship, no friendship, nothing to connect the two in a mutual relationship. To be honest, Jiang Fei did not want to use the egg. The main factor was the fear of losing one's important part. That was the price to become a level 5 metahuman, the same level as Ariel only. In fact, if Jiang Fei was so desperate, he could reach the same standards of Ariel simply by finding an abundant source of energy and have 0542 to inject them into himself. At least, he would not have to lose his manhood. When 0542 proposed about using the egg for his own benefit, Jiang Fei was truly tempted. Should I do it? Jiang Fei was conflicted. He was not sure if he was truly that desperate to betray someone else's trust just for his personal gain. On the other hand, it was his duty to himself and his family to become stronger. What would it be? Duty? Or morality?